Good morning. So we are going to start the proceedings. Good morning to everybody and welcome to the International Conference on Luminescent Materials from Fundamental to Applications, being organized by Department of Chemistry, Guru Nanak Dev University and Luminescent Organic Consortium of India. I want to mention it that this is the first conference being organized by LOCI. So on behalf of Department of University, Amritsar, I request Dr. Nivedita to present a sapling to Professor Bajwa. Professor Kulvinder Singh, please accompany her in honoring Professor Bajwa. But it is March 15 today. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Now I request Mr. Saurabh to welcome Professor Goel. Now I request Ms. Sakshi to welcome Professor Iclmfa, Director INST Mohali.
आया ना उधर ही आया यार उधर ही आया
I request Mr. Yatin Batra to welcome Professor Kulvinder Singh. Though everything is under his leadership, but this is a custom to honor head of the department. So I welcome all the delegates, all the invited speakers who have travelled from far places within the India to come here. I also welcome all the students from the department as well as outside the department who have come here. And I also welcome my faculty members. It is really good to see all of you here. I also welcome senior faculty members of the department who are superannuated or retired, but they are still part of us. And I am very thankful to them for being here today for us. Next slide. So now I welcome Dr. Khushbu Kushwaha for being with us today. She is from YLA, and I want to say that the YLA is organizing a collection of articles themed on this conference. So this is really an honor for us. And I request all the participants to contribute in this issue. And the deadline is August 2024. And if you have any, you want extension, so please contact me. I will be acting as. So we are very happy. First conference at Department of Chemistry, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. So we will be proceeding further and we will open the proceedings of the conference. So I request Professor Kulvinder Singh, Professor Atul Goel, Professor Amitabha Patra, Professor Supreet Singh to come on the dais to release the abstract book. The Dean Academic there, please. Professor Kamaljeet Singh, please accompany them.
ਇਹ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਯਾਰ, ਇਹ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਫੋਟੋ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਜੀ। ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟਰ ਸਾਈਡ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੱਪ ਜਿਹਾ ਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਕੱਪ ਰੱਖ ਲਓ। ਨਹੀਂ ਬੱਕਰੀ ਖਾ नहीं
So moving further, I invite Professor Parvinder Singh, Head of the Department, to say a few words about the department.
Professor Patra, Professor Thomas, and many other, my senior colleagues sitting in the front row, faculty members, dear participants and students, a very good morning to all of you. So before I say further, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Department of Chemistry at Luminescent University for this conference. You have traveled all the way to Amritsar to participate in this conference. So I, Dr. Mandra, had assigned the duty to say something about the department. So many of you are associated with the department since a long time. Still, I would like to say in brief the journey of the department that started in the year 1971. Our first batch of BSc MSc students was admitted in the year 1972, and at that time it was a 4-year program. The first batch was passed out in 1976. So since then the department has traveled a long way. Some new programs were introduced, and at this moment, as per the National Education Policy 2020, we are running a 5-year integrated program in which the students are admitted after 12th standard in the BSc or the bachelor degree, and as you know, in the other institutions, we are providing a 3-year degree after 3-year completion of program. Then after 4 years, we are providing a degree in Bachelor of Honors or Bachelor of Honors with Research. And after 5 years of completion, we are providing the Master degree. So besides that, we have 2 other programs at the Master's level. The students for this, all these things, the chemistry department that is standing at this level, it is due to the infrastructure, the faculty, the hard working of the faculty, the dedication of the faculty that has contributed a long way to bring the department at this level. So I would like to mention first that in the Department of Chemistry at this moment, we have almost all the infrastructure, all the instrumentation facility that includes 400 MHz cinema, 500 MHz cinema, high resolution mass spectrometer, scanning electron microscope, transmission electron microscope, XRD, and many others. I may not be able to list all those instruments that we have in the department. And my dear friends, this infrastructure is created by the hard work, by the dedication of the faculty. So there is no doubt we have, since the beginning, we have such a faculty that has contributed a lot at the various levels for the standing of the department and for creating this type of infrastructure. But I would also like to mention that at this moment we are running short of faculty. The number that should be there is, we do not have that much number of faculty because of the retirement of some senior members, and the same number has not been elected. But I would also like to bring it to the record. Joined, unfortunately, one was not able to join. And this year again, 3 posts are advertised, and we hope we will get the 3 new members. And at the same time, he has also promised to give 3 more posts for the chemistry department. So by that way, maybe by the end of this year, we will have around 7 or 8 new faculty members in the department. And I would like to take this opportunity to request the people who came from different institutions to recommend the students, to apply for the post so that we get the good faculty members here. And at the same time, I would also like to request that kindly encourage the students for joining a sort of Inspire Fellow here in the Department of Chemistry. I promise that I will provide very good labs, infrastructure, a very conducive environment for research and teaching. So if new members join here, we would be lucky to have a variety of other pupils to join in the department. So I think that is enough for the department. We would like to hear both from our Dean Academic Affairs, but before that, I must appreciate the efforts of the organizers, Dr. Vandana, Dr. Vipan, and their team, various conveners of the various committees who have not left the stone unturned to make this type of arrangement, to create this platform where all of you will be here for the next 2 days. And I hope all the facilities they have provided, there is an invitation, we will organize for that. And I hope you will enjoy it for the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parvinder, for the introduction about department and putting up the case of faculty induction so strongly in front of the audience. And as said by Professor Parvinder, I also wish all the invited speakers and students a comfortable stay here at GNDU. And I hope you are seeing the volunteers in black hoodies. Yeah, please stand up a few. So these are our volunteers. Their hoodies are sported by RSC. I am also in black dress, but this is not sported by RSC. This is sported by my husband. So they will be helping you, and please forgive them for any mistake because all the discredit is mine. Okay? So next I invite Professor Abul Gore from CBRI to introduce something about LOCI.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of GNDU, Professor Dr. Jaspal Singh Sandhuji. I came to know that due to some busy schedule, he could not able to attend this function. And then Professor B.S. Bhargava, Dean Academic Affairs, Head of the Chemistry Department, Professor Parvinder Singh Ji, Professor Patra, Organizing Secretary, Professor Vandana Bhalla, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Sukhpreet Singh, and esteemed colleagues, distinguished scientists, professors, and fellow researchers, and my dear students. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege to stand before you today to share the objectives of our newly built consortium for the advancement of fluorescent-based research and technology in India. This journey, however, cannot be undertaken alone. It requires a strong collaboration, interdisciplinary research, innovations, and a concerted efforts to translate fundamental research into tangible applications that benefits our nation. This is precisely where the Luminescent Organic Consortium of India plays a pivotal role. During an international conference in December 2022 on aggregation-induced emission from fundamental to application, which was held in BITS Goa campus, some of the invited speakers, including the faculty members of BITS Pelani as well as BITS Goa campus, emphasized the need to set up a platform that will bring together active researchers, academicians, and scientists from from various universities and institutions who are passionate about the basic and applied research on the development of fluorescent materials. With these objectives in mind, some of us recently formed a Luminescent Organic Consortium of India with the aim to promote the advancement of knowledge in the field and drive the practical applications of luminescent across diverse domains. The broad objective of the LOCI are promoting collaborative research, facilitating equipment sharing, facilitating interdisciplinary research proposals, creating knowledge through seminar and conferences, facilitating linkage with industry and commercialization, which is a very, very important part of this consortium. LOCI stands as a beacon for collaboration, fostering knowledge sharing, and propelling India's research prowess in the exciting realm of luminescent organic materials. This material holds immense potential with application ranging from optoelectronics that powers our future display to highly sensitive sensors, bioimaging tools that revolutionize healthcare. So, as a benefit to the members, LOCI recognizes the importance of supporting the members in its achieving individual research goals. This includes providing access to shared instruments and facilitating collaborative research projects, where it finds solution to specific problems or assisting with industry linkages and technology development. LOCI will support its member to excel. Under the fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing, by breaking down institutional silos, LOCI creates a platform for research to share expertise, exchange ideas, and accelerate scientific discoveries. This stimulates a vibrant ecosystem of learning and innovation. We also conduct workshops, seminars. So disseminating the latest findings is very, very crucial. LOCI workshops and seminars will empower establishments, researchers to stay at the forefront of the field, while also nurturing the next generation of researchers through targeting training and educational programs. Bridging the gap between academia and industry is vital to translate research into real-world applications. LOCI fosters collaboration with industry partners, ensuring research with a focus on commercialization and societal impact. Global research collaborations fuels scientific progress. LOCI actively supports partnership with international research organizations and universities. This not only enhances the visibility of Indian research, but also opens up avenues for knowledge sharing, exchange, and joint ventures of cutting-edge projects. LOCI also promotes the development of novel luminescent organic materials so that it can be transformed to the technologies. The core of LOCI lies in its ambitious pursuit to develop novel luminescent organic materials with practical applications. These materials have potential to revolutionize fields like optoelectronics, sensors, bioimaging, propelling India as a leader in these domains. To bridge the gap between research and commercialization, LOCI emphasizes the importance of defining target product profiling. By establishing clear-cut goal and specification, research can be directed towards creating luminescent materials that are just scientifically groundbreaking, but also commercially viable. Encouraging young minds is vital. LOCI provides a platform for students, postdoctoral and faculties to share their work through monthly seminars. This fosters a culture of knowledge creation, builds confidence, and identifies future leader in the field. So, as the journey has just begun, as we move forward, let's continue to foster the collaborative spirit within LOCI. Let's actively engage with industry partners, academicians, and international research institutions. Let us celebrate breakthroughs, encourage continuous learning, and most importantly, translate the power of luminescent organic materials into tangible applications that make a positive impact to our society. Together through LOCI, we can write a new chapter in this history of Indian science and technology. We were supposed to launch the website today, but due to some technical issues, the website is not fully functional. We'll update you all as soon as it is ready. And thank you all, and enjoy the scientific session of the conference.
Thank you, Professor Goyal, for a brief introduction about LOCI. So now I invite Professor Bajwa, Dean Academic Affairs, Guru Nanak Dev University, for his presidential remarks.
So also very good morning to all the delegates, of course, who have been here from throughout India and abroad. Professor Goyal, President of the Luminescent Consortium of India, LOCI from Exciton. Professor Patra, who is Director INST, Mohali. Dr. Parvinder, Head of the Department of Chemistry. And of course, the future Dean Academic Head of our university from the first of the next month itself. And my dear senior colleague from the Chemistry Department, Professor Subodh, Professor Vandana, the organizing secretary as well, and Professor Manoj, and Professor Kawaljeet Singh, and my dear colleagues from the Chemistry Department, and dear delegates from all over India and abroad. As I came to know that a few scientists from abroad as well taking part in this prestigious conference. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizing secretary as well as the secretary and the entire team of my dear students for organizing this quite prestigious conference on luminescent material, which is need of our at present. As we are quite aware that the luminescent material, they are quite capable of transforming certain type of energy into electromagnetic radiations. So are capable of emitting light in particular range, which will be useful for a wide range of dynamics, as we are aware of. These materials have been identified. I was just going through the Google yesterday night regarding the luminescent material, that they have been identified and way back 1,000 years ago from the natural materials found in Chinese and Japanese painting. And one of the oldest documented luminescent material was known as Bologna. I think it might have been named after the Bologna is a city in Italy, if I am true, right? So way back in 1603 by a Shoemaker. So that was the origin way back of 1,000 years of this luminescent material itself. But still it takes more than 4 centuries, because where we are standing now. So it takes us more than 4 centuries to the scientists to understand the wonders involved in their precious light emission, which is now being used extensively by a wide range of application, as the scientists working in this field are quite well aware. And I think as far as general physics goes, by being a physics student, I am aware that we generally for radiation of certain specific celestial material, you can have a wide range of dynamics coming up. And that can be varying on the different material used as detectors. And one of the detectors, they are considered to be a luminescent detector as well. We can have the photoluminescence, we can have the solar luminescence based on the sound and so on. And so on. So now from at present where we stand now, and I think from the development of the CRTs, the cathode tubes, a journey of fast 4 centuries to find way, to the semiconductor at present, they are based on solid state light or the solid state lighting, of course. And that dominates our screens and display nowadays all over all parts of our lighting stuff. So although this field is still being dominated by what you can say are lighting and display applications, but modern day technology, as Dr. Goyle's slightly elaborate and as I received the conference's brochure in abstract says, there's a wide dynamics involved in these luminescent material as we work in this field are quite well aware. And that may range from bioimaging, biomedical applications, that may range from biosensing, that may lead to the latest as of photonics, as in physics, we generally say, and then in information storage, in disinfection as well as in the water remediation. So they have a quite extensive application as far as the material application of these luminescent material are considered. So these materials, you can certainly say they have a wide range of application in almost all dynamics of our life. Maybe it's safety and sign, maybe the display board you can think of, or maybe it's a marking on the planes or marking on every sort of activity we are involved in our daily life. Or maybe it's in the decorative and novelty of the material as well. Maybe it's LEDs, maybe it's security feature as well, they are being utilized. And maybe in the environmental monitoring. And I think the latest, I was going through one or two even abstracts given, the biomedical application are coming in a big way. So maybe that's what we call the biomedical imaging as such. Where the people or the scientists like we have gathered here from abroad as well, or you people are working in this field extensively, you can use the quantum dots or you can use the fluorescent dyes for disease disease identification in future. So as far as the application of the luminescent material is concerned, that's no doubt it's extensively high in almost all the range of lines. So overall they have a, if I can simply summarize it down, they have a wide range of application in the quick diverse applications in technology, to safety, to the healthcare, to the latest aspects of environment. I think maybe the scientists working in Punjab can look for special chemistry as a request to the chemistry colleague, can look for the problem we are facing in Punjab as such of the uranium and its remediation. So maybe in one way or other we can use that as a fundamental aspect in future. So that can be the good angle as far as society consideration is concerned, as far as our state is concerned. So I'm really delighted to be present here, and I'm really delighted and congratulate Dr. Pravinder, Dr. Mondana and their entire team and my colleagues from the chemistry department as well. And of course, I'm thankful to all the delegates who have been here gathered. And I think this conference will certainly help our students, our scholars, and ourselves as a teacher and colleagues, of course, with the best scientific minds in this field of research, and also provide a platform to learn and acknowledge each other's taking home a quite in-depth knowledge. And I'm also quite thankful to all the delegates. And as I came to know, more than 100 of them, they are participating today here in this prestigious conference. And this is the first conference being organized in our campus by the LOCI. And I'm thankful to the president of the organizer of LOCI for giving us a platform and for giving us a valuable conference on our campus. So I'm also quite thankful to all the delegates who have been here across all over India and abroad as well, who have been here gathered for this prestigious conference, and of course visiting this prestigious university, and which is named after our first Sikh Guru of our Sikh religion, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, and which under our dynamic leadership of our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Jaspal Singh Sandhu, now has attained quite certainly great heights in India itself. And just for your information, now we at present, with the blessings of Guru Nanak and with the blessings of God and with the esteemed leadership of our dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Sandhu, we have attained and accredited with a NAC A++ grade, which is the highest in India itself. And we stand at the grade point average of 3.84, and I think this is the second after only this. And that's a small institute, but this is you can say multidisciplinary institutes. So you can say we are the university which stands on the top of the Indian universities. In all the public, all the private, all the central university, we stand number one, and that's because of the visionary leadership we have in terms of Professor Sandhu as heading our Vice Chancellor. We have also bagged 44th rank in the NERF ranking of the NERF 23, the last year itself. And in that way, we are now in the elite group of 50 universities in India itself. And then, recently, we have been also recognized as and won the Maka Trophy, which I think scientists, being also scientists here, are not first there. Maka Trophy is the top-best trophy in India, given by the President every year, and that's basically in terms of the sports activity. So it means we are not only best in academics, but we are also, because of the colleagues we have here in chemistry and other departments in the campus, but we are also best in sports because we have got the Becker Trophy 25 times throughout the inception of the year. And that, of course, our actual index has gone up to 148 if I'm aware at present. I think Vandra knows better than me, because he's the top scientist we have. Of course, other colleagues, Dr. Kavaljeet and others we have at this. And with our dynamic leadership's guidance, we have received more than 500 crores of the grant in the last 5 years under different schemes of the Prime Minister. So, through this conference and academic event, I think we generally witness embodiment of creativity. So not taking much time because you have to have many good speakers in this field which you'll be going through and enlightening in your research activity. So these conferences, they are remarkably good for our students because they are embodiment of creativity, they are embodiment of innovativeness, they are embodiment of their, the innovativeness and critical thinking as well. And straightway coming to the end, I would like to congratulate again Professor Pravinder, Head Department of Chemistry, and organizing President of the conference, as well as the Secretary, Dr. Vandana, and his entire team of the students who have, of course, won the black hoodies for you, so they are always be at your toes for any sort of help you will be seeking. And of course, I think you will be enjoying the research weather as well, and understands LOCI and brown and everything Dr. Vandana is going to put forward to you. Along with the dynamics of the academics, you will be discussing during the during these 2 days in different, I think more than 8 or 9 sessions you have organized. That's really good. So at the end, I would like to thank each and everyone for organizing this prestigious conference, and I would also like to thank the President LOCI as well as Dr. Patra and others who have been marvelous given us the opportunity to organize this prestigious conference on this particular significant material which has a wide range of dynamics of application for future especially. So with these words, I thank you all the delegates for coming over here in ourselves, a very beautiful and prestigious and historical and famous city. You can visit down the Golden Temple, the Jallianwala Bagh, and you can have a prestigious walk in the body itself also. In the evening, I think she must have planned all these activities as well for you. So thank you very much again. And the last, I will put one line for you only. So together, let's carry forward the torch of knowledge and illuminate the path to the brighter and more enlightenment future of our students and our society as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bajwa, for very inspiring words. For the audience, Professor Bajwa is a renowned physicist, and he rightfully has bring up the problem of water contamination. He is working on in this field, remediation of uranium. So thank you very much, sir, for bringing up this issue, and thank you very much for your inspiring words. So now I invite Professor Sukhpreet Singh for the very pleasant task to receive vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for assigning me the very pleasant task of thanking the audience formally. Rather, this opportunity has already been received from me by Professor Bajwa, who has thanked everybody time and again with all his heart, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So, I am really thankful, Professor Bajwa, Professor Patra, Professor Atul, Professor Parvinder, Dr. Sbo, Dr. Kamalji, all my colleagues who are sitting in front of me here for making this conference a success. At the onset, I really appreciate that the Luminescent Organic Consortium of India has selected us, given us this opportunity to hold the first ever international conference being organized by their consortium. It is really a good thing that this consortium has come up. We can see, as rightly pointed out by Professor Bajwa, that these fluorescent materials, they are known for their origin, for their presence in natural products. They are available for their, you can say, for their applications in each and every field of our life. If the materials are non-fluorescent, we are adding fluorescent motifs to make them visible to us through different instrumental methods. I am really thankful to the organization for giving us this opportunity of holding this first ever international conference at this place. This conference would not have been successful if we have not received a prompt acceptance, a prompt permission to hold this conference at this institute from our Worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Jaspal Singh Sandhu, who has always been very helpful, very appreciative to the academic activity of all of us. His dynamic leadership is responsible for all the laurels that this institution has brought, and we are very much appreciative of his efforts, his motivation and support that we are getting in organization of such events at this department and this institute. We are also thankful to the administrative staff, the registrar of the university and his team, accounts branch of the university, who has been helpful in all the way, over all the way. They have helped us for making this event a success. This conference is rather a collection of brilliant minds from all over India. We have 30 speakers, many posters that will be coming up during the next 2 days. And we will be having a feast of academics over here. I am thankful to all the delegates, all the speakers who have given us an opportunity to host them in this conference. Thank you very much. Organization of any event requires efforts from each and every person. I am really thankful to Dr. Vandana and his team, who has done untiring work throughout the day when this concept of organizing the conference came up, and they have not left any stone unturned to make this event a success. Thanks to all the students, all the research students, all the faculty members who are in the team of Dr. Vandana and have been doing a lot and will still be doing a lot during the next 2 days, and will make your stay very fruitful as well as comfortable over here. If you feel there is any drawback that is left behind, that is on our parts, the organizers of this conference. So kindly give us this, you can say, I feel sorry for elapses, if there are any, and give us the opportunity to amend those lapses. Whatever we can do, we will certainly do to make your stay comfortable over here. Any conference, any event of such nature requires a lot of finances. We are very much thankful to various international organizations, American Chemical Society Publication Division, American Chemical Society, RSC Advances, Royal Society of Chemistry, Chemistry Asian Journal for their overwhelming support for this conference. Our federal funding agencies, SERB, CSIR, BRNS, as well as our organizations, SRL, Laser Spectra, and Meenakshi Trading Company, for funding this event with all their funds, with all the maximum possible funds that they can give us, and we are really appreciative of their support. So, once again, thanking you all and wishing you all the best, a comfortable stay of the next 2 days over here. Thank you very much, and I will not be staying for a longer period of time over here between you and Professor Iclmfa, who is the first speaker of the first technical session. Thank you, Vandana. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Sukrit. I want to add only one thing, that when the idea of this conference originated, Professor Sukrit Singh was the head, and he was the first person to recommend the hosting of this conference. So a big applause for him. So with this, inauguration session is over, and we will be starting with the technical session. So I invite session coordinator, Dr. Nivedita, for the next proceedings.
Good morning, everyone. I'm profoundly joyous and honored to have you all here today. Before we embark on the upcoming lectures, I would like to give a brief description of today's schedule. So we have 4 technical sessions today. 2 we will be completing before lunch, and 2 will be covering after lunch. And I also request whoever is presenting the poster, please paste your poster on the poster board or poster holders. And the first technical session will be chaired by Professor Kamaljeet Singh. Professor Kamaljeet Singh is a senior professor in our department. He has various research interests spanning from organic chemistry, medicinal chemistry and material chemistry. He has authored over 160 research articles in reputed national and international journals. He has been an INSA and RSC Fellow and British Council Visiting Fellow at UMAST UK and Brain Pool Visiting Fellow at Kangwon National University, South Korea. In 2009, he was awarded with Bronze Medal by CRSI, and later on many more. So now I request sir you to come to the dais and chair the upcoming session.
Good morning, all of you, and welcome to the first technical session. I thought there was a tea break before that. No. It's a great pleasure to introduce a very distinguished scientist, Professor Iclmfa, who is currently Director of Institute of Nanoscience and Technology at Mohali. And he is otherwise on leave from Indian Association for Cultivation of Science, where he is a very senior professor. His distinguished career started when he did PhD at Jadavpur University, and that was followed by 2 or 3 postdoctoral assignments at Tokyo University, Japan, then Iclmfa, Japan. Iclmfa is a very important institution in Japan, which deals with research and development, kind of activities. And then Harvard University in Israel. before joining Indian Association of Conservation of Science in Kolkata. And as soon as I recall his career, he has several laurels to his credit, including CRSI medal, medal of MRSI, and fellowships, of Indian Academy of Sciences, Royal Society of Chemistry. And also he's I think, among the very few fellows of Optical Association of America. That's really prestigious. So he has published over 270 publications and has a very whopping H index of 68. And I suppose his citation index must be close to 14,000 or something like that. And the best thing is he's contributed a lot in bringing up this investigation body and is making very similar competition. So without wasting much time, let me invite the first speaker, Mr. Costa, to deliver his lecture. I don't see his title, I'm sorry for that. Insights of ultra-fast scanning advantage of light harvesting therapy.
Very good morning, and first of all, I must thanks to the organizing committee. So, very good morning to everyone. Thanks to Congressman, thanks to Well, and thanks to all the organization, especially thanks to the students and my friends over here. So, today I want to talk something what we are doing last 2 to 3 years, because I'm working on luminescence material last 25 years, because initially I started with different rare earth stuff, old phosphor, oxide phosphor system, then slowly I come to a new field, emerging field, especially the optoelectronics application or other applications. So I am now in INST, but I am still associated with Conservation of Science because I have a lot of students here still now. So last 20 years I am working on nanomaterial in different kind of materials. But though I am a physical chemist, so I am always trying to understand that what is the physical property over here, because material physical chemistry very few people are working on in India also. So the central attention of the nanomaterial is because of the optical property. So different kind of optical property you can change by using your different techniques, by chemistry technique. You can pick a different kind of shape, size, different kind of thing, then you can change the property of physical property, especially the optical property. But everything you have to understand the photophysical property by using your physical chemistry knowledge or physics knowledge. So that is truly multidisciplinary research. Now people are talking about multidisciplinary research, but this is truly multidisciplinary. Without chemistry, without physics, you cannot understand what is going on. So actually I started my career with Iclmfa nanoparticle, which is 2-photon spectroscopy by using 2 photons for bioimaging purposes, especially by doping the rare earth atom. Then I moved to the quantum dot nanomaterial that time, last 10-15 years back, semiconducting nanoparticle, understand different kind of issues I have to understand all this nanomaterial, like how it will, when it will react or interact with the photon energy, so how that will generate exciton, and what is the recombination process. Because most of the time we are, this is the lifetime, this is the decay time, what is the quantum mean? What is the photophysical quantum? We got 0.5. Why 0.5? Why not 1? Because 1 photon you absorb, you are supposed to get 1 photon, right? So it should be 1. If there is no non-reactive process. But that simple thing try to understand. So obviously carrier dynamics, that's why we try to understand hot carrier dynamics, charge transfer. These are the important issues. And finally, what is the final use of it? Whether the fundamental research is important for the thesis or publication, or do you have any plan for future direction you can give by using your new material, that is photodetector, photovoltaic, photocatalysis. So then we move to the carbon dot, conjugated polymer nanoparticle, inorganic organic hybrid, metal nanoparticle, 2D structure, metal cast. I talk today about this. So now people are talking about light harvesting system, because this is very old problem. Because people try to understand that whether we can mimic the natural light harvesting system. Now the question is the natural light harvesting system, what happens? It light absorbed by the chlorophyll molecule, by cascade energy transfer, it goes to the center, reaction center, by the charge transfer. In that case, photophysical photosynthesis process, energy transfer is much faster than the charge transfer process. But usually we know the electron and the whole transfer process is much faster than the energy transfer process. So people try to understand whether we can mimic the system, that what is the requirement for this, why people are interested in nanomaterial. The nanomaterial, the advantage of this, all this material, when you excite by the light, that means light matter interaction, it comes, then it will generate an exciton, electron and hole, if it is a semiconducting material, right? Then electron and hole, they can recombine and they can generate a light. And if they will not recombine, you can separate out electron and hole for your photocatalysis or photovoltaic application. So now I'll give some background on solar energy application. So these are the new materials. Recently we are working in our lab. 2D cadmium selenide, nanoplatelet, perovskite nanocrystal, conjugated polymer nanoparticle and metal cluster for AIE or other relaxation process. But the whole process we try to understand by using the spectroscopic techniques from the nanoscale to ultrafast in femtosecond time scale. Because when you excite electron from here to there, that will generate, it can be in the conduction band, then electron and hole, they will recombine, they will generate a light. It's very simple. Otherwise, you can extract that electron if you have a suitable acceptor molecule, then you can extract, or hole you can extract, or if you can generate a hole, hot electron, that is there another phenomenon by ultrafast. I'll discuss. So the potential application either LED or photovoltaic solar cell application. Now the difference, what is the optoelectronics, what is the photovoltaic or solar cell application? Because in solar cell application is different. When you excite the light, you generate electron and hole, you extract the electron and hole, and you can generate a light. But in case of OLED or LED, optoelectronics application, that difference. You generate by putting the electric field, you generate electron and hole, then you will recombine, right? So the basic fundamental difference is that optoelectronic cases, the energy transfer takes place in the femtosecond time scale. But in photovoltaic, the electron transfer or charge transfer or hole transfer takes place in the picosecond in nanosecond time. Now the question is that you can generate the exciton. Now how the exciton recombination, what is the diffusion length, all these parameters will come up for the application, for LED application mainly. So what is the importance, why people are talking about renewable energy, what is the important issues, and why people want to develop this kind of thing? Because 80% energy is coming from the fossil fuel, and the present global energy consumption is 16.3 terawatt, it will go up 15 maybe terawatt something. So that's why, because 11% only coming from the renewable energy, most of this is coming from the fossil fuel. So people try to develop different kind of devices, photovoltaic or solar cell application for renewable energy. This is one aspect people are working on. Another aspect people try to, those who are concerned about pollution, carbon dioxide reduction, right? So you can use this nanoparticle to reduce the carbon dioxide to convert to the carbon monoxide or different kind of product. So carbon dioxide level also increases by 600 ppm. It goes to 2 degrees centigrade. Enhances. That's why global temperature increases. So people are huge. A lot of people are working on photocatalysis or different kind of catalytic material they want to develop for carbon dioxide reduction. So now the question is that what kind of new material for photovoltaic, for optoelectronic circuits? I am not talking about the catalytic part, electrocatalytic, we are working on, but I will not discuss today. This is the 2D material. 2D, I am not talking about the graphene oxide or other 2D material. I will talk about the semiconducting 2D material. Then perovskite, quantum dot, and conjugated polymer, what we are interested in. So now the question is that why this material is very important for solar cell or photovoltaic cell in case of perovskite. You can generate electron and hole. The Exciton binding energy is very important thing. In case of perovskite, Exciton binding energy is very less. What does it mean? It means you can easily separate electron and hole. That's why the electron mobility increases. That's why perovskite material is very good for the solar cell and other applications. But on the other hand, the polymer has a huge Exciton binding energy. You cannot separate it out easily. That's why that OLED application is doing by polymer, OLED, polymer device based on LED. Because Exciton binding energy, diffusion length is important parameter for LED application. That means if the organic polymer is going for the LED application, this is not good for the solar cell application. Because the Exciton binding is very, very important, and quantum dot is in between. Because mobility is very important, electron mobility is very important for your application. What kind of application you are going to do? So these are the important parameters. Now, why people want to understand the solar cell? There are two different aspects. One is you want to develop a device which has a efficiency, you want to increase the efficiency, because there is a limitation, 31% you can achieve by solar cell application. There is a conversion from solar to electrical energy. But now the question is, what is the limitation? Very simple limitation. Everybody knows. This is the solar spectrum. If you look at the spectrum, 31 or 33% losses due to the thermalization process. What is the thermalization process? If you know the thermalization process, then you can design your new material. This is the beauty of chemistry part, that you know how to make the material which is more efficient. Otherwise, you have to purchase all the from assemblies. So, what is the thermalization process? So, there is a valence band and conduction band. In the solar spectrum, you cannot excite in one wavelength. In lab, you can excite your material in one wavelength. Here, what happens in whole spectrum, that electron goes from the valency to conduction band or above because of the excitation above the band gap. Now, this electron goes to the higher excited state, and that electron we call hot electron, right? And this electron relaxes to the conduction band. And this relaxation process takes place less than 1 picosecond. And that will create your problem. Because that is create the phonon vibration, that will vibrate. And this phonon vibration kill for the thermalization process and non-reactive process. And that's why the recombination process slow down. And that's why you cannot get the quantum in above the 30% in silicon ultra. This is the major problem. And you can overcome the thermalization process by different techniques, multi-junctional potential, but very costly, carrier multiplication process, singlet fission process, maybe Jyotishman will talk about this thing. But the problem is that you can go to 200%. But there is a problem in singlet fission, there you don't have a lot of molecules for singlet or singlet fission process, but this is very efficient process. And another approach is you can extract, before going down over, you can extract that hot electron, and you can extract, and you can theoretically you can achieve 61% if you have a suitable acceptor. That's why people are talking about heterostructure material. Why? Because they want to extract. I'll give a couple of examples. And our interest is to understand the hot carrier dynamics and how to remove it. This is the general semiconducting thing. When you exactly in band gap, you say electron goes from here to there, they will become. It's a very simple logic in case of semiconducting chemistry or physics. But problem is that if you excite in higher wavelength above the band gap, that electron goes from here to there, then they are in the thermalization process, then goes up, then relaxation, then you come in. This is in nanosecond time scale, this is in picosecond, in picosecond time scale, this is in picosecond time scale. So in different time scale, in different region, in different things you can understand. Now the question is this I have already talked. If you excite here to here, they will recombine just exactly on the band gap. There is a recombination process mostly, but still you cannot get the quantum in one because there is not a lot of non-reactive process because of the crafted, because of the ligand, because a lot of things. I will not go into the detail. That's why always you try to avoid or try to reduce the non-reactive process so that it's a combination of radiative and non-radiative, so the radiative process you can enhance, so the quantum can be enhanced. But in case of complex system, what happens? That electron goes from here to higher state, this is hot electron. That before coming down over here, if you can extract that hot electron by your suitable acceptor, this is in femtosecond time scale. Otherwise, if you don't have, this electron relax to here due to the phonon vibration. Mainly the yellow phonon vibration, not LA, because low temperature LA better. So that hot carrier you can extract by the suitable acceptor. This is, otherwise you can relax over here, you can extract that electron. This is the first electron process, and this is, then otherwise it will recombine. So all these transitions we try to understand in our knowledge with different nanomaterials to try to understand how it happens. What is the time scale, what is that, all these things. So last 2 years we have published on 2D semiconducting nanoplate, different kind of work we have published to understand the relaxation process, hot carrier dynamics, and application of the 2D material, 2D cadmium selenide for photodetector application. First time we have shown that it can be used for the photodetector. Now why we are interested in 2D semiconducting nanoplate? Because in semiconducting, if you see the band diagram, there is a valency band and conduction band. This is the valency and conduction band. But when it is a 2D structure, then quantum confinement only in one direction. Then what happens? That band diagram will change. There is a light hole and heavy hole due to the effective mass of the heavy hole and electron very close. So when you excite that electron comes to over here or there. So there are different kind of recombination process with the light hole and heavy hole. So that is a very interesting, and it depends on the number of layers how you control. That is another important thing. And so the total interaction is different. So why we are interested in another optical property, because in quantum there is a lot of heterogeneity is there because of the size, because of defect. But in case of 2D structure, very narrow emission band and very heavy oscillator strength. And that is very good for lasing action for LED application. Because exciton binding is very high, that means it is very difficult to dissociate electron and hole. That's why this material is very good for LED application. And this is the band diagram, we don't need to. So these are the few advantages. Now the question is that if you change the layer, number of layers, you can tune the color from blue to red. And this is the light hole and heavy hole, this is the absorption spectrum, and very narrow emission band below 20 nanometer. So always very homogeneously distributed, very tight binding and exciton binding energy. Now our interest is that whether we can tune the color by changing the number of layer or core cell structure. This is one example. You can tune the emission color from blue to a green to red, deep red by core cell structure, and that lifetime you can easily 1.1 nanosecond to 30 nanosecond. Our interest is different. If we change the number of layers, so whether we can control the hot carrier relaxation process or not, because if we want to use this material for optoelectronics application or not, whether it is really possible or not. Now by using the ultrafast spectroscopy, we try to understand with different kind of layers. So PG means hot carrier relaxation process. You can control from 500 or 0.5 picosecond to 0.9 picosecond. That means the hot carrier relaxation process you can change by number of layers. On the other hand, the bleaching kinetics, you can see there is a lot of change from 20 to 150 picosecond. That bleaching level, that means recovery, that electron hole recombination process. You can tune. It becomes slower when the cell growth increases. Based on this, if you think what kind of application you want to do, because any material, in the literature you want to use for photovoltaic solar cell, no, this is not the right thing. Because you have to understand what is the basic phenomena in your material is going. Then based on this you can choose, you can design that your material, what you want to use. This is what photodetector application. First time we have shown that this can be, though it is very difficult to separate the electron and hole, but core cell structure we have seen that very nice photodetector of 10 to the 13 joules, because in silicon wafer people are using that is 10 to the 14 joules or something. But first time we have shown that 10 to the 14. Though I have not devised that, but in our lab we have tried to, as a proof of concept, this material can be used as a photodetector. Now I will come to the lead peroxide system, which is well known. I will not define because you can change the color by the composition, by the size, quantum is very high. There is a defect tolerance system. But our interest is different, not to just keep with the cesium lead bromide or different kind of peroxide system. We try to understand how the hot electron carrier we can control by using different kind of approach or strategies. So these are the current papers, last 2 years papers from our group, from peroxide system. But the question is the strategy, how do you control the hot carrier relaxation? That's a lot of literature because the literature value. You can control from 310 to 510 by changing the halide, by changing the anion, you can control by quantum confinement, by doping. There are a lot of papers, few papers have come up. They are changing the SI, you can control the hot carrier relaxation from 300 femtosecond to 10 femtosecond, 400 femtosecond to 70 femtosecond. Our approach is that, so if we can make a heterostructure cesium lead bromide and lead bromide. Another interesting thing that if you look at the literature, people are interested in the paper or quantum, this kind of application, they always use sun luminescence value actually 10 to the 17 centimeter cube, but people are importing 10 to the power 18, 10 to the power 19. This is another problem for practical application. We try to use this material by using the 10 to the 17 centimeter cube luminescence value charge carrier density. So this is the lead, cesium lead bromide, this is the heterostructure. So we have calculated that because we talked about when it is a hot carrier relaxation takes place, there is always a phonon vibration come up. There are two kinds of phonon vibration, one is LA, one is LO. LO is always low temperature, LA is normal temperature. So now the phonon vibration, how it changes, that we have calculated, and we have seen in presence for lead selenide, this is 1.15 picosecond, it will change. And by using all these equations, we have some much lower lifetime of LO phonon. We can change from 70 femtosecond to 1.4 picosecond, and that hot carrier temperature you can control. So by using, now try to understand what kind of phonon vibration is there. So by electron phonon coupling and first principle calculation, we try to understand that LO phonon and LA phonon, there is a huge gap. That's why it can convert to LA to 2LO, and that follows the cleavage because of the delocalization in the interface of the heterostructure material. So another example is not dope, cesium lead bromide. Again, we have seen there is a huge change of the hot carrier relaxation from 560 to 410 femtosecond. You can control the hot carrier relaxation. By global target analysis, we try to understand what is the relaxation process, and hot carrier cooling decreases from 560 to 410. due to the incorporation. And again, this is again we control the phonon vibration, yellow phonon mode, and that all detailed calculation we try to understand how it happened, why the phonon vibration, why that hot carrier relaxation changes by just putting one dopamine. That the thing. The theoretical backup is very important. And again, all the carrier cooling dynamics, all this I will not go all these details because all the calculation we have done to understand how the electron phonon carrier interaction influence the hot carrier relaxation process. And again, phonon density we have calculated. There is a soft mode. We have seen that in case of Bismarck zone, that is in 70 to 30 centimeter frequency, that will actually influence that change of the hot carrier relaxation process. This is another example by putting different kind of spacer molecule, with the chain length of the spacer, whether we can control the confinement of the dielectric constant, and that will influence your carrier relaxation dynamics, and different kind of chain length we have used. And we have calculated the phonon vibration, also binding energy, Exciton binding energy. If we put different kind of spacer, what kind of binding energy is there. So that we have calculated. And also the dielectric constant. And these two parameters are very important for the relaxation process, hot carrier relaxation, any kind of relaxation process. Mainly the phonon vibration is taking place. So carrier cooling process, phonon upconversion process, electron phonon scattering, how that will influence with different kind of spacer molecule, that we have seen that electron phonon interaction that leads to the first carrier relaxation process. So that's why you have to choose that what kind of spacer molecule you are going to use for your system. This is another because the people are using ligand, and ligand has a huge influence for stabilizing the molecule at the same time the phonon vibration. And we have calculated all the phonon vibration, and that we have seen that how the phonon vibration can influence your relaxation process. The next one is the only 5 or 7 minutes I take. So how much time I have?
10 minutes.
15 minutes here. You can talk in 15 minutes at least.
15 minutes? Okay. I thought I was very active. Now in case of pi conjugated polymer, this is another topic we are working last 5-7 years. Because here all people are polymer people, so most of the organic people. So here our interest if we can make a polymer nanoparticle instead of extended chain polymer. Because in polymer, conjugated polymer especially, because a lot of pi conjugation is there. So advantage is there if the epsilon value is very high, because a lot of people want to excite, but a lot of pi conjugation, a lot of people can absorb in one single molecule. So very large addition to excessive coefficient. Because all light harvesting system, it is two important, one important parameter is molar expression coefficient. And that's why chlorophene molecules people are using for photosynthesis possible because of that parameter. You cannot prepare such kind of molecule. Somebody is working for you cannot use that chlorophene molecule because of that parameter, and a lot of people cannot. So in polymer there is we have done by tuning polymer size, putting the dye inside the polymer, you can tune the dye. But the interesting thing we try to understand, because of a lot of confusion that is taken in science, because it can be due to the folding of the polymer, it can have an interchain transfer or interchain transfer. But very difficult to understand whether interchain molecular interaction or energy transfer is a molecular energy transfer. And we try to understand if we make a nanoparticle, it's a coil form. So that pi-pi conjugation interaction by the intermolecular interaction, that energy transfer can take place different. And that's why the new few physical property come out. So because large number of protein can capture in this, so that can be used for the biological purpose, for imaging purpose, because you don't need to degrade, because in case of dimolecule single proton, mostly you are using the UV visible or visible range and that will die degraded most of the time, and that is the important problem issue in the bioimaging purpose. That's why people try to understand or design some new material for bioimaging purpose, either through photon spectroscopy, so that we can use the higher wavelength, low energy, so that the cell cannot be degraded or any kind of interaction over there, or polymer nanoparticle is the best good thing conjugated system. So in this field we are recently, last 2 years we are working mainly photophysical stuff, how that will form and what kind of relaxation process going on when it is a conjugated or aggregated structure, because aggregated molecule is very popular because of the AI or other stuff, right? So we try to understand different kind of relaxation process. This is not simply follow the geometry diagram. This is not like that. So this is the one example I am giving. This is the extended form in polymer when THF solution or something, luminescent molecule. So the conformational subunits, a lot of subunits are there. So when you excite by the light, that electron usually go from here to there to the neighboring unit. And this is the interaction energy transfer. But when it is a collapse state, it is either self-assembled structure or polymer nanoparticle formation, then there is always the interaction energy transfer process due to the collapse state. By a long few years back, by using the ultra-fast anisotropic study, we have seen that in extended form and this collapse state, and we have seen that the very fast 150 femtosecond time scale is due to the fast depolarization process takes place, and that indicates that interaction energy transfer takes place, because this is the pure polymer. Then when you put the water, there is a collapse state, there is a theory of energy transfer takes place, and we confirm from the anisotropic study. Now the question is that what kind of relaxation process is, whether that Jablonski diagram follows or not. Because in pure polymer, PTHT, just as for example, you have a S0 state, S1 state, and Sn state. Sn state, it can be S2, S4, anything. And we measure by using the time digital ultrafast transient spectroscopy. And by single wavelength excitation, you cannot understand. That's why we use global and target analysis with different wavelength analysis. By global and target analysis, we have given a diagram. And here we have seen in PTHT polymer that S1 state is 480 picosecond lifetime. Right? It's very simple. S0, S1, and Sn state. And it can go to the T1 state that is there. So, but when it is a polymer nanoparticle, aggregated polymer 80 nanometer in size, then there is a new state, Cl state come up. Because intermolecular interaction, when it collapse state, then there is a collection, that collective delocalization state occurs. And in that case, S1 state 480 picosecond goes down to 2.8 picosecond. And there is a new state come up because of the intramolecular interaction, that is 384 picosecond. Now the question is that, in case of energy transfer process with polymer with dye, people prefer that energy transfer here to there, right? But if it is a polymer nanoparticle, then you cannot say that energy transfer only going from here to there. It may go from here to there. We have proved in different systems. In some cases, electron transfer takes place here to there, electron transfer here to there. That's why always there is not only energy transfer, there is some contribution of transfer there. Because most of the time people use 80% or 60%, but energy transfer, if you calculate, then you will get 100%. So there is a lot of things are there, a lot of things to understand. So last one. This is the metal cluster we are working last 3-4 years. So different kind of metal cluster is like a molecular system. You have a volume gap. So you can choose by the number of atoms, how many atoms it can be produced, and the number of atoms like a molecular system. So we are interested on different kind of alloy structure for EI, for energy transfer, for indicated emission obviously, and ultra-fast cooling, what is the relaxation process, including what kind of relaxation process in case of cluster, and obviously hydrogen we are also working on, but I will not discuss. These are the couple of papers last 2 years. So one example I am giving that we have made one cluster that is silver 24 number pattern. And we put one metal and just replace one metal, either silver, either gold or palladium or platinum. Then we want to see what kind of decay process, what is the relaxation process going on. Interesting thing is that when you put different kind of one single atom dopant, that emission property changes. There is NIR emission and also visible emission, NIR and visible NIR. This different kind of emission property come up. This is also in the literature. But what is the reason? What is the relaxation process? Nobody understand or cannot give the proper reason for this. Now, from the time result spectroscopy, mainly the ultra-fast spectroscopy, we try to understand what kind of relaxation process. If there is no dopant, only the silver cluster of 24 atoms, then by using the ultra-fast and global target analysis, we try to understand the relaxation process. So S1 state, SN state and SN state means S1 state. And we have seen there is a state, this is 546 picosecond is there. But when we put one gold atom inside the silver cluster, it will change to 714 picosecond. Again, in palladium and platinum, there is a huge change. So different kind of relaxation process is there because of the electronegativity of the and number because apart from the homonomo, energy gap and electron affinity of the center and rigidity, because in case of cluster there is lot of motive state is there because of the ligand, how that will feel, and that will actually control your electronic relaxation process and activation also. This is one by single atom replacement, you can understand what kind of dynamics is there. This is the last one that if we change the core atom is 32, that is fixed. If we change the number, this is the single crystal. This is silver 44 number of silver 44 number of silver atom. But we have changed the ligand by different kind of ligand. So thiophenol, 4-thiophenol, because different kind of electronegativity is there. We try to understand that if you change the electronegativity in the outside of the motif, whether that can control the core emission, because there is two emission. One is due to the core from the S1 to 0, and other is for the cell, that is due to the ligand. So here very interesting result is there because we have seen lot of changes of decay dynamics. But what is the reason? Reason is very simple because the different ligand has different kind of phonon energies there. In PP is 23, in case of CTP is 47. That phonon vibration, that's why very important, those who are working on material science, especially working on different kind of ligand and working also in luminescence material. So that part is very important, what kind of ligand you are going to use, because that phonon vibration is very important. And that phonon vibration actually controls whole relaxation, quantum, everything that will control. So electron phonon interaction, that's all these details. The relaxation dynamics are different because of, though they have a same kind of force, but different kind of ligands is there. So internal conversion, that is different, relaxation to the ground state that is there. So surface state that will control from 900 to 1000 picosecond. So with this we have given a model, is a recent model, how it will form. This is the surface state and this will vary actually. So that can be controlled by whole relaxation process by choosing your different kind of ligands. So we have given all the details what is there. So anyway, thank you very much, and these are my students. Still a couple of these 4 students are now in INXT, all are from IC. Though I am a director, but I am lucky to, because today I came here only as a professor. So I want to establish that being a director I can publish in camera paper. So otherwise there is no value, right? So because this is that important. Thank you very much. If you have any
Thank you, Professor Patra, for very illuminating talk. The lecture is open for a couple of questions.
If you are interested in optoelectronics or especially solar cell or photovoltaic cell, then perovskite material is good. If you are interested for biological application, cluster is good. Cluster material is good for example. You have used for therapeutic application by using the cluster. Because number of atoms is very low. But I am not trying to, but this material is very good to have a very profitable and also contributing to the is good. And 2D nanoplanar, because polyethylene sulfide or graphene oxide, we are using for different applications or device applications. But 2D cadmium cement is very good for photodetector. First time we have shown that because people are giving couple of examples on LED applications, but photodetector also we can, because photodetector only people are using silicon wafer, right? And this is the only option on this system. That's why this is the new approach we can do. And value is very high, detectivity value is very high. So that could be used for different material has different, but overall, my interest is to different material we put and try to understand same photophysical problem. This is my interest.
Thank you. Any other question, please?
Yeah, I have. So this is a wonderful talk here. Actually, I just wanted to know, can you control the generation of phonons? And because, or it can have different kinds of combination as well, because it creates like a photon. That's what I understand.
No. Yeah.
So I just want to know, can it be controlled?
Well, that is a very nice question, because in some material, as for example, if you want to prepare a perovskite, then you have to use particular few kind of ligands. But in perovskite, you can control photon vibration by putting different, by heterostructure, by putting dopant, by changing the ligands, that can be done. In cluster, we have so far we have studied two. One is without changing the core, only the ligand, or changing the core, fix the ligand. Because lot of parameters, you have to know which parameter you have to control. In case of 2D structure, because in that we are very particular about the ligand, because any ligand cannot produce 2D structure, it will form the quantum dot. So very preciously you have to maintain layer structure. So sometimes we cannot do anything.
The reproducible?
Yeah, that is reproducible. And very stable. Very stable. Very stable. Because we have already done a couple of papers on nonlinear application, because cross section is very high. But my interest is for lasing action also, but I don't have that kind of setup. So different material has different kind of, but polymer nanoparticle again, sometimes you have to use for nanoparticle when you make the collapse state, there is a lot of defect structure. That's why you have to put, because all the negative charge, if you go for DLs. then that's why sometimes you put sometimes positive triggers. And that kills your optical property of itself of the polymer substance. You have to compromise.
So maybe we can continue with more discussion during the tea time. So let us, please join me, in thanking Mr. Topper for the excellent talk. And we have a token of appreciation for the presence here. Please come here.
Something interesting for student as well. So now is the time for the tea. I would like to request all our guests and who is sitting here to join the tea. Please waiting outside. Please join us, and we will be resuming the session sharp 11:20. Please be back here. बच्चों का तो रह गया ये बच्चों का नहीं दे नहीं पता एक पैन
टी ब्रेक नीचे ला जाओ ओके सर कल लाइव चलो आगे चलो जी लेक्चर शुरू करिए
Division of CDR now. He is working on various molecules for alleviating our problems, alleviating our diseases. He has already transferred 4 molecules to industry, and one of the molecules is in phase 1 trial for the repair of fracture. In India, we are having a high incidence of osteoporosis, and he is working on that area to alleviate the problems of our aging people. Professor Atul did his bachelor's, master's and PhD from Lucknow University and has been well decorated by various awards and fellowships. I now request Professor Atul to kindly introduce the first speaker for this session.
The first speaker is Professor Yun from Department of Chemistry and Nanoscience, Iowa Women's University. Professor Yun received his PhD from Ohio State University with the advisor Professor Anthony Prime. And after that, he moved for a postdoctoral research at University of California, Los Angeles, with Professor Donald Graham, and at Scripps Research Institute with the advisor Professor D. Nanga. He joined the faculty as senior university in 1998. In 2002, he moved to Iowa Women's University, where he is currently professor in the Department of Chemistry and Neuroscience. He is a member of Korean Academy of Sciences and Technology, fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, and currently distinguished professor of Iowa. He is serving as an associate editor of Coordination Chemical Reviews and Smart Molecules, as an executive editor of Dyes and Pigments. So he has also serving as an advisory editorial board to a number of prestigious journals of ACS, like ACS Applied and Material Interfaces, ACS Sensors and Actuators, and so on and so forth. His research interest includes investigation of fluorescent probes, molecular recognition, activable photosensitizers, new organic functional materials. He has a track of a good number of publications, of more than 465 publications with that index of 125. So he has a recipient of several prestigious awards called Shim Sang-chul Award for Organic Division of Korean Chemical Society, Monthly Best Scientist Award by Ministry of Science and Technology of Korea, Knowledge Creation Grant Prize by Ministry of Science and Technology of Korea in 2012, and there are several other prestigious awards that he has to his credit. He was listed as a highly cited researcher of chemistry from 2014 to 2022. Today he will be delivering a lecture on recent progress of fluorescent imaging probes and phototherapy. Professor Young, please.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction, and it's really my honor to see the talk. Thank you so much for your presentation for the committee, especially Professor Benjana. I'll start. The title is Recent Progress of Fluorescence Imaging Probes and Phototherapy. As you see in this slide, fluorescence and also PDT and PTT is related to this image diagram. So I will talk about fluorescence imaging probe in the first part, and the PDT. Already?
Tell them to share the screen.
Screen is shared, but your presentation is not on the slideshow mode.
Well, I just... Still no? F5? F5 or combination is... Is it working? No?
Unshare the presentation, share the whole screen.
Still no?
Yes, sir. Your presentation is but it's not on the slideshow.
In your computer, it's slide mode. So can I just go ahead with the PPT?
It's okay. It's okay.
The PPT mode. So can you see the slide? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. The slides are visible.
Okay. Then I'll just go ahead with this mode. Okay, so sorry for that. So right now you are okay to see this slide, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The first target is HCL. So we focused this target for last more than 10 years or so. So this is first. Okay, this is fluorescent derivative which contains folate and diolactone unit, and HCl can convert this to unlock this to duolac, and resulting in the formation of this fluorescent selectively. And also 2015 we synthesized this inauguration, and this compound also was selected for the HCl 2-photon probe. As a 2-photon probe. And 2018, this pilot imidazole, and then precisely for grading was also adopted to sense HCl. So this charge neutral compound showed mainly Exciton formation, and then after reaction with HCl, due to the charge diffusion, we could observe that maybe numeric emission in this case. I'll talk about one old example, and actually the first example from our group. So this is R19S, which was commercialized by the FutureChem. And this vitamin derivative also can react with HCl and convert it to the R19. And selectivity for the HCl was quite nice among various ROS and RNS. And compared to the ATF and the HR, which are commercially available from Winter crop in nitrogen, and the main difference is that relative acidic pH, R19S shows quite intense fluorescence emission in this case. As you know, lysosome pH is 5.5. This is a picture of the fly guts. So bacterial extract was orally introduced, and you can see the introduction, the production of HCl by using our probe in this case. We also apply this to the mouse infection model. So HCl production by neutrophil is known to be dependent on the NOX2 enzyme. So GLP tagged the bacteria was introduced, and you can see fluorescence emission from R19S. On the other hand, in the case of NOX2 knockdown system, you cannot see the fluorescence. And also NTO is an enzyme which is related to produce HCl from H2O2 and Cl minus. And NPO deficient one again cannot produce HCl in this case, which can be deblocked by using R19S in this case. So last maybe 5 or 6 years, our target was pretty much enzymes, since enzymes are main biomarkers for most diseases. So the first example for this is about the EE selective fluorescence probe. Carboxylates activity and DCHC and ACHC are usually the fluorescence probe shows the potential neutral interference. Because the Esteban was mainly used for many years. However, the Iclmfa actually starts the rituals for that. And the commercial inhibitor of DCHC and ACHC, both of them, contains carbamate molecule. And also this CPP11, which is the precursor of anti-cancer drug of SN38, also contains this carbamate unit. So we decided to use this carbamate to replace this acetylene. Firstly, it synthesized a series of viscosity derivatives that you see here. And then among this series, P3 was the best case. Probably the steric problem and the moderate electron withdrawing group effect have been the reasons for that. So from this experience, he synthesized ECM-CRCE as a fiber compound for this CE selective crop. This compound also contains carbamate unit, and as you see here, selectivity for CE over BCHC and ECHC is quite nice. And the photostability for this DCM-CRCE was also very nice. So after reaction with enzyme, this pore can show AIE emission in this case. So in collaboration with Pioneer's Youth and Hainan Medical School, we could use this compound to visualize the conditions that orthotopic liver cancer mouse model, which was treated by the entire liver cancer drug. So you can see the fluorescence decrease in this case, so which means this anti-cancer drug is working. In addition to that, he could show this using this probe, the CE distribution in the deep hepatoma tissue. The 3D fluorescence molecular tomography imaging was possible to use this probe in this case. So in this work, we showed the carbamate unit showed high selectivity for the hepatocellular carcinoma related to biomarker CE with elimination of treatment. And the next example is again related to the AIE probe. Iclmfa, now in Luminescent technology, he synthesized this DQM-ALT. This is for alkaline phosphatase, ALT. And this compound contains hydrophobic QM core and the phosphate group as reaction recognition or reaction unit for the ALT. So this compound is hydrophilic, amphiphilic compound. So the idea is this amphiphilic compound, when it forms a self-assembled structure, still this one is weakly fluorescent or almost non-fluorescent. And after the reaction with the ALT, then we could observe this AIE, strong AIE emission. So which can solve one of the problems of the always cutting on AIE emission problem. So this compound showed about 100 nanometer nano size, and ALT selectivity was quite good. And also collaboration with Exciton lab in Departmental technology. You can clearly see the different process emissions between hepatid 2 tumor and normal liver, and also HeLa tumor and normal liver. So this compound was sprayed out during the surgery, as you see in the slide, and then this tumor can be successfully removed. So this can be the nice example of fluorescence imaging guided surgery. And more recent work I will also synthesize this ZS derivative. This compound is viscosity sensitive one, since this location can be blocked or committed. And at the same time, this contains this ER targeting oil. So this is ER targeted, viscosity also sensitive, MI dye. And we actually applied and used this for the dialysis of the non-alcoholic fatty liver acquisition. And furthermore, this compound can do the PDP, and we are activating pyroxis pathway. So this compound contains the ER targeting group. It can be pretty much located with the ER. And ER has been demonstrated fluorescence turn on after it is located at the ER because it is viscosity sensitive. And then this ER that then allows the diagnosis of non-alcoholic fatty acid liver disease, so-called NAFLD, by liver imaging based on this high ER stress. Also, this compound was mainly type 1 photosynthesizer, which can produce superoxide radical anion or hydroxyl radical by light radiation. So this PDT was quite effective under hypoxic conditions, and also it could activate the unique pyroxis pathway. So demonstrating excellent anti-tumor capacity in tumor products. So this is just a typical experiment for viscosity. And you can clearly see the difference between the normal and NAFLD. So strong fluorescence was especially observed for the NAFLD1 and 3. And also, calcium in the cell is primarily stored in the ER, as we know. And that then ER that then precisely target ER, so numerous outlets generated by the light, and it can fully damage the ER and can release the calcium ion, so we can detect this, but to also support the pyroxis pathway in this case. So that was about imaging and image-related work. And the second part is about PDT. And for the first few examples, couple of examples, we utilized this psilocybin. Quite a number of years ago, Xing-Shu Li, who is in Fuzhou University, he synthesized this psilocybin derivative, which contains biokinetic. This single organic compound can be self-assembled, in which fluorescence and ROS is off-state. Then, when it meets proteins such as amidin, since it contains biokinetic, then partial deassembly can occur. Then we can see the fluorescence and ROS on. Still, this stage, we could observe moderate temperature enhancement. So PTT was also possible, and also we could do the photoacoustic imaging. So we call this as a 1-for-all nanomaterial. So one single organic compound can do PDT, fluorescence imaging, and also PTT and photoacoustic imaging in this case. So as I mentioned, when amidin was added, we could see the fluorescence enhancement. At the same time, the ROS integration is turned on. And this is a TL image of this nanoparticle. So when amidin was added, you can clearly see the partial deassembly of this nanoparticle. Via ETL effect, this nanoparticle was successfully delivered to the tumor, as you see here. And also, A549 is a biotin receptor positive cancer cell. On the other hand, this cell is biotin receptor negative cancer cell. Also, you can see clearly the difference between these two cancer cells. Then, a couple of years later, we synthesized another psilocybin derivative. In this case, this compound can make a smaller nanoparticle with a hole inside. Interestingly, this one was in situ trapped by the albumin here RB injection. And then this albumin complex can be delivered to the tumor and we can do the editing. So the size of this nanoparticle was about 50 nanometers, and even in PDS. And after a certain period of time, it forms a quite stable nanoparticle over a week or so. And again, fluorescence is almost completely quenched. And compared to the ICG, the photostability of this nano-PDS was quite good. When DXOA was added, then fluorescence is coming on. And also ROS generation is also on. And interestingly, when we add DXA, the size of this nanoparticle was reduced to about 6 nanometers, which corresponds to the size of the albumin. Professor Sun Choi group did the theoretical calculation to show this flat psilocybin zinc ring can be nicely fitted to this heme site and interaction with Y161 residue and also circulate group of this psilocybin also forms interaction with the K519. Then how can we support this in situ tracking by albumin? So Professor Gitek-nam at Delta Medical School, they prepared this genetically engineered mice, so which can generate this YFP labeled albumin. Then we can use this YFP labeled albumin and our psilocybin, so to check the tissue of the tumor, so fluorescence of the YFP and also fluorescence of the PLC, the PCS, so this in situ trapping of the albumin by IV injection in this case. So also we could do the check the tumor inhibition experiment using light radiation in this case. So we could successfully demonstrate that this OLED compound can be deassembled in situ and trapped by the albumin. And delivery to the tumor was both passive and active targeting. So glycoprotein 60 is also one of the reasons for this active targeting. Next topic is about heavy atom-free photosensitizers. The common molecular strategy to design the photosensitizer is to incorporate heavy atoms to the photosensitizer to enhance the IFP. However, it can cause the dark toxicity problems and high cost of the heavy metals, etc. So there are several solutions or ways to design and synthesize heavy atom-free photosensitizers. One approach can be ionization carbonator. So thiobases have received much attention in anti-cancer drugs and also being developed for the clinical application. But drawback of this thiobase is especially it requires high concentration and UVA light sources, etc. So the replacement of simple oxygen with sulfur in carbonic group could be the one solution for that. So in this case, sulfur atoms can be considered as heavier than this strong spin-over coupling effect that adopts. So about 5 years ago, we reported first example of our group in DAC. In this case, relatively simple naphtha-diamine compound, we introduced strong reluctant donating group and simply replacing oxygen with sulfur. So introduction of this strong electron donating group pushes redshift, and also fluorescence is completely expansion when we replace the sulfur with oxygen. So this compound shows nearly unity singlet oxygen quantum in an organic solvent, and spin orbital coupling constant was significantly increased, and also singlet triplet energy gap was decreased by replacing oxygen by sulfur in this case. So this compound was also checked with the cancer cell, and there are three main advantages for this many-yes. First is replacing with the sulfur. We could actually increase the RS generation. And at the same time, this many-yes works mainly type 1 mechanism. So it works okay, quite okay in the high Fox conditions, as you see in this slide. And also, this compound RS generation was suppressed under physiological conditions due to degradation, but it was significantly recovered in the cancer cell. So these three advantages of many-yes was nowadays applied with the exosome and other carriers right now. 2 years ago, we also synthesized this molecular switch, and which was coupled with copper derivative as a photosensitizer in this case. So this is a protein activatable diarylan monomer as a small trigger of this basic control of reversible generation of simple oxygen. So this aggregated state fetched the photochromism, and the albumin addition was turning on this photo switch, and we can actually control this photo switching, controlling the photo switching to generate ROS in this case. So these two compounds were connected with this HSA, in this case K. So this was, we could control the single oxygen release. Also, this serves as an active theranostic agent for activating the PDT in this case. So in this work, we not only demonstrated this is activatable PDT, and also this shows quite effective photoimmunogenic immunotherapy. When only this nanoparticle combined with anti-PD-L1, under these conditions only, the mouse survived for more than 45 days. So we clearly showed this PDT can actually activate and support actually this immunotherapy. So this synergetic effect and combination can be very promising nowadays in this case. Okay, then another target can be another target for the PDT or PPT heat and with the bacterial infection treatment. So I will show one example. This is reactivity difference enable ROS for selective ablation of the bacteria. So we all know very well the membrane of the gram-negative bacteria is more complicated than the positive bacteria. So if the photosensitizer can generate cigarette oxygen basically, due to the toxicity of cigarette oxygen, it can kill or destroy the bacteria. But if the photosensitizer, type 1 photosensitizer, which can mainly generate the superoxide radical anion, with the moderate reactivity, it is difficult to directly destroy the bacteria if it is outer membrane. Because the conversion of the superoxide radical anion to a most highly toxic hydroxy radical only occurs inside of the bacteria. So based on that, we could propose this ROS difference in reactivity can be used to kill selectively gram-positive bacteria in this case. So for this work, Xiao Pang Wu again synthesized two compounds, NBSN and the NBSCN. So, which contains quaternary ammonium unit, which can find the membrane of this bacteria. And NBSN is known to produce the superoxide radical anion, which is a type 1 photosensitizer. On the other hand, NBSCN has a higher generation of singular oxygen, which shows no selectivity towards bacteria. So, as I mentioned, this NBSN shows selectivity towards S-RNAs. On the other hand, NBSN and NBSCN was effective both S-RNAs and E. coli in this case. So NBSN solution was further applied to the mouse, which has S-RNAs infected wounds. So after solution was introduced, then LED light irradiation, and as you see here, this wound was successfully cured in this case. Okay, so that is I give thanks to former group members and also present group members and many collaborators in Korea and also other countries. And this is a picture of our university, the front gate, quite years ago. So also this was last year, I think, our group member. So I didn't have a chance to talk with these guys. This is Xiao Pang. And Xiao also got a job in Shenzhen University. These two couple actually married. Jing Jinghu came to our university as a business scholar, and she met Xiao, and actually they married last year. That's pretty happy news from our work. Okay, thank you so much for your kind attention and kind invitation. Thank you.
I think we all agree that he has done a remarkable job in developing several fluorescent dyes, particularly for starting from fluoride sensors to photodynamic therapy and wide application in liver cell imaging. So thank you very much, Professor Ho, for taking your precious time to deliver this lecture at this conference. And the session is open for one or two quick questions.
regarding the photothermal therapy. So, like how much minimum rising temperature is sufficient to kill the normal cells or cancer cell for having an antimicrobial efficacy? Minimum rising temperature.
It's not easy actually to hear clearly. Sorry.
My question is regarding the photothermal therapy. So, how much minimum rise in temperature is sufficient to kill the cancerous cell, normal cell, or having the efficacy for antimicrobial?
Excuse me, minimum rise in temperature to kill cancer cell.
For the heat. Minimum. Well, in our case, the temperature went up, I think up to 50 or so. So, I have maybe one case. Well, in this slide, I don't have it, but I think usually this nanoparticle formation, when they partially assembled, we could see still temperature, moderate temperature enhancement. So which was, it's a little bit different between like an average 50 degrees and above. So I think that should be enough, but I'm not quite sure what's actually the minimum temperature which can kill the cancer cell and normal cell is okay. So I'll check that too. Thank you.
One more question also I have. My another question is that for NIR2MSU compound, there is non-radiative decay. That is prominent non-radiative decay. But that all the non-radiative decay will lead to the heat generation, or there is some other type of non-radiative decay?
Sorry, just one more time.
Non-radiative decay lead to the heat generation or not? Non-radiative decay in IR emissive sample.
Oh, non-radiative decay.
Will lead to heat generation? Heat generation.
I'm not quite sure I understand that your question clearly, but there are always non-radiative decay. So we try to reduce actually that portion so to enhance the PDP or PDP, I guess. So
yeah, different topic.
Any more questions? So if there are no more questions, let's thank Professor Hoon for such a wonderful talk. Thank you. So I would request Professor Sukhpreet Singh to introduce the second speaker, please.
Thank you. Thank you, President. The second speaker for this current session is Professor Jong Seung Kim. Professor Jong Seung Kim is professor at the Department of Chemistry, Korea University, Seoul. He completed his bachelor's from Gongyu National University of Korea, master's from Chungnam National University, Korea, and he did his PhD from Texas Technical University. After completing his PhD, Dr. Kim did his postdoctoral from University of Boston. Then he joined as a professor at Konyang University, Nonsan, Korea. He continued as a professor at Dongguk University, Seoul for a few years and presently is professor at Korea University, Seoul. Professor Kim is a member of Korean Chemical Society since 1987, American Chemical Society since 1993, a member of Korea Academy of Science and Technology since 2014, and fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry 2016. Professor Kim will be speaking on the topic of molecular engineering for small molecule delivery. Professor Kim.
Hello?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. You can start, please.
Yeah, Can you see?
Yes, so your presentation is clear. Can you please turn on your slideshow mode?
I did.
Same problem. Sir, at the bottom of your desktop screen, on the right side, there is an icon, rectangular icon with a triangle in it. Please click on that. Yes, sir.
स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं कर रहे, स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं कर रहे ना, पूरी स्क्रीन
You can ask me?
Yeah, please start.
May I start?
Yes, sir. Please start with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's my great honor to give a talk in the recent work that today I just wanted to say about molecular products engineering for the fission delivery. So as you remember, this is supposed to have taken with Professor Ji Young-yoon, who gave a talk just previously, and then Manoj Kumar is a long time my friend. And then you were also taken, as I remember, 2009, which was 2015. And then this was taken together, John Sesson, my friend, and then William Chu in China.
Excuse me, Professor Kim, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Your slides are not moving. So,
Slides not moving?
Yeah. So every time you have to click from the sidebar. Yes, like this.
Just a second. So, can I do this way?
This way is
I
fine.
think there's a problem with just the presentation mode.
Yes, there is a problem with the presentation mode. Actually,
Yeah,
you should...
yeah. So can I go ahead, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, so this one is just a second photo the last year been with here is 60th anniversary of the Professor Kamal Singh. It was a very wonderful time. Thanks again, and great invitation to me. And then also that we have a second photo together with Professor Singh and his wife. And we had a very great memory with the Tulpa, one of the Tulpa ice cream after big dinner. I was very, very happy with Kamal Singh for his 60 years anniversary. And then, as I said before, when I give a talk, I should have said it's kind of very important that here the 2014 Professor Kamal Singh visited Korea University. The moment he is very eminent, the PhD student was now he became a Professor Amit Sharma, and then Rajesh Kumar, he got the PhD from the Professor Manoj Kumar, long time ago. And both they are very wonderful postdoc students in my lab, and I want to appreciate Dr. Kamal Singh and Manoj Kumar is sending me the very promising postdoc to me, and then actually they may have many checks and university from my lab. One of my friend is Tang Lee, in big collaboration with the community in Japan. And then I can say that this the picture that historically my lab and postdoctoral colleague from India, total I think is more than 10 people doing my lab as postdoc. From 1912, Santa Unia, 2011, Queen Kadahan, 2011, second Mighty, he got the PhD from the Bandarabang. Rajesh Kumar, he got the PhD from the Manoj Kumar. Hardeep Singh, as I remember, he got the PhD under Bandarabang. Ami Sharma from the Professor Kamal Singh, and Hardeep Singh Ganjali, Nancy, and Snehasi Denman. Those two people as a postdoc in my lab in Harvard. They're working very hard and very productive. Actually, this is our strategy that the fluorescent reaction needs to further conjugate the targeted characteristics. So as you see here, suppose this the cancer cell, then suppose there is like a cancer marker, biomarker, like this, and then we have to design a compound with the third agent with the fluorescence imaging that can show the first imaging as well as drug delivery, very selectively to any target for the disease. So there are a number of fluorescence molecules, naphthalene, coumarin, barbitine, whatever, and the drug absorption campus, paclitaxel, xanthine, minitin, you can attach as many drugs as possible. And folate the biotic galactic, which is like the cancer targeting, which means that those are the enzymes overexpressed in the cancer cell. So once you design this compound and receptor variant endocytes that happen, and then drug delivery steadily, very selectively, as well as the fluorescence change, so it recognize whether the drug is selectively localized in the cancer cell or not. In terms of this kind of the strategy, we have many papers like this one, and then I think I should do. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you see this slide, right?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So let's start with the actually. Cancer cell has this unusual microenvironment, and then here the microenvironment targets the drug delivery system. There are a number of the enzyme overexpressed like the GSC and the ROS, like hydroxide and the multi-drug resistance. Not only the three, but also that we have many other microenvironment target molecules. But we don't have time today, and then I only focus on three here. So, as we see in the 2012, then name of the target direct versus monitoring, delivery and the cellular uptake of the cancer target peptide. As you see here, that compound 1, then this compound composed of the origin and the targeting and the canthocecin and the lipon.
Professor Kim, your slides are not moving.
Oh.
You have to manually change the slides. Only
so
sidebar.
This is one show.
Yeah.
Okay. So actually, the strategy is actually now you can see, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Slide is I made it with the slide show, so some part that cannot show the compound. By the way, the compound we made it initially, this compound with the architecture, this is cancer targeting, and then this is inactive drug, and then this is the first reporter. So the GSH, which is overexpressed in the cancer cell, is able to cleave the bond between the circle-circle bond. And at the same time that this circle makes the fine membrane, which means to induce that the active drug CPT. In that case, what we can point out is that person changed from initially 473 nanometers, by the way, after this cyclization to giving off the naphthalene, which is 535 nanometers. So this kind of change, I think we can say that the 60 nanometer change in fluorescence is remarkable, which means that in this case, the whole molecule is able to select the target cancer and then drug delivery with CPT at the same time for change. So we see that whether this drug is safely delivered to the cancer cell or the normal cell or not. So this kind of then actually and then also that we designed the compound that actually this whole compound designed by the Rajesh Kumar in 2014, and then this is the fluorescence material, and then actually even though the fluorescence material, by the way, is very weak fluorescence. However, this molecule is very strong fluorescence only if this molecule interpolated with the DNA in the nuclei. And then also that this is active drug, now it is negative drug because of all other materials affected in here. So if you make this compound is targeting unit, cancer targeting, and then you can see that this molecule only between carbon and boron, easily kicked about by hydrogen peroxide, which is overexpressed in the cancer cell. So once this compound delivered to the cancer cell is because of the targeting unit, and when it's hydrogen peroxide overexpressed and then reaction here, change the OH from the OE, change into the carbon oxygen from the carbon ring here. So after the second molecular reaction, the cell delivers this one. So suppose this molecule here is the whole molecule. That is the cancer targeting and drug cancer targeting, and then this molecule is going to go inside the cancer tissue of the normal cell, and then once it resides into the mitochondria, the mitochondria induce the cytochrome C, and then apoptosis begins. So after localizing the mitochondria and cleave out everything, and then not only the 5-FU, and then also that the Iclmfa. This kind of strategy is another straightforward. So we used our compound actually, this compound, and then after 5 weeks later, then the tumor size is no longer increasing as others, for example, control group with the 5 weeks. The compound, as I said, the material papers accepted in the JACS in 2014, long time ago, that mostly worked by the Rajesh Kumar, who got the PhD under Professor Manoj Kumar and Amritsar. The other one is the top resistance. Through resistance, the barrier to successful clinical outcome were approximated by ATP defined except membrane protein is the primary reason of the overexpression of cancer. So, for example, if the drug is outside the cell, this is inside the cell. once the drug is induced inside, from the outside inside, and then it should work with the anti-cancer agent action. By the way, this drug is efflux out. Once compound is efflux out, then big problem, right? That can be promoted by ATP because in the cancer cell, ATP is more produced than normal cell. So this kind of drug resistance, drug efflux is observed normally in the cancer cell, not the normal cell. So how we can solve this problem is that what if we the inhibition of this process, we prevent that the drug influxing out. Right? That's one of the strategies for the drug resistance. So the Amish Sharma had made this kind of a strategy in the normal cell by the glucose uptake and then hydrate and then when there is phosphorylation by PDH, phosphorus dehydrates. However, in the cancer cell by Weber effect, then this the process is going to go this part, rapid cellular proliferation like this. So we are not going to go this way. We have to go make it forward, like oxidation phosphorylation. So we have to prevent this the state. We have to prevent the PTH because that can be promoted by PTH. That if the inhibition of the PTH, so one way is one of the drugs, then PTH one of the drugs. So in this case, for example, if you go make the forward this way, not this way, then you can prevent a lot of ATP production in the cancer cell. Then the drug once it uptake and then no longer efflux out at all. It's one of the strategies. So we made this kind of compound, then this is also becoming very commercial. And the platinum phosphine is mitochondrial targeting, and then this is dichloroacetic acid, DCA. So this molecule made, and once it goes to the cancer cell, this molecule is looking for the mitochondria because that platinum phosphine TTP is attached. This is mitochondrial targeting. Once it is delivering the mitochondria, then by hydrolysis to cleave the bond between carbon nitrogen and giving off dichloro the acetic acid. Right? So we already measured everything very clearly by Dr. Amit Sharma. He got a PhD under the Professor Galai Singh. And then actually, PTA looks like here, that after flipped up and said the more reaction induced that the active drug, which is very strong fluorescence. By the fluorescence change, you can imagine that this kind of drug delivery is working very nicely. Not only that, as long as the compound having cancer targeting or cancer activating group. For example, suppose the cancer cell here, there are many things, for example, NADH, GSH, nitro reductase, and GST5. All things are always in the cancer cell of the normal cell. We're going to utilize this kind of redox adaptation to selective drug delivery into the cancer cell of the normal cell. So then we use that, suppose the frozen, first like the pro-oxidant phototherapeutic imaging. So this is ascorbate GLUT1 targeting pro-oxidant, and this is the agent. So this kind of thing, and also the ODP is photosensitizer that can react to the cancer targeting, and this is also cancer targeting. So any compound the action very nice as long as you have the cancer targeting. And finally, you can not only drop just chemical group, but also the photo sensor you can deliver for the efficient photo sensor. So, and then this is also that taken last year. Then we very time with the event of the 6 years anniversary of the purpose of scene. We had a very wonderful dinner together. And then just reminds me that she is the author of the scene. He is the son-in-law. Is it true? I'm confused then. Son?
Yeah,
son-in-law. Son-in-law. Thank you. So they are a couple. Yeah, so they both are medical doctors, as I remember. And then Professor Kumar, then he told me that actually he already retired and nothing to do. That I always, if you have nothing to do, just visit Korea, come to Korea. You can get in Korea. Alright, so next one is actually this is also a slide by the PowerPoint by the slide show. So I don't know how to make that a good presentation. By the way, so the problem is that actually even though we discover very nice anti-cancer agent, it's very selective for the cancer cell, but still 5 years later, we encountering the problem with cancer recurrence and cancer metastasis. Okay, so this is a big problem in the world in medical doctor and chemist and biology. So what we can solve the problem is then we got to solve the problem, the problem. So the more than 90% cancer mortality is caused by the metastasis and then recurrent cancer. So we just have like one tool to solve this problem, which is cancer center. In general, then actually cancer center means the cancer initiating cells with metastatic capacity. Cancer center has the ability to differentiate the tumor, and then cancer center has resistant anti-cancer. So which means that here, tumor formation, this is tumor from the cancer, but this is cancer center, the cancer seed, very small amount. But even though we use the anti-cancer agent, we cannot treat, we cannot get rid of this cancer stem cell because cancer stem cell is very strong. Cancer stem cell has very developed drug resistance. So we have to, suppress that kind of problem. So we include the problem a long time back. So we need to be treated with cancer agent, tumor cell metastasis and recurrence by surviving cancer stem cell. So the people, they say that the nature review the cancer preference and survival hypoxia. So what is it? To solve the problem that cancer stem cell is reside in the more hypoxic than the cancer cell, which means the cancer stem cell, they do not have any oxygen enough. Very low amount of oxygen. So we utilize, we harness that kind of strategy that we have to attach and that kind of very sensitive to the hypoxia system. So that this is the first time let me show like this. Oh my God. We have designed this kind of compound there. So this is PowerPoint slide and sorry, this time there. So actually we made this kind of compound, okay? And then this is anti-cancer stem cell agent, and this is cancer cell targeting unit, amide, and this is dimethyl pigment, like the hypoxic figure. Once it delivers the cancer stem cell, where the cancer stem cell, there are a number of the nitrogen reductase. So this moiety is able to reduce the NH2 in the hypoxic system, and followed by the cell hemolytic reaction and flipped with this part. Okay, this part. So with this strategy, then after this one, and then after we test many in vivo, in vitro, many things, and when we tried our compound, this compound that we showed the very selective with cancer stem cell, then after some time later, 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, when you try our compound, then no longer going with this, like this one. So this is kind of the comparison, the control with our compound. And then the last topic that I want to talk today is the very recent the data with real-time live imaging of osteoclast activation by a catalytic K activity in bone disease. So bone disease is very serious these days because we are getting old, and then bone itself is very weakened, and then later we have porosis, silent disease. Osteoporosis means, for example, this health bone, okay, like Rajesh Kumar, or Professor Manoji Kumar, is very strong bone. Like, then if you get old, like me, like osteoporosis, right? So then, the bone is very weakened and broken down, right? So since we are working on the fluorescence imaging, so can we make the kind of imaging difference between healthy bone and osteoporosis? Okay? So it is called as silent disease because there are typical no symptoms until bone is broken. We call this a silent disease. So there is an osteoporosis is common but a serious disease. So 1 in 2 in woman, very serious. 1 in 4 men. I think Professor Bandarabala doesn't have any yet. But sooner or later, 10 years later, then the woman, like my wife, has a problem with osteoporosis. So the over age 50 will break the bone due to osteoporosis. 10 million American aged 15 who has osteoporosis, another 44 million low bone density, and the increase of risk for infection. For women, the incidence of breaking of bone is greater than heart attack, throat and breast cancer combined. Each year in the United States, approximately 100,000 hip fractures. Among them, every 5,000 Americans die from ear defect, which means very, very serious. So, osteoporosis is the result of the abnormal activity of osteoclast. So there are two things. One is osteoblast and the other one is osteoclast. Bone formation and bone resorption. This is osteoclast. Osteoblasts means the bone formation. Osteoclast means bone resorption. Right? So this when you identify it as osteoclast, so likewise. It was bone was like here, but osteoclast cell is in here. Okay? After that, bone is fractured. Okay? Bone is disappeared. Okay? This we call osteoclast cell. Okay? This one. So osteoporosis happens when the balance between bone resorption and osteoclast cell, the bone formation was blast the breakdown. Okay, these two things are balanced, but getting old. We are getting old, like especially women. This osteoclast is more developed than osteoclast. This is why we use the osteoporosis. During bone remodeling, functional osteoclast aids of the protein bone. Therapeutic osteoclast occurs that exists in bone loss of osteoporosis. So this very important thing is that they produce not only the acid, it's a very strong acid, this is a big problem, which make the acidified bone, okay, to make the hole. And one of their ways is cathepsin K. This is kind of biomarker. This is biomarker for the osteoclast. So is it possible to design and synthesis a selective cathepsin K sensitive probe, and when you trade out, and then we can see the first change, whatever, an easy change of the first class because of the recognized cathepsin K. So as you know, there's one of the big advantages of two-photon microscope. It's provide high resolution images in the bone and the penetration depth. It's visible near area. One photon, excitation like penetration low, resolution small, but the two-photon excitation is you can immediately deeply penetrate the high activity. So we're going to use that the two-photon microscope. And the strategy is that we designed this compound synthesis. This is peptide. We connected this between two things. This is the BH22, this 144, 102.44 is connection with here. This is the breast cancer. So this is breast cancer. So that this first is very weak because of breast cancer. However, in the presence of cathepsin K, which is overexpressed in the osteoclast, then click it out in here. Okay. Selector. Click here, and then we can see first image. So taking advantage of threat of own system, that's basically from the art in the previous, the before that, this kind of whole, very complicated aspect is able to click off that person's change. I mean, first off already before we're going to utilize that stuff. So that is new based cathepsin K in here. This is fluorescence material, and this is for cancer. Finally, as you see, it's very complicated synthesis, but they're successfully made it kind of one. And then cathepsin A, that is PK1, P1, P2, P3, and we use that one, and then we found it from the click down. Initially, for this molecule is a weak person because of cancer, but after clicked out by K, then the person divides. Okay, this is cathepsin 1, P1, cathepsin P2, cathepsin P3, and then the cathepsin P1 is more expressed than others because of the class. So we see the person's markedly enhanced, like a threat of own, And then luckily, there's a sort of in the very recent years that 2004 in Bangladesh. So then in before the first imaging said that, for example, the binding to the cathepsin site. Okay, then this is we designed this kind of in vivo system on 20 slide here. Then this was the class, the cell here, and then in the present case, we see the first change like this. Okay, so we see that actually the fluorescence from off to on, which means the first off on, indicating that we can recognize osteoclast selectively. So this is the last slide. recording once again. As long as we can find out the test target community here, and we can design any small molecule which are considering of the process material of the processing part and the rock, and then the target community. So the final goal is actually material. Actually a drop selected to the cancer as a feature of immunotherapy. So finally, this slide that new made that the new members within the nuclear then many Chinese postdoc and Indian. In this case, the newly joined my batch, and then from India, and then they are in this medicine from India. So now we have only two Indian postdocs. They are working very hard and very closely. And then I once again thank very much for your great support for sending me very, very wonderful and very working hard and sincere postdoc to my lab for my research. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. I'm sorry that the slideshow doesn't work properly.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Now, one or two quick questions can be asked. So if there is no query, I once again thank you, Professor Kim, for a nice presentation and reviving our memories of January 29. Thank you very much. Now I request Professor Atul to introduce the next speaker. Thank you, Professor Singh.
Thank you, Professor King.
Thank you, thank you.
So the next speaker is Professor Amitabh Das. It's a privilege and honor for me to introduce Professor Das. So, Professor Das is a professor of Department of Chemical Sciences and Dean Research and Development, Indian Institute of Science and Educational Research, Kolkata. He has been a director of CSIR, Central Salt Marine Chemical Research Institute, CSIR, CSMCRI, in Bhavnagar. He did all his graduate education from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He has been a recipient of several prestigious awards. To name few, is DST J.C. Bose National Fellow in 2017. He is a fellow of all the learned societies, like Fellow of National Academy of Sciences in 2012, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences in 2010, Fellow of Gujarat Science and Academy in 2016. He has been a recipient of both bronze and silver medal of Chemical Research Society of India. And he has a number of reputed publications, and he has already crossed more than 200. So right now it's at 215 and more, with the H index of 52. And he has several patents to his credit. And he will be talking today on photoresponsive materials, molecular assembly for therapeutic application. Professor Das, close it.
Professor Kim, now we have to switch off the link, and you can see the next proceeding on the YouTube link. We have already sent you the YouTube link. You have a YouTube link. We have sent you. You can see next proceeding on that link. Okay, now you will be disconnected from here. Okay? Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first thank the organizer, especially Vandana and Manoj, and all his colleagues from the Guru Nanak Dev University. And like a habitual offender, I am a habitual visitor of this university and department. And so it is really a pleasure for me to come back to this department and this, And today I will be talking about some of our very recent work that we are doing at Iclmfa. Some of my group members are associated to at Iclmfa. So part of the work that I will be discussing today is either just published or unpublished. So second part of the work is basically unpublished. I think the molecular assembly part is missing. This is not there. So basically what I will be talking about material, a composite material, when you put them together, they will be used for when you make a molecular composite, the way you build up the entire material, that can be the material composite can be used for therapeutic applications. So, Amitabh Pastor is my great friend. Not only is my great friend, we also share the same spelling for the name. Amitabh people spell differently, and we all, both of us write AMITFBA. Not many people write that. So he did a great job for me also. He introduced the photoactive material like perovskite, and he elaborated it so nicely how we can extract the hole and the electron for redox reaction. So that will be the key part of my discussion. So thanks Omtal for making my life easy. And I am not a material chemist, and I understand perovskite much less than most of the people sitting here. So I will be using this material for some application. So this is a typical, view of Iclmfa, night view of Iclmfa. This is a research complex. We call it Acharya J.C. Bose building, and also the research complex at Iclmfa. So the work that I am going to discuss today is basically the last year we published, and some of our group activities are basically summarize some of the perspectives or research reviews. And other references are somehow related to those work. So the first part of my discussion is the multimodal biofilm inactivation using a bismuth perovskite TiO2 ruthenium polypropyl based hybrid material. And the second part will be the supramolecular adapt as a theranostic option. So the moment I said that there is a composite perovskite TiO2 ruthenium polypropyl complex, obviously there will be three component system. So before getting into that, why we want to make some material for antibacterial application? If you look at the recent Lancet, emphasis publication, they clearly shows that 2050, the death due to AMR, antimicrobial resistance, is going to cross the cancer, the death due to cancer. So there is a huge emphasis on AMR material. So our approach is basically both the work is basically we want to use the light, make a material, use this photoactive material, use the light-induced processes, basically ROS, and use it for catalytic way to kill this, to have the bactericidal property as well as the biofilm disruptor. So as I said, let me build up the story here. So as I said, the ruthenium polypropyl and TiO2. Now this complex was made famous in 1992 by Mike Grazel when he first reported that solar, DSSC, disensitized solar cell with an efficiency, first report was 8% and it went up to 14%, but then the perovskite made an entry, surprisingly in 2014, and the emphasis of ruthenium complex on DSSC has gone down. But ruthenium polypropyl certainly is making a comeback as a redox catalyst. There's a lot of, you can find a report on this. So what it does, when we excite this ruthenium, this is a typical ruthenium polyphenol spectrum. D6 is a metal to ligand charge transfer. Now, if we excite this band at 450 nanometer, what happens? It injects an electron in the conduction band. The moment it happens, you can see a glitch in the 450 nanometer. It goes down. It's a ruthenium 3 generation is happening. And there is a growth. This is a ruthenium 3. It absorbs around 600 nanometer. And there is another incident happen on the injection of the TR2 conduction band. There is a broad absorbance around 8 ohm. I start with the Mike Drazel's things. What it did. This is a sensitizer, typical ruthenium polyphenol. We excite this. Electrons will get into the conduction of the TR2. Then there is a potential bias and it starts moving. But what happens there? Ruthenium 3. Now, ruthenium 3, it gets reduced by a sacrificial electron donor, typically amines, you can conceive, or iodide, nowadays solid electrolytes, okay? So they reduce it back to ruthenium 2 so that this process can go on. And the process we do not want is a back electron transfer. And this is a typical, Mike Drazel's compound. You can see the series of publications from their group. But there is something special about carboxylate. Why? The reason is, if you put any other anchoring agent on here, the back electron transfer is very fast. It happens in the picosecond time domain. The moment you replace with a carboxylate, the back electron transfer is that conduction band to the ruthenium 3 recombination. The charge back electron transfer, the charge recombination happens in the millisecond to microsecond time domain. That means you got a wider time domain to extract that electron and or the ruthenium 3 for a redox reaction. This is the reason for us to choose that ruthenium complex with the carboxylate point. So this is exactly our interest is to have a ruthenium polyphenol, get it excited, electron will be drawn into the conduction band, and we want to extract this electron for redox reaction, and we want to extract this should not be there. We want to extract this ruthenium 3 for a redox reaction. This is our philosophy of having ruthenium and TR together. Now the other component is a perovskite. The moment anyone utters the word perovskite, everybody it comes to our mind is a lead perovskite. But we are talking about therapeutic application. We cannot think of lead. So what is the next? Moving ahead, we thought that if you replace bismuth, antimony or copper, if you replace with the lead perovskite, you can maintain the same aspect ratio and you can maintain the same stability. And it is much more biologically more benign than lead. So this is the reason we start to bismuth perovskite. Now, apart from bismuth perovskite, what we are going to the literature. There is another bismuth perovskite. It's again in the literature. It's not that we have understood. As I said, that I am not a material chemist. So it's a vacancy ordered bismuth perovskite. That means when you replace lead, it's a dication. With a trication system, there has to be a vacancy in the structure. So there is a vacancy. So it's a vacancy ordered bismuth perovskite, and it also in the process you generate acidic site in the lattice. So you can see this is a typical lead perovskite, and this is a bismuth perovskite. This is a vacancy ordered bismuth perovskite. Okay. And bismuth perovskite, we can opt for different halides. We opted for bismuth bromide. The reason it absorbs the conduction band balance band, the homolumo gap. It allows absorption of the energy light in the visible region. That is the reason. Now I am trying to tell you the philosophy of picking up 3 different materials and put them together. So, as I said that this report also shows that the vacancy ordered bismuth perovskite has an acidic site. If you poison this acidic site with the amine, it loses its catalytic activity. So now I think I have been able to convince you why we specifically opted for ruthenium polyphenol, TiO2 and bismuth perovskite. Now, that's what I said. Thanks, Amitabh. What he said that It's a hole, an electron, and you can extract this electron and the hole for a catalytic reaction. This is the entire process that I am going to discuss. So we made this Bismuth perovskite following the literature procedure, coated it with the TiO2. Then on top of that, just exchange this with the ruthenium carboxy compound, so we get a hybrid molecule like this. Now the purpose is, if we excite this, with the visible light, we did it with the solar simulator. You can generate an electron. An electron can be used for these reactions, and these are the possible ROS you can have. I will try to tell you what are the ROS we could generate. And if the whole can be extracted for a reaction, it can be used. We could actually achieve this ROS. And the third component is that singlet to triplet. We can generate the singlet oxide also. So these are the whole range of ROS one can generate using this material. But I will tell you why we had to extend this part also. So glutamic acid and arginine, both of them are known to cause the biofilm dispersion. One of the major reasons is that they exist as a cation at the human physiology, okay, at 7.4. So, and the other part is arginine. I will show you the one of my next slides. If you get oxidized in presence of an ROS, arginine gets oxidized to generate citrulline and nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is a critical component for biofilm eradication. So this is an entire component we will want to put together, build piece by one by one to make this composite. So as I said that we moved to bismuth perovskite, but that is also not like infinite stable. We needed to increase the stability. So we followed this intrinsic approach, that is the TiO2 inactivation. This is a heterojunction. To get the semiconductor working, we need to annihilate, and once it is done, we just coat it with the ruthenium polyphenol complex. Now now we have to convince you whether it is thermodynamically feasible, that electron injection that I am talking about. So this is if you go by the literature report, this is exactly what happens. It is a TiO2 conduction band, and you can see as per literature, the bismuth perovskite, ruthenium polyphenol, the excited state is higher up as compared to TiO2. As I said, that we have been working on this for a long time. This is thermodynamically feasible, and the bismuth perovskite also have a conduction band higher up as compared to conduction of the TiO2. So theoretically, it's feasible. Now, if we are successful, we can use this TiO2 electron for the generation of this redox species, and the whole, if we can extract it successfully, we can generate the hydroxy radical if we are successful. So what we did here, then we did all the typical spectroscopic studies to evaluate that band gaps for this three components, and it clearly shows that electron injection is possible both from ruthenium as well as the CDB, means bismuth perovskite, to the conduction of the TiO2. So when we shine light, basically we are populating the conduction of the TiO2 to the electron, and at the process we are also creating ruthenium-3 and also the whole, which can be extracted for a redox reaction. At least in presence of water can be oxidized. So this is our entire philosophy, and now here is I will try to convince you. This is the typical bismuth perovskite, the hexagonal structure. You can see this is a TiO2 coating. You can the way we made it is about 6 nanometer thickness material made, and of course this basically this was taught to me by my postdoctoral colleague Noful, and this is a typical annihilation. You can see this is a internal field effect, and this is again just to convince you that we actually made this, made this three composite system, and we could see all the fringes for all the three components that it changed. Now, if you look at it, I will try to draw your attention here. If you take a 1:1 titanium dioxide and CBB, this is a spectral band. Now, if you move to the higher component of the TiO2, you can see that there is a big band, broad band here, and that appears when it is irradiated with the light. That means we are getting electron in the conduction method TiO2. This is a typical quenching of the ruthenium polyphenol based fluorescence. It is the next slide. Sorry. So this is again the characterization part. You can see all the fringes for the other three components. These are typical XRD. All the three components are there. So and this is we simulated and it clearly shows that the fringes we have we could experimentally get the matches with the simulation also. Now, if you look at that, as I mentioned, that ruthenium polyphenol complex we all know is a fluorescent that flows at 630 nanometer. But when it is bound to TiO2, this complex is completely quenched. This is also an indicator that there is a possibility of electron transfer from the ruthenium excited state to the conduction of the TiO2. And here is what I am trying to draw your attention is the CVB is here, the typical absorbance. When is CVB with the TiO2 on the irradiation, you can see there is a band. That means electron is getting bound to the TiO2. And when there is a ruthenium polyphenol complex, there is a huge difference. So it clearly shows that the three composite system, there is a possibility of electron injection or population of electron in the higher population of electron in the conduction of the TiO2. This is a typical ruthenium polyphenol lifetime. You can see, and when it is in the composite, it's almost quenched. So these are the facts which suggest that the composite on irradiation very effectively is populating the conduction of the TiO2. This again is a part of the incomplete study, I should say, but just to convince you, this is the ultrafast transient spectroscopic study. It is very complicated, as you can understand, and this is the spectra which clearly shows that any change in inflection is basically the each and independent reaction is happening. And we couldn't understand that, I analyze each and every steps that are happening, but there is some, my collaborator, he is from KAUST. What he said that some tentative, timelines for this, what are the electron injections or electron dynamics is happening. So we are still in the process, but what it clearly shows that there is a huge band in the region where TiO2 should ideally get an electron in the TiO2 conduction and get populated with the electron. So these are the spectroscopy. Now I will try to convince you with a much more definite study. Now, if you do that, that is a typical EPS spectra on the light irradiation. But this is a before light irradiation. It's a ruthenium. But when you do this one in presence of light, there is a kink in here, and this is the characteristics of the TiO2 electron in the conduction of the TiO2. And when we did that, measure the current, we put in the circuit. Shine helped me in understanding this one. This is a typical Bismuth perovskite. This is a Bismuth perovskite TiO2, and this is Bismuth perovskite TiO2 ruthenium polyphenol complex. You can see every switch on, switch off, we could generate more current in the circuit. So it clearly shows that the three-component system is a much better photo initiator than either a Bismuth perovskite or a Bismuth TiO2 perovskite combination. And you can see that resistivity is minimum for this three composite system. Okay, because this one. Now we are successful in convincing you that there is a population on irradiation. On irradiation with the light, there is a population of electron in the conduction with the TiO2. Enhanced population when you take a tricomposite system. Now, whether we are successful in extracting this for redox process, it is a very simple dye degradation we have used. You can see that the dye degradation is much more efficient when it take a three-component system. So at least it's also indicative of the fact that we have been able to extract that electron and the hole, perhaps for the redox decomposition of the dye. Now we now going to convince you what are the redox ROS species we could generate. We could generate superoxide, typical Denko, and the superoxide, the hydroxide radical, we have to use the current gauge. Basically, this we did it. We don't have this facility. We did it at IIT Delhi. In the Sonipat facility, we used this one. This is very short clip. It's a in situ EPR we did. It has to be detected at low temperature within 2 seconds of generation, and if we allow certain time delay, you will be able to see this EPR signal for the hydroxide radical. So we also could see this, EPR signal for this singlet oxygen, and these are the other chemical assay for this hydroxy radical. This is a hydrogen peroxide, and this is a singlet oxygen. Those are the more on spectroscopic, and this is more on EPR. Based on EPR, this is a more on spectroscopic, evidence for the generation of the redox species. But the third component, or fourth component, which I didn't mention earlier, that arginine get oxidized to form acetylcholine and nitric oxide, and this nitric oxide is assay again typical assay. This is a hydrogen peroxide assay. So I have been able to convince him now what are the always species specifically we could generate if we excite this tricomposite system with a visible light. Now, we all know that this is a typical biofilm, okay? And this biofilm is formed by communities and then embedded in a self-produced matrix of extracellular polymeric substance called EPS. The biofilm matrix is a very complex system. It consists of substances like proteins, fibrils, polysaccharide, as well as some eDNA. Okay, and this basically protects this bacteria from getting killed by antibiotics. So today, if you want to really address the issue of AMR, we need to disrupt the biofilm, get this the bacteria out of this biofilm, and then the kill them. So our process, our philosophy is this: we need to disrupt, let them get out of the system. The ROS will kill the bacteria. As well, ROS also kills the bacterial film also, disrupt the bacterial film also. So this is the entire process. Let's see how we perform this one. So there are three components we have taken. This is a CpB-TiO2 ruthenium. This is 1. This is a CpB-TiO2 with glutamic acid. You can see 2. This is a 3. This is a with glutamic and arginine 3. And this is CpB-TiO2 and arginine oleic acid. Oleic acid we needed to have in the system to cap it so that it doesn't get agglomerated. And arginine. This is the 4. Okay. And 5 is the positive control matured biofilm. You can see there is a this one is not treated with any reagent. And 6 is the negative control where we are using antibiotic called gentamicin, one of the very active antibiotics, but which has a lot of side effects. Okay. Now you can see that efficiency is maximum when you use this composition of arginine and glutamine together. And the same thing, biofilm dispersion, you can see that maximum efficacy we have seen when we are using this composition 3. Okay. And same thing, basically these are synonymous. Okay. And this is a typical biofilm image with the image with the actinium dye. It's a confocal image, and as you can see that the biofilm disruption is maximum, but so more efficient when used as composition with arginine. So arginine is doing the trick. Arginine means when it is getting oxidized, the nitric oxide is actually doing the trick. So this is again to convince you that same image how this works. Basically it disrupts the inner fluids that comes out, and the bacteria gets killed. The other part is when the exocyte, as I mentioned, that the biofilm is a lot of polysaccharide, but when they get fragmented, they form the smaller carbohydrates, and which actually can be assayed with the anthrone, and this is typical called anthrone assay, and you can see the maximum, that biofilm disruption is disrupted that smaller carbohydrate. We could polysaccharide. We could detect when we have used the 3. That means the component with the arginine. So what I am trying to tell you, when we put all of them together, the one with the arginine is the most efficient due to the role played by nitric oxide in disrupting the biofilm as well as the bacterial product. Now the obvious question is why these two components will come and stick together. The reason is very simple. You all know the bacterial membrane has a negative potential, but and when the composite with the arginine on it has there is a zeta potential is on the positive. So the cation anion interaction that helps actually, and it changes that potential. You can see the surface potential, it changes from negative to the positive. The same thing it happens with the biofilm also. So this is basically the electricity interaction that favors that attachment of this composite on the biofilm, on the bacterial biofilm, and then on irradiation it is successful in killing the biofilm as well as the bactericidal property. Now we are talking about therapeutic application, so we needed to check this the cell viability and IC50 value, and you can see this compound, the IC50 value for this is fairly much higher than the actual composition that we have used for the bactericidal property. So all the three components, particularly with the arginine, is much is the concentration we are talking about is completely benign as for the therapeutic application. So basically, if you put them together, this is a this is a composite. On irradiation, on photoirradiation, they generate different ROS species which are successful in killing the bacteria and the bacterial film disruption. So there was some learning. We realized we have to struggle a lot while doing this work. So there was some learning. We thought that how we can improve our design. So we came up with this recent work, which is not published, but I expect some feedback from the community, which very heavily, they understand much better than me in the perovskite and the material system. So what we are trying to have here is, we thought that we can passivate, we had some understanding that we can passivate the structure of the lead perovskite and can make it perhaps benign if we coat it properly. Okay, so we coated this, we took this lead perovskite, coated with the silica, and now we want to use the nitric oxide very effectively. That is why we kept a nitric NO-generating material as an integral part of that component, and now we have used a phenolphthalein. Phenolphthalein is commonly known as a photosensitizer, but here we have not used as a photosensitizer. We use this one as a whole extraction. You know that once you excite the electron in the conduction of the valence band, is basically the hole. Now, phenolphthalein is known to extract that hole and to call a radical cation, and that radical cation can be brought into the redox reaction for the ROS generation. So this is the entire process. This is a philosophy basically what we are trying to do it here. This is a reagent which on irradiation, what it does basically, it produces a nitric oxide, and this is a phenolphthalein derivative which we are trying to use not as a sensitizer but as a whole extractor. Okay, so this is the entire philosophy of our problem. So let's see how we are built up. So if you look at that, as I said, that it has to, when you talk about the electron transfer, we definitely have to talk about the thermodynamic feasibility. It clearly shows that it is thermodynamically feasible. Okay, so this is NFTA, and once we excite this lead perovskite, it can actually inject an electron here and cause this NO generation. And this phenolphthalein is actually capable of extracting the whole. And if you can generate that radical cation, it can be extracted for ROS generation. So this is a way we synthesize this complex. Basically, NFTA and A. Basically, if you just exchange this one, it can get impregnated in the structure. This is the typical characterization data. You can see now. This is how we generate the nitric oxide, and we did the acid. Sorry. The bond somehow is missing. I think tempo has come into the way. So the bond should have been there. So we have shown that hydroxy radical. Sorry, this is a OH radical. Why is it here? So let me move there. So nitric oxide generation, we have shown this is a one with that. You can see there is no NFTA here. So there is no nitric oxide generation. So, but when that NFTA we have, NFTA alone on irradiation there is no NO generation, but NFTA embedded in this lead perovskite, you can see that with light there is a generation. How many minutes? 2 or 5? 2. Okay, I'm done. So, and you can see there is a typical, generation of little bit short. You can see that this is a typical one where it clearly shows that the radical cation of the phenolphthalein is actually forming. And this is there is a spectral evidence. This is a MPOH radical generation. So this is a entire, once we made this molecule, we coated this one with the silica, okay, with the tetraethyl orthosilicate. So this is a typical characterization, but what we like to draw your attention, when you disperse this in the water, it is still fluorescent and it survives for more than 100 hours, that fluorescence. That means this fluorescence is not the important is that compound integrity of the lead perovskite survives in the aqueous system or the human physiological buffer for more than 100 hours. So that is important. Now, what we did the topsin experiment just to understand that we allowed this one to interact with the biofilm, and we should have been the next. Anyway, so we did the topsin experiment, which clearly shows that when we irradiated with that magnetic field, it clearly shows a fragment that should have come out for the degradation of the biofilm is actually being detected. And this is the depth profile, and in the next one, it should have been somewhere else. So this is a typical size distribution of the compound when you dig with the silica coating. This is a stability you can see for the hours. It doesn't degrade based on the intensity, fluorescence intensity. This is mapping. I skipped this one. This is a top spin experiment. I should have been here. Top spin experiment. You can see there's a primary ion beam. When it extracts, is the interface. You should be able to see that the fragments which are being generated. You can see that these are the fragments which actually comes out of this the biofilm has been detected here. And the most important point, I'll skip this one. Most important point when we did the same experiment. This is a typical same experiment. I will not elaborate much. You can see that after the irradiation they got decomposed. The bacteria got killed and they are small fragments. But what is the important thing here? I would like to draw your attention here. The force gradient. If you look at this contour here, the force gradient in the normal cell should have been somewhere around. This is a nano indentation we did. Force gradient should a normal cell should be 5 to 10 nanometer. But in that cell that was treated with our reagent is 80 to 160 nanometer, much higher, and the trigger pressure for the normal cell should have been less than much higher. Sorry, it is in our case it is 140 gigapascal, while the normal cell is in the megapascal. So this enormous pressure is being generated due to the ROS produced in the system. So as you can see, that I'll be short here. We have imaged this activating dye when this is controlled, is not treated with anyone. This is the equally cell, and this is treated when that NO generated material was not there. You can see that it survives, but when in presence of the NO generated material, you can see there is a complete recall. And how trying to draw your attention here is if you look at the same, this morphology matches exactly the reported morphology of the bacteria, E. coli bacteria, when they are under tremendous pressure due to the ROS generation, in situ ROS generation. So then the final is that how it is toxicity for this material. We did this MTT assay. We will not show this one. We just fed this this is albino mice, and we fed it to the mouse, and you can say that it is. You can track it in the image. You can track it that it is getting excreted from the system within 12 hours, I think, or 5 hours or so. So that the integrity of that is still, you can see the fluorescence. So the integrity of the compound material remains till it gets excreted. So what I am trying to tell you is that we could make a lead perovskite complex compound, which is we could make it stabilize with the silica coating and with the embedded NFTA, this is a nano generation material. we could make this material for its bactericidal property as well as the paraffin disruptor. So, in a sense, in a short, basically we try to present here is a two perovskite composite for can be used, which normally perovskite, the moment we said is a photo, like solar cell application or some optical application, but we are trying to convince you that perhaps perovskite can also be utilized for a therapeutic application. So the work is done by the Sandeep, Atin, Raksha, and Noful is my postdoc, is a wonderful postdoc, and Pato Jana is also a postdoc. And the contributor is Amirul has done all the bacteriological, Shayan has helped me with the electrochemical study. Of course, Ru, I didn't discuss it here. And I am grateful to all the funding agencies, CSR, GST, BRNS, MNRE, BIDAC, Nehru, and then JC Bose Fellowship. And as I started, most of my career I spent time at CSM Sarai, brief period in NCL, then went back to CSM Sarai, and at present in ISA Kolkata. I'm grateful to all my organization for supporting me and supporting my research. And thanks to all of you for your kind attention. And this is the reason why I said that I enjoyed the hospitality. The last night I came and I visited that place and I took the photograph. Thank you once again for having me. Apology for exceeding the time by 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Das, for such a wonderful reaction. And we can all already witness that how he has made this kind of designing of novel composite materials for wider applications. So, due to the shortage of time, I would request that all these queries may be asked during the lunch time. Thank you for your cooperation. So it's time to Das.
Experts have always been of the opinion that in addition to invited talks, there should always be certain number of oral presentations in the seminar so that we can give an opportunity to the budding scientists to present their work and interact with the experts. So in this seminar, we are having a total of 12 oral presentations. Each oral presentation is of 8 minutes duration with a 2-minute for interaction with the expert. I am happy to present the first presenter of this conference, Sakshi Priya Jaiswal, who is working in the group of Professor Atul Goyal at the Medicinal and Process Chemistry Division of CDRI Lucknow. I asked her to present her work on the development of new fluorescent probes for detection of cancer and viral infections in clinical samples. Sakshi.
Hello. So good afternoon, eminent guests and speakers. I am Sakshi Priya Jaiswal from CSI CDRI Lucknow. Our group focuses on translational research aiming to develop biologically relevant dyes and for better practical applications as well. So today I will be talking about development of new fluorescent probes for detection of certain types of cancer and viral infections in clinical samples. In this regard, we have developed 2 new potential candidates. First is an AIE-based teraryl-based compound which states and quantifies lipid droplets in cancer cells. And the second one is a highly economical quencher which is cost effective for RT-PCR based detection. Starting with the first one, Lipid droplets are a certain cell organelles consisting of triacyl, glycerol, sterol, etc. The accumulation of lipid droplets in cells is usually associated with many pathological conditions like cancer. This accumulation, the rationale for this accumulation could be associated with the utilization of energy for rapid proliferation in cancer cells. You can see the difference between a normal cell and a cancer cell. The lipid droplets number is more in the cancer cells. We already have many commercial dyes for the staining of lipid droplets, but they suffer the following limitations. To overcome these limitations, we have developed this lipid droplet marker with high selectivity and very high photostability. The compound can be synthesized using this following scheme. We have synthesized many derivatives, but we proceeded with 6A because of its high quantum leap. Here you can see the photophysical studies of that arise 6A. It is the solubility chromic behavior of 6A. This is the AIE study, the solid state spectra, and the time-dependent lifetime spectra of the arise 6A. You can see that the lifetime of 6A was found to be 12.6 nanoseconds, which was very good for bioimaging and assaying studies. For biological studies of terrorized 6A in cancer cells, we proceeded with staining of 6A with mitotracker red, a dye usually known for mitochondria staining in cancer cells. And you can see a very poor correlation of 6A and mitotracker red. Then, because of the non-polar nature of our compound, we stained it with Nile red, a dye known for the staining of non-polar cell organelles, and we can see a very good overlay, that is the green and red region is overlaid with a very good yellow color. The patient coefficient was also found to be 0.78. You can see here in the mitotracker red that we have visualized some spherical cell organelles, but we cannot now say that these are lipid droplets. But because of the non-polar nature of our stained organelles, we have anticipated that they might be lipid droplets. To further prove this, we stained 6A along with Lipidox, a dye known for lipid droplet staining, and we observed an excellent correlation with 6A and Lipidox. We used the 3T3L1 pre-adipocyte cell lines, but we also induced them with oleic acid so that we can clearly visualize the cells, because oleic acid increases the size of the lipid droplets. So we got a good fluorescence intensity when the cells were induced with oleic acid. We further moved a step ahead and used the HeLa cancer cell line. This is the cancer cell line for cervical cancer, and we got an excellent correlation of 6A and Lipidox, and we can see that the cancer cells have accumulation of lipid droplets, while this is the negative control, that is non-cancerous cell line, and we have got no staining of lipid droplets. We moved one step ahead and got the advanced stage cancer cells from cancer cell biopsy samples from patients of King George Medical University, Lucknow, and we stained those biopsy samples with our compound. We got excellent results, and you can see the overlay, how beautiful the yellow. You can see the lipid droplets being stained as yellow, and you can also see that the normal adjacent tissues showed no staining compared to the cancer cells of the biopsy sample. So we can say that our compound Terrorized 6A is giving excellent results in terms of lipid droplet staining and the quantification of lipid droplets in the cancer cells. Now you can you must have always heard about COVID. It was a challenge for all of us, and we took it as one. We made indigenous fluorescent dyes and a new venture to make we made fluorescent dyes and a quencher which was highly economical, and it was used for a cost-effective development of RT-PCR based detection using a Tachman-like probe. The RT-PCR based detection works on this basic principle of RT-PCR using the Tachman-like probe. Initially, the quencher remains in the quenched state. The probe remains in the quenched state because of the spread phenomena. As the PCR amplification cycles continue, the number of free fluorophore increases because of the DNA polymerase activity. The free fluorophore increases, and as the number of cycles increase, the number of free fluorophore increase, and we get a CT value, that is the cycle threshold value. As the cycle threshold value is the minimum threshold value of the PCR cycles required for proper detection of the fluorescent signal in the patient sample. This is the Tachman-based probe, the basic structure. These are the indigenous dyes made in our lab. This is our universal quencher, and we have filed its patent as well. You can see the emission range of between 500 to 750 nanometers. These are the indigenous dyes. This is our universal quencher. Traditionally, BHQ1 and BHQ2 are used for the RT-PCR based detection, but you can see the universal quencher and the BHQ2, our universal quencher was giving a better product compared to the BHQ2. You can also see that the absorption range of the quencher quenches the green, yellow and red region dyes. To synthesize our Tachman-like probe, we firstly couple it with CPG using the solid phase synthesis. It is then coupled with FAM azide using click chemistry to generate this dual label probe called Tachman-like probe. You can also see that electron withdrawing groups at this position and electron donating groups at this position increase the absorption range of our quencher. The validation of our probe was done at KGMU using the samples from patients. You can see these are the 3 different samples from patients. Here the CT value is 22, here it is 25 and here it is 28. Cross validation was also done using COVID negative samples. The genes used were OS1 and OS2. Also, you can also change the oligonucleotide sequences, and the kit was prepared. The Indigo V kit is now commercially available in the market, and the technology has been transferred to Biotech Private Limited. So I'm happy to conclude that our two potential candidates, this one is a very good lipid droplet marker, and this one the technology has already been transferred to KGMU. Both were validated successfully. This marker has been successfully published, and these are my acknowledgements. I would like to thank our supervisor, the Iclmfa committee, and my lab mates. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi. A quick few questions.
Yeah. So what is the reaction regarding the design of the probe? Why do we expect that the probe to decide that there is a direction to go on that?
Why do you see that the first probe that will show very good quality? Because
structurally they are not like
donor, that is dimethylamine. So dimethylamine increases the donor acceptor fluorescence ability, and hence it acts as a probe.
So this is donor acceptor, does it show TADF crystal charge transfer property?
It does show TADF charge, the charge transfer property.
Any other?
Yes.
So you have talked about this liquid droplet situation. So you compound with PVD. So the compound is supposed to be then pH sensitive also, it should be viscosity sensitive also. So have you checked independently impact of viscosity and polar pH on the fluorescence property? That is my main question. Second is, when you talk about liquid droplet, have you checked the compound interaction with, let's say, human serum albumin or DNA, which is so abundant as a selectivity study?
Yes, we have done the first question. We have done the pH studies as well. We have used the PPS buffer, that is that the pH of 7.4 was in correlation with the blood pH, so it was good. And the
viscosity dependent studies, viscosity, like using oleic acid or glycerol.
Yes, we did the viscosity studies also. You must have seen the oleic acid is used study.
So that is the same. Like normal fluorescent studies you have done with increasing amount of oleic acid, or it's the glycerol DMS mixture, ethanol DMS, glycerol mixture.
We used the different mixtures for the viscosity experiment, but I don't remember that oleic acid experiment.
No, I'm just want to know how you are asserting that the microenvironment, how it's affecting the fluorescence. And how about this HSA and DNA interaction? Does the compound bind HSA protein which is so abundant?
It does not bind with it.
Thank you.
Any other?
Presentation. I have a question that you were talking about the first probe. I want to ask, what is the reason why it is showing AIE activity as you have talked about it?
AIE activity is what? Aggregation induced emission.
Yes.
So it is showing aggregation. It depends on which probe you are using.
Yes,
it cannot be.
That is the question. That what is in your moiety? What is the group that is responsible for that activity?
We were fortunate enough to synthesize that compound which shows the AIE activity. There is no certain thing which shows. Looking for
Thank you very much. Any further question you can ask during the lunch session. Now I hand over to the
Thank you, Professor Sukhpreet Singh and Professor Goyal for chairing the session. Now we will be having the group photo outside, and after that we will be having lunch. So I invite you all for the group photo and the lunch. And also students, poster presentation will simultaneously be occurring with the lunch time. So kindly be there, whoever is presenting, and judges are requested to evaluate within that time. Thank you.
लेट हो गए तो चलो अपने का भी कल नवा मिलता है तो थोड़े कम तो नौकरी मैं जा रहे हैं चल रहा है मैं डीएवी यूनिवर्सिटी का वो हाँ जी सर सत श्री अकाल इधर आ
Okay.
देखी पहुंच गए बंदे कि नहीं भेज रहा
ऊपर एंटीना से क्या लगा रखा है ये क्या
लाइव लाइव लाइव
वाइड करके ला दो
नहीं इतने अगो ठीक है वो नहीं अगो ठीक है थोड़ी सुटना ही ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਣਗੀਆਂ ਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਅਪਲੋਡ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕਰਦੇ
Yes, sir. Actually, it is nothing to do with the iridium metal complex or nothing to do with the type of transition.
No.
That HOMO and LUMO, it should be with the alignment of that water and that also that
exactly the whole electron. That is the interest of.
Okay.
The same thing people are using for water splitting.
Yes, sir. The same way they are using.
Unfortunately, nobody is using it on one panel. But the same thing you can use.
Yes, sir. It is the same.
Same
so
concept.
here we have to choose a specific type of molecule that
and function is appropriate.
We can functionalize it that it should its HOMO and LUMO should be aligned in such a way that its HOMO should be lower in energy compared to the water, so that efficient electron transfer will be there, and in
that
the
is
LUMO
in the second one we took phenolphthalein. It will extract that whole to create a radical cation which is reactive, and immediately it is creating this hydroxyl radical.
Okay, so that is the thing. And my another question was regarding the transient absorption spectroscopy. So basically, on the basis of transient absorption spectroscopy, can we conclude that our metal complex is showing which type of transition, like lithium, MLCT?
You can.
Like how we basically
ruthenium is only MLCT possible, nothing else is possible.
But in the ruthenium, if we do extensive conjugation of ligand, then possibility that we may get a
then
ligand
there are
center
many. But ruthenium molecule only possibility is the MLCT. But if you conjugate, then there is a ILCT, intraligand charge transfer, ligand charge transfer, all these things will.
That also can we tell with the transient absorption? What is the experiment we need?
Same thing. Ultra-fast absorption spectroscopy is a very powerful technique. In that case, you have to do with the appropriate control. Means another molecule, you take a ruthenium molecule without excitation. So you see that what is the excitation difference in spectra. Okay, then you take a molecule with only that conjugation, excite that molecule, and see that signature is there or not.
So basically,
you have to make relatives. We have to make the right point.
Welcome back. We are entering into the third session of the day, and for the third technical session we have Professor Paramjeet Kaur with us, who is a senior professor in our department and a council member of Chemical Research Society of India. Ma'am, kindly come to the dais and please chair the next session. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are going to start the technical session third. And in this session, we will be having
5 lectures. 4 of them will be the lectures and third will be the oral presentation. I think first lecture from Professor Bias will be online and others will be offline. So let us start the first lecture. Professor Bias received his BSc from Wolverhampton Polytechnic and his DPhil from the University of York, UK. After postdoctoral work at the University of British Columbia and at Bristol University, he moved to Durham University since 1995. Since 1995, he has been a full professor of chemistry at Durham. He has held visiting scientist positions at the University of California, Santa Barbara, the University of Copenhagen, and University of Florida. His research interest covers molecular design, synthesis and properties of optoelectronic materials, molecular electronics, and nanoscale chemistry. So I welcome Professor Bryce for his lecture. So let's start.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me clearly? No? Is that okay now? You can hear me okay now? Good. Okay, well, thank you. It's a great honour to be able to give a presentation at this conference. And I must start by thanking the people who've done much of the work. I'm going to talk about work that we've been doing over the last 10 years, really, and bring you up to date. So many people have been involved. I just identify here the main players, and I would particularly highlight the collaboration we've had with Jane Woe's group at Sun Yat-sen, Zhongji at Beijing, and then in Newcastle with Tom Penfold, and in Durham with Andy Monkman and Fernando, and the funding we've received, and the industrial partners and funders who have supported our work. So the outline, I'll just give a brief introduction to donor accept molecules. Then we will look at OLEDs. Why are they important in OLEDs? Conformational effects are very important in the molecular design. I will then give a specific example of the rational design of blue TADF emitters. Then we'll talk about dendrimers and polymers. And finally, I will highlight the current challenges that face all of us working in this field. So our motivation has been interesting new science with applications in light-emitting devices. And throughout the work, there's been close interaction of synthetic chemistry, that's the strength in my group, physics, theory, and device engineering. So let's ask the question, what is the basic structure of an organic light-emitting device? Well, we really start with an indium tin oxide anode on a transparent substrate. Think of it like a glass slide or a piece of plastic. Then there is what we term a whole transport layer that will allow cations into this emitting layer. This is really the key layer here, the electroluminescent layer. The layer, the materials that emit light, luminescence, electron, when there is an electric current passed through the device. Then we normally need another layer, an electron transport layer, to help electrons come in, because where the cations and the anions combine, that is where, when the light is emitted. So each of these layers is 30 to 100 nanometers thick, assembled by vacuum deposition or spin coating from solution. And the wavelength, the colour of the emitted light, depends on the gap between the highest occupied and the lowest occupied molecular orbital of the emitter. And so the colours are defined either by the wavelength of the lambda max or the so-called CIE coordinates. So we would have white light here, that would be 0.3, 0.3, or we would have red light, green, etc. So why are OLEDs so important? Well, there are great advantages and prospects of this technology. If you just look here, you can see examples of OLEDs that are on the market. A curved TV from LG, lighting panels in offices or rooms, Audi car lights. Now, you may not own an Audi car, but I'm sure everybody here owns an active matrix OLED screen on their mobile phone. So, large area displays, flexible substrates, thin, lightweight panels, high efficiency and much lower power consumption than, for example, liquid crystal devices. Bright screens, low operating voltages, and operation over a wide temperature range, and the potential for low-cost mass production. So what is holding up the field? Well, it is long-term stability of the devices, particularly due to the blue emitters, because of course blue, a primary colour, it's essential to have good blue emission as well as green and red. What is TADF and why is it so important today? Formally activated delayed fluorescence. Well, the design rules for a molecule to be a TADF emitter were really drawn up in 2014, and there's been little change of the basic principle since then. The basic principle is you need a small energy gap, less than 0.3 eV, to get efficient reverse intersystem crossing, because triplet states are non-emissive, singlet states are emissive. So if we look here, if we have a large singlet triplet gap, more than 0.3 eV, you can excite to the singlet state, you'll get fluorescence on the nanoscale timescale, but the triplet states, which are the predominant states that are formed, are usually non-emissive. So how do you harvest these triplet states? Well, if there is a small singlet triplet gap, you can get reverse intersystem crossing from the triplet back to the singlet. This is the key feature to get a small singlet triplet gap. And so we can measure the values of the singlet and the triplet states from the wavelength of the onset of the fluorescence singlet and phosphorescence triplet. Now the HOMO and the LUMO on the molecule need to be effectively separated, but some interaction between them is needed. And the TADF is on the microsecond timescale. So with a TADF molecule, you typically get some prompt, some fluorescence, just as you would here, but also this cycling through here, and you also get microsecond emission. So that was the basic rules drawn up in this paper here from Chihaya Adachi's group in 2014. There have been minor changes since then. Theoreticians, Tom Prentfold, John Lubreda and others have shown the importance of vibronic coupling between the triplet state and a local excited state. And that needs to be built in to the molecular design. But note the emission is from a charge transfer state in TADF. Now, it's worth looking back in history, and actually, TADF was first proposed, to my knowledge, if anybody knows an earlier reference, please let me know, first proposed in 1968, the first time I can find the actual term TADF in the literature. And what was proposed then, in this book, was very similar. The smaller the gap, the singlet triplet gap, And the higher the temperature it is thermally activated, the more likely the process. So here again we have the singlet and the triplet state, a small gap. And probably an earlier reference, although not using the term TADF, is in 1961, when it was described as thermal activation of delayed fluorescence of this molecule. So we can go back quite a long time, but the field has really taken off in the last 15 years. And I've just identified these two papers. The work that we published in 2013, and Professor Vandana will be very much aware of this work as she is a co-author on this paper, and the work of Chahaya Adachi, done at the same time, published just at the end of 2012. And in the dome design, we were making donor molecules. So we have a carbazole donor, this benzothiophene SS dioxide acceptor, DAD. The design at Kyushu University was very similar, but was a flexible diphenyl sulfone acceptor. The singlet triplet gap that we measured, 0.35 EV, the one measured in Kyushu, 0.32 EV, very similar. This is a green TADF emitter. There is prompt fluorescence, 4.7 nanoseconds timescale, and then microsecond, clear evidence of delayed fluorescence. We liked the more rigid acceptor because there is less chance of bond rotation. There will be rotation here, of course, but if you look at the Kyushu design, there can also be rotation around here. So a lot harder to control the conformation and the twisting of the molecule. So we have stayed with these more rigid structures. After this early paper in 2013, we then moved on to a phenothiazine donor. So why would we choose phenothiazine? Well, it is more electron-rich than carbazole, and so we were probing the different donor and acceptabilities. We retained the same acceptor, and we used phenothiazine instead of carbazole. Here is an X-ray crystal structure. So you can see here the planar acceptor, and then almost orthogonal, you can see the folded carbazole donors. And to look at the TADF properties, the emission properties, we used CBP as a host. It's important to use host molecules because most of the emitters undergo concentration-induced quenching. So if you have the emitter neat in a film or very concentrated in solution, you get much less emission. So we have a very small singlet triplet gap and a fast reverse inter-system crossing. Good news, you want that to be as fast as possible. Well, 10 to the 6 seconds to the -1 in toluene. So that means many of the triplet states can very quickly revert back to singlet states, and we can get this delayed emission. So if we look on a time scale here, nanosecond time scale, so we get some, this is the PL intensity, we get some prompt fluorescence. Then we get, in the microsecond regime, we get delayed fluorescence. And notice how this is temperature dependent. As we increase the temperature, we get more of the delayed fluorescence. That is TADF, thermally activated delayed fluorescence, on the microsecond time scale. Then, at longer time scales, there is also a little bit of phosphorescence from a local excited state. Homo-rumo, we see the rumo is on the acceptor, red here, and HOMO, as you would expect, is on the donor phenothiazine. And we also studied how the CCNC, how the dihedral angle here would affect the energy of the singlet and triplet states. And that gave us initial information about how we could twist the molecule to increase or decrease the amount of TADF. So therefore, we moved on to putting some detriments on the phenothiazine. Two synthetic routes were used. We could either use a twig reaction from the dibromo, that would be a CN coupling here, palladium catalyzed, or we could use this difluorine acceptor and do a nucleophilic aromatic substitution, displacing the fluorines. Both methods worked, but the chemistry became more difficult as we had more substituents here, because we were making a more hindered bond. But it worked well. We see the X-ray crystal structure of compound 3 with a single isopropyl. R is an isopropyl, isopropyl, and here we see compound 5 where we have 4 methyl substituents. Very hindered structure. What would the emission properties look like for these molecules? Well, compared to the parent system, that's one where all these are hydrogens, the methyl group increased the lifetime of the delayed fluorescence, but no TADF was observed in compound 2. We just put a methyl group there, and in the ZNX fill, that's a non-polar host. In the ZNX fill, you observe no TADF was observed, excitation 355. But as steric hindrance increased, started getting more room temperature phosphorescence. So we could move down this series and get room temperature phosphorescence, replacing thermally activated delayed fluorescence. So if we just see that data specifically, here we have, looking here, we have compound 1, that is the parent system with all hydrogens. Here we see triplet states, remember, are quenched by oxygen. So we also look at the fluorescence with oxygen and without oxygen. With oxygen, we still get a bit of emission, but without oxygen, we get much enhanced emission. Then as we go to the bulky derivative, for example, this one here with a isopropyl, we get no TADF in the ZNX film. There is some weak TADF in toluene solution, but in the ZNX film, there is no TADF. The molecule in the ZNX film will be a lot more restricted in its mobility. So here, for example, in the ZNX film, there is virtually no emission, and then without oxygen, we get deoxygenated, we get room temperature phosphorescence for this molecule. So we were starting to learn a lot about the effect of repeating bond rotation around the CN bond. We then actually moved to simpler, working jointly with Shengguo Cheese, who visited me for the year, along with Chengjian Chen. So we made these somewhat simpler molecule. We've still got the phenothiazine donor, but we've now just got a single acceptor. So this is a donor acceptor, not donor acceptor donor. And we were able to selectively isolate 2 conformers of the same molecule. So the axial or equatorial phenothiazine conformers. So let's just look at the X-ray crystal structures. 2 different polymorphs. In the alpha, as we term it, phenothiazine, the 3 NC bonds are coplanar with this phenyl ring 3. So these bonds are coplanar. And in crystals, so there can be no conversion, we get room temperature phosphorescence. Now, if we look at this conformer, here we can see a very different conformation to the molecule. This is termed equatorial. And the NC bonds are perpendicular to ring 3, not in the same plane. And this is a twisted intramolecular charge transfer state, and here we get strong TADF. So in this work from 6 years since we published this, we learnt a lot about the conformational dependence around the donor-acceptor bond for efficient TADF. So let's just say, how did we take this forward? Well, we thought, this is really interesting for conformational dependence. We want an equatorial conformation. Can we fix a phenothiazine TA molecule in an equatorial conformation? And of course, one of the recipes of fixing the conformation in a molecule is to build it into a ring structure. So, we synthesized cyclophanes. We did some molecular modeling first that showed that the equatorial conformation would be favored in structures like this. So we synthesized 3 different donor-acceptor-donor phenothiazine molecules, the same acceptor. The synthesis started in all cases. This molecule here, this was a key building block. The synthesis details have been published. If you want to follow it, I won't go through the detail, but relatively straightforward macrocyclization reactions. Very good yield. Here we're making ester derivatives. Lower yield here, where we are actually making ether derivatives, and then an acceptable yield using the Grubbs catalyst for a cyclization here. And X-ray crystal structures, we have of all these, indeed showed equatorial conformation of phenothiazines, and we showed a microsecond emission, actually 2 different emissions with different lifetimes. Green PLQY with a PLQY, green emission with a PLQY of about 40%. So let's just look at a bit more detail about these cyclophanes. We are controlling the conformation of the DA bond rotations. There is a small singlet triplet gap. That was clear from the theory. So here we have lowest triplet, here we have the singlet, 0.6 EV for the reversing system crossing, and also from looking at the onset of phosphorescence, we also got a small singlet triplet gap. So that clearly explains why we have the very efficient TADF in these molecules. Again, a very fast reverse intersystem crossing rate. Let's just move on now to what we, having learned this, could we use this to get blue TADF emitters? Because blue is the big challenge. Obviously, it's a high energy emission, therefore the molecules tend to be more susceptible to degradation. This was the first molecule that we made. So what we've done here, we have now broken conjugation in the molecules. Let me just go back and show you the synthesis. So we break the conjugation in both the donor. We're now not phenothiazine, this is now acridine, and we break the conjugation in the acceptor, and we put the substituents at this position to restrict the rotation of this bond. This is how we synthesize the molecule, multi-step synthesis from readily available building blocks. Here's an X-ray crystal structure. So here we see the folded acceptor and the slightly folded dimethyl acridine donor. So let's see what property we're starting to get for this molecule. This was a parent molecule with no substituents. Here's the one I've just shown you. This was an isomer where the donor is actually meta to the sulfate. So we have a series of 3. Let's just look at the singlet triplet. That has a small singlet triplet gap, very good. That's a bit larger, that's very small. but the risk rate here is good, 1 times 10 to the 6th. The risk rate, flip back to singlet, is here much smaller. Here it is the fastest, more than twice as fast, very fast K risk, a very fast reversing to system crossing rate. PLQI, very high, moderate, very high. So this was the win, definitely this molecule here. I should say we vary the host. It's important to choose the right host because we're looking at a charge state. So a charge transfer state will be stabilized with more polar host, depending on the charge transfer. So molecule 3, very small singlet triplet gap, fast risk rate, high PLQI. Well, what about devices? So we use this molecule in devices and we obtained an external quantum efficiency of over 22%. And what's important is not only EQ effects, but what is the external quantum efficiency at practically useful brightness. Now, your mobile phone is probably operating at maybe 200 candelas per meter square. If we go up to 1,000, that will really be pushing a display screen hard. And at 1,000, we still have a brightness of 20%. And this, as you can see, is a blue emitter. It's in 0.15, 0.18, that's in the blue region, lambda max 461. So this was successful. So that was a really good day for us. We'd actually designed the molecule, so we went out and had a drink that evening. That was a really good day in the lab. So, for the last 5 minutes, I'd like to say, can we take these design features and move into polymers? All the devices or materials I've talked so far, these rare molecules, they are deposited in devices by thermal evaporation. That, of course, requires a very high thermal stability of the molecules and quite expensive equipment. If you can spin coat the molecules from solution, you can cover a much larger area and you can you don't get the same wastage or degradation of the material, and it's a much simpler device in many respects. So, TADF in polymer OLED, working with Zhongji Ren, who visited my group from Beijing University of Chemical Technology. We used the same basic building block. Here you'll see, if you think back to the earlier slide, phenothiazine, dibenzo sulfone. We just put a vinyl group on, and then we built this by radical polymerization into a polystyrene derivative. And this material here, the pendant TADF unit, was one of the first TADF polymers. We got an EQE max at 20%. But there was considerable roll-off in the EQE, so any practical brightness, it was only about 5%. But this demonstrated the principle that you could take a known TADF building block, build it into a polymer, and get a reasonably efficient device. But obviously we wanted more efficiency. We then decided, what if we change the phenyl group here for a dibenzothiophene? Can we build in a blue component here and change the colour of the emission? Well, here are the devices. So, to our surprise, what we found was we actually got white light emission. Dibenzothiophene is a good whole transport material, forms stable cation radicals, so that would increase the whole transport. But what we had not expected was that we would also get this emission here in 580 region. And as you can see, this spans the visible spectrum from 400 to 700 white light emission. So this was the first example of white light with the TADF polymer. So here's the TADF unit. Then there is an electrical interaction in the film due to the proximity of the molecules probably, And so, by serendipity, by chance, not by rational design, we obtained a white OLED with the TADF polymer. My last 2 slides, or 3 I think, show the latest work we've done on polymers. And we designed this polymer, quite a complicated molecule. So here you can see the TADF unit. We have an acceptor. We're stuck with this same acridine donor, but further functionalized with carbazoles. And now we have a link through to a tricarbazole unit. So we call this a dendronized TADF emitter. We made many other analogues. This was the one that worked best. So if you ask me, well, why did you put carbazole there, not phenyls? Well, we also made some with phenyl, but that didn't work so well. But what's remarkable, this is a single crystal X-ray structure of this molecule. And what you can see of significance, if you look at a dimer pair, there are several close interactions, but in particular, the accepting unit, that's this part here, the dibenzoyl sulfone. The dibenzoyl sulfone is encapsulated by the tricarbazole, the pale blue, of the adjacent molecule. So the tricarbazole encapsulates the diphenyl sulfone of the neighbouring molecule. So just looking here, and that shields the TADF part of the molecule. And if we look at the properties in film, we have very high PLQI in solution and in film. So there is aggregation-induced emission in this molecule. We have a small single triplet gap, a very fast whisk rate, everything's looking good. And we get an EQ max for the spin-coated device, non-doped, of 24%. So no post-molecule here at all. If we compare it with this molecule, which does not have the tricarbazole, we get much less device efficiency with this molecule here. So here you can see this is our best molecule. There we get, it's a green emitter, I should say. We get much lower roll-off, even out at very high brightness compared to this molecule here. So I would just like to say, what are the current challenges of TADF? Well, the current challenges for us and all others who are working on it, understand the complex interplay of steric effects, small singlet triplet gap, charge transfer states, hydronic coupling, and emitter-host interactions. How do we optimize these variables simultaneously? Synthetic chemists, we need to design and synthesize new donor acceptor architectures. Can we further increase the rate of the reverse intersystem crossing, triplet to singlet, shorten the delayed fluorescent lifetime to avoid non-radiative relaxation of the excited states? We need high thermal and electrochemical stability of the emitters because a working device is quite a harsh environment. It's unnatural for an organic molecule to have charges put on and off, thousands of times a second. And of course, can we enhance OLED efficiency and colour purity? We need to reduce the efficiency roll-off at high brightness. And of course, there's obviously other layers in an OLED. You need to inject the charges through hole injection, electron injection. So they are very complicated device structures. So finally, I would like to thank Professor Vandana. It's a picture I took 15 years ago when you were in Durham. So thank you, Vandana, for the invitation to this conference, and thank you all for listening. It's been a pleasure to speak to you, and I'm looking forward to following the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Vice for nice talk. Any questions?
Thank you.
just one question that that for RISC from triplet to singlet that electron transfer. In that case, one case we have shown that T1, T2, T3 different states are there, but we have considered the T2 state. So which state, which one is very close to singlet, that one we should consider, or we should consider the T1 state?
So why did we select which?
T2 state. You have selected T2 state, T2 to S1, that RISC, one of the examples.
Sorry, I can't hear the question clearly.
No,
Sorry.
actually, what I mean that suppose in a compound you are getting multiple triplet states, T1, T2, T3, right? Now, for checking the energy gap between triplet and singlet, it should be below 0.2 electron volt. So, in that case, which triplet state we need to consider?
Which state? It is the lowest triplet and the lowest singlet state that we normally need to consider. But there is much work now on multi-resonance TADF, where there are a lot more energy states very close together. But normally, to get the standard singlet triplet gap, it is important to get the lowest singlet, the lowest triplet state, T1, S1.
So even if T2 is more closer than T1 to singlet state, then we should consider T2, right? Or
but T2 is a less stable state than T1. So yes, the T2 can be important certainly, and a T2 state can be involved in the singlet triplet in the reverse intersystem crossing. But the benchmark is S1 T1.
Okay. Another question, I have just a short question, that one case you have basically replaced the donor carbazole by phenazine, and in that case you have shown the better efficiency you got, right? So in phenazine it is a strong donor, as you are saying, but is it the only parameter, or also we should look at any other parameters are there which also controls this efficiency?
Other parameters that control the
other parameters apart from the donor strength, apart from donor strength.
Sorry, I can't hear very clearly.
No, my question is that two different systems, what we have shown, one is varying by keeping the acceptor same but different donor. One is the one system, I think, carbazole type of moiety, and another is the phenazine. So for phenazine, you got the better result. In that case, you claim that the stronger donating ability of this phenazine as compared to this. Now, I want to say that other factors are there, or only this donating ability should be checked. That is.
Yeah, there are many factors, particularly related to the conformation. That's an area that we have studied a lot. The vibronic coupling around the donor-acceptor bond, that is really not understood. In fact, literally this morning, I've just seen a new paper published by Chihaya Adachi that says, understanding, I could actually looking at it now, it was published literally today, and the title of that is Understanding the Complex Spin-Up Conversion Processes in Charge Transfer. That's published in the last day in Nature Communications from the Adachi group. So every week there is really a new paper, many in high-profile journals from top groups. As I say, understanding this spin-up conversion process, it is very, very complicated, and many different theoreticians and experimentalists are working together.
Okay,
thank you for your comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
So, any more questions? So, if there is no question, let us thank Professor Braj for his answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Price, for a very nice presentation. We hope.
I will stop. Yeah.
Yeah, you will stop. Okay, bye then.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Now let's move to the next lecture. Our next speaker is Professor Abhijit Patra. Professor Patra received his PhD in 2009 from University of Hyderabad, working on molecular microcrystals. After postdoctoral research in a couple of internationally reputed labs, he started his independent research career at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research for Berlin 2012. Currently, he is working as a professor in this same department. His research interests span various domains and research of optical materials based on molecular and polymeric assemblies at nano, microscale, and various organic polymers for energy storage and environmental remediation. Today he will talk on describing the self-assembly and lipid droplets dynamics using molecular bioprops. So let's join Professor Patra for his speech.
At the outset, I must thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. And so, I'll be talking about few aspects of our work at IISER Bhopal. So, one of the things which we developed, that is nanoporous organic polymers, and we use them for energy storage, light harvesting, and particularly current-based photoelectrocatalysis and metal-ion batteries. And pertinent to this conference, another research team that has been developed in past 10 years, that is developing the fluorescent probes and particularly understanding their complex self-assembly pathways, and then trying to use these self-assembled molecular probes for intracellular imaging and to understand the dynamic processes. So when it comes to the self-assembly, so all of us know that self-assembly is basically the spontaneous organization of the discrete units to some well-defined structure, and this is basically the interplay of various intermolecular interactions. And this process is very much available in nature, and also you can see that complex architectures due to the incipient self-assembly processes. And researchers are taking inspirations from these natural processes and make different artificial self-assembled systems, and to develop that one, again what I said, that the most important thing to understand the weak intermolecular interactions. So these self-assembled structures are widely used to understand the interorganal communications, sensing, switching, as well as the light harvesting processes. And when it comes that, we can see that some of the cases it's a static self-assembly, like the formation of micellization, and then also like the dynamic self-assembly, where we have a spontaneous transformation from one structure to another structure in presence of stimuli. So how do we understand these self-assembly processes? So one of the ways to understand these dynamic processes, that is basically to understand their solid state structure, and there are many techniques available, like electron microscopy, atomic force microscopy, or laser scanning, confocal laser scanning microscopy. But along with that, some of the techniques which can be complementary, not exclusives, along with that, some of the complementary techniques which we use quite often, that is fluorescence lifetime imaging microscopy, where instead of the intensity or the concentration of the probe, that will try to monitor the lifetime and try to decipher the process. Another is the fluorescence correlation spectroscopy, where basically the fluorophore is moving in the confocal volume. So depending on that, what is the shape of the fluorophore or size of the aggregates, the diffusion time will be different, and based on that also you can correlate their formation process. So I will give one example for each of these techniques which have been used to decipher the complex self-assembly processes along with other techniques. So this is a famous example from Utnar group from perylene discmide kind of systems, and we know that those are strongly fluorescent, and very interesting fluorescence properties are there when you change the
water pH mixture, particularly when you change the organic solvent and water ratio. And these kind of interesting aggregates are also formed at different water fraction. But the question is that whether these aggregates are formed in this dispersion state or it is effect of the solvent evaporations. Because typically in the electron microscopy, what we do, we take that dispersion, put it into silicon wafer or glass slides, and then basically we, after evaporating that one, we used to see this kind of structure. So during the process of solvent evaporation also, there could be some additional processes going on. So this displaced particle can be clubbed together and there could be some sort of association, right? So to understand that one, that whether it is happening in the dispersion state or it's purely a solid state phenomenon, there are several techniques. The tri-electron microscopy is one of them. And then there are examples for protein nanofibril formation through DLS as well as from other tri-electron microscopy techniques. And recently we have nice examples where basically that fluorescence correlation spectroscopy has been used to understand the inorganic nanoparticles from spherical nanoparticles to rod-like structure formation. So here our question is that we want to understand the supramolecular aggregations which is happening both in the solution and solid state and correlating their behavior. So with that we have synthesized small molecules which we attribute as T-PAN. It's a thiophenol derivative. It shows some decent fluorescence in solution as well as in the solid state. But the more interesting feature is that when we take it in a THF water binary solvent mixture, that in less than 80% water, it is showing some sort of spherical aggregates. And then when we increase the water content, it is like an oblong set particle. And then above 80% water, it is more like a network of nanofibers. Okay. So if you see that definitely there is certain change that when we move from water content from 0 to means more than 80%, there is a formation of new aggregates that is observed from the absorption as well as from the fluorescence spectrum. And what we thought initially that it may be due to the consequence of some concentration. So whatever the dispersion we got, we diluted it almost like 100 times. And even after that also, if you take and dropcast that one, you will always get a network of nanofiber. So to understand that whether this network of nanofibers form in the dispersion itself, we use fluorescence correlation spectroscopy. So I'm not getting into the details of the techniques, but what I try to emphasize, like you see in the pure solution, means in the THF solution, you see there is no discontinuity in the FCS traces. And when it is again 80% water, then also I can see the continuous traces. But in between, I can see some discontinuity. And now, since we saw this kind of discontinuity, you move to all the intermediate water fraction, 50, 55, and all cases, we can say the discontinuity in the FCS traces, which indicates that perhaps that in these cases, the molecules, that what are the emitting species, it is probably in two different states, free molecule as well as the molecules in the aggregated state. So that is why that we have used that for the pure THF as well as 80% water fractions, we use the means basically one component 3D diffusion model, and in all the other cases we use the two component diffusion model. So by analyzing these data, and then there are also other little bit complicated process using the modified Stokes-Einstein's equation, we could calculate the length of the nanofiber. And the length of the nanofiber turns out to be at 80% water fraction, something around typically 400 nanometer. And even if you do the statistical averaging, then also it will be from 400 to maximum, I can think of 1 micron. But whatever we have seen in the previous slide in the FESEM images, those nanofibers are much, much bigger compared to that dimension. So that is probably associated with the solvent evaporation. So whatever the nanofibers are formed, when you are evaporating the solvent, those are entangled, and finally you are getting a network of nanofibers. Now the next question we asked that what is the effect of the polarity?
So now let's say if you take the DMSO water instead of THF water, these aggregation behavior you can see at much lower water content because of the much drastic change in polarity. However, if you change water, like if I take THF hexane mixture, in that case no hydrogen bonding solvent, there is no network of nanofiber or basically no nanofiber formation. Now that means there is a very significant role of polarity. Now what is the effect of molecular structure? So we have this pyridinic nitrogen, so we know that it's susceptible to pH. So if you change the pH, like if you put acid and make the pH below 3, then you will see that these nanofibers are spontaneously disassembled and you are getting almost solution-like behavior and those kind of oblong-shaped nanoparticles. And again, when you put the base, like if I put triethylamine and make the pH more than 8, then those are again aggregating and you are getting back to the pristine nanofibers. And this process we have followed through fluorescence correlation spectroscopy, exactly the similar changes in the FCS stresses and steady state as well as the time without fluorescence spectroscopy. Now next we ask that what is the specificity in terms of the molecular structure. So if we remove that pyridinic nitrogen and we have synthesized this molecule which is devoid of that pyridinic nitrogen, and here you see that whatever the conditions, whatever the water, THF, water, DMSO or other solvent mixture you use, in not a single case you will get that anisotropic nanofiber. It's mostly like a spherical particles and definitely it is pH insensitive. There is no change even if you put some trifluoroacetic acid. So with this all information and based on little bit of our structural simulations which we obtained from the powder XRD and the unit cell calculations, we can propose some of the key weak interactions which basically helping these TPAM molecules to aggregate in a one-dimensional fashion. And it is relatively a new approach to understand the molecular aggregations where we anticipate the TPAM molecule initially when you have a means basically where the molecule is not soluble, like a non-solvent, which for TPAM it is water, it is forming some sort of self-assembled nanoparticles. As you increase the polarity, you are having oblong-shaped nanoparticles and finally it ends up with a higher polarity nanofibers that is happening beyond 80% water fraction. And then when you take them from the solution and evaporate and take out all the solvents, it is basically getting entangled and you are getting network of nanofibers. So after that we try to understand, since it's quite sensitive to the environment, what would be the behavior of that molecule inside a little bit more complex media like a human cell. So since there was no specific targeting group, so these kind of hydrophobic molecules, most of the cases try to tend into the lipid droplet. So these also end up with getting into the lipid droplet. That is obtained, that information we get from the co-localization experiments. And we saw that in the lipid droplets, its behavior is something in between, as like a free solution or in the completely in the 80% water, whatever the complete aggregated state. So that is the take-home message from this work, that every molecules, when we put it in the different environment, they may behave differently in terms of their aggregation behavior. And with that, we try to move to our next systems, where we have this kind of bis-phenol-imidazole kind of system. And here we have different alkyl group, the different alkyl chain length. So I'm not getting into that aspects, but what we did with different alkyl chain length, we have seen different aggregation behavior. So I have taken only one example, that where you have that octyl chain and you have that NH, that forms gel at a particular condition, like methanol and chloroform mixture. I think 20% chloroform, 80% or vice versa, 20% methanol, 80% chloroform, it forms that gel. And since it is also basically that NH is highly susceptible, so you can always pH-induced sol-gel transformation that we can do. And these are the things that are well established in the literature. So what new thing we observe, like if we monitor this gelation process, if I do that simple steady state spectroscopy and also record the confocal laser scanning microscopy images, there is no change. We can see that once we put that, heat that methanol chloroform mixture with a particular concentration of this probe, over a period of time, something 10 to 12 minutes, we can get the complete gel formation. And this process, if we monitor using the fluorescence lifetime imaging microscopy, we can see that there is a micro heterogeneity before formation of the complete gel. All these different color indicates different lifetime. And that we can see that there is a complex excited state processes before it forms the complete gel. And that also further proved through this experiment, like this is the gel which we obtained, and that we take it in a slide, and that you see that lifetime is something 6 nanoseconds, and inside the microscope itself, if we put the acid, that immediately in presence of acid, there is a gel to solid transformation, and you can see that this lifetime, 6 nanoseconds, is attributed to this gel, and this basically faster lifetime is indicating the salt, and within some 5 to 10 minutes, that it is completely converted to the salt. And again, when you, from the same sample, when you put that again base and increase the pH, you will end up with the gel formation. So basically, using the fluorescence lifetime imaging microscopy, we can follow these salt gel processes and associated excited state behavior. And then this molecule also, as I said, that again, there was no specific targeting group. So this also, inside the cells, we found that it is going to the lipid droplet based on the co-localization experiment. But what we additionally learned from this work, that lipid droplets is not like a static organelle. It moves around the cytoplasm. So basically we can understand the dynamics of lipid droplets, and these are also reported in the literature, like lipid droplets undergoing the fusion, fission, all these processes that we can also see from these different color imaging. But what I appreciate in this work, that not only qualitatively, we also have some quantitative information by doing fluorescence correlation spectroscopy. Like if we fixed particularly one region where the lipid droplets are getting fused, or lipid droplets are undergoing the fission, that how the diffusion time is getting changes and how the viscosity of that region are getting changes, that also we estimated through the fluorescence correlation spectroscopy. So with this kind of work now, particularly we are interested to developing the molecular probe which will show some long-lived emission. So basically try to explore the long-lived emission process, and what is the way to make this long-lived emission system that is already being introduced by previous speaker, Professor Bryce, and he is one of the important contributor in the domain of the thermally activated delayed fluorescent organic molecular probe. And we want that probe for intracellular imaging, particularly to understand the intracellular dynamic processes. And what is the advantage of this long-lived emission probe? That in that case, that you can understand the imaging processes which is completely free from autofluorescence. Because if you use that microsecond time scale lifetime, then definitely you are free from autofluorescence. And what we realized that probably don't have to undergo that very complicated synthetic procedures, like in case of TPEN or the previous example. I won't say the synthesis was very simple, at least from our side. So instead of that, if we take a simple fluorophore, there is a big repository of the fluorophore, and let us put some targeting group which is specific to some organelle, and if we tune the donor-acceptor combination, then probably you can have the long-lived emission along with specific targeting ability. So one of such example is this simple molecular probe. So here, we all know, this is a coumarin moiety, and synthetically also it is not very challenging, that we have the diphenylamine acting as a donor, and this is a weak acceptor, and this is a TADF probe. We have all the experimental proof and established this is the TADF system, and all the things, parameters which Professor Bryce said, that it also showed very low delta EST. But now to retain the TADF property and showing some specificity towards particular organelle, we need to put some lysosome anchoring unit, that monopoly unit acts for the lysosome targeting unit, but this is not directly conjugated with this TADF probe. So the TADF property should be retained. And most of the cases, this intramolecular charge transfer probe, you will have polarity sensitive emission or polarity sensitive lifetime. So here also, as our anticipation, it shows very nice polarity sensitive fluorescence, and we can correlate that emission, particularly the lifetime, with respect to the polarity, with respect to solvent polarity. There is a very nice linear relationship. And as I said, that this probe is showing microsecond time scale lifetime in case of solution, and also in case of aqueous dispersion. And one of the way to prove the TADF, that you do the time resolved emission spectra, and you take the time slice like at the nanosecond time scale and also in the microsecond time scale, and each of the spectra should overlap with each other. So it is coming from the same emitting state. And but these experiments also says that it's a delayed fluorescence. To prove that one, it's a thermally activated delayed fluorescence. One more step is required. At least you prove that it is a unimolecular process. This is not happening because of the triplet annihilation. So this is a laser power dependent study where we can see that it's a unimolecular process and mostly facilitated by the thermally activated delayed fluorescence. So now, what is the conclusion from this spectroscopic study? That this probe is showing, basically it's a polarity sensitive. When the polarity is low, average lifetime is high, or vice versa. So using this information, we try to understand the inter-organelle communications. That particularly we have done, this probe is particularly specific to lysosome, so we have done all the colocalization study, we have done the lysosomal dynamics, and then lysosome lipid droplet interactions, and I am giving only one example, which is lysosome mitochondria interactions. Like this is a mitotracker gene, and this is our probe, which is specific to lysosome, and under normal conditions, you can see the Pearson correlation coefficient is very low, but when you add some basically mitophagy, that is basically lysosome mitochondria interaction, triple CP is the inducer, that when you add that one, then you see that the Pearson correlation coefficient is increasing. And particularly from the film imaging, that if you take only mitotracker green, there is no change in the average lifetime. But when you use our probe, you can clearly see that there is a change in the average fluorescence lifetime. So we can basically monitor over a period of time that this lysosome mitochondria interaction. Similar way, we have also done lysosome lipid droplet interaction. And this is my last slide, where I try to emphasize that this kind of probe could be also useful for many other complex, to understand the complex biological processes. Like one of the processes is the aging. And in that case, we have taken the example of soil nematode, that is C. elegans, and they grow quite rapidly, almost like 72 hours, they move from L1 stage to the adult stage. And during this process, their lysosomes are getting much matured, and basically they call lysosome-like organelles, and their polarity also getting changed. So with this probe, polarity sensitive probe, we can distinguish between this L2 stage and the adult stage. Like this is the wild type C. elegans. Here you see that if we look at the confocal laser scanning microscopy images, we will not be able to distinguish much between this L2 and adult stage. But with the fluorescence lifetime imaging microscopy, as all these colors indicate the different lifetime, we can clearly see that from that L2 stage to adult stage, there is a average lifetime is less, which indicates the polarity is more. And when you use that mutant cell, you can see that change is even more drastic. So basically, lysosomal polarity is being used here to understand this complex process, aging. And as I mentioned earlier, that since it's a delayed fluorescent probe, so using this microsecond time scale lifetime, we can also do the time-gated imaging. So this we are exploring further, that with a specific time gate, trying to understand these processes. So with that, I would like to thank all the funding agencies and ISR Bhopal for generous support. And I am extremely thankful for very hard-working students. And the first part of the work, what is basically the lipid droplet dynamics and understanding the molecular self-assembly by using FCS, that is being completely contributed by Dr. Iclmfa Kundu. And the last work, which is basically the lysosomal polarity, understanding the aging process, that is done by Shubhodip. And thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Parker, for your nice talk. So, any questions?
Thank you, sir. It was really informative talk. So my question is, previously you have discussed about the probe in which you have used the pyridinium unit, and in that case you have used THF water solvent system, and in that nanofibers were formed at 80% water fraction. But when you change the solvent system to DMSO water, the nanofibers were formed at 40% water fraction. And again, in the other probe where there was no nitrogen unit, no pyridinium unit was present, there was the spherical units were formed. So my question is that what is the role of solvent polarity in the formation of nanofibers, and why that water fraction is being changed? Like in THF water, it is being formed at 80% fraction, and when we change the solvent system, it is formed at 40%.
Thank you for a very interesting question. And you see that solvent polarity, like these are typically hydrophobic molecules, so that hydrophilic interactions is also very important. And then water-water hydrogen bond, that also play an important role. So one of the observations, along with whatever you have indicated, that when we choose a solvent system without water, there is no nanofiber formation. Now in case of EPC, the DMSO is much polar compared to that of THF. So whatever the polarity we are achieving by THF and 80% water, the not exactly same value because we have not calculated, but the change in polarity is much more when I use DMSO and 40% water. And that is why at much lower content of water itself you are getting the similar kind of nanofiber and similar kind of spectroscopy. And the other case where the pyridinic nitrogen is not there, so then basically we don't have the connecting unit which will basically a center which will basically drive that non-covalent interactions. That is itself is missing. So in that case, I don't have that one-dimensional nanofiber formation, but that is also a hydrophobic molecule. When you put it more non-solvent like water, it is aggregate. And typical aggregate shape is like the spherical particles.
Any question?
But you are saying you have studied only for two solvents, THF and DMSO. Did you study with other solvents?
Yeah, we have done the spectroscopic properties in various different solvents, but the aggregation behavior, particularly we have chosen THF water, DMSO water, and in just to have a comparison, we have used different solvent systems, but more pronounced effect we could see in that THF water or DMSO water. But definitely, we didn't put like a series of solvent mixture and that analysis that we have not done.
That would have been more interesting.
So can you check D2 instead of H2 to confirm hydrogen bonding?
No, that's a good point. We have not checked that one. But like as for example, that when you don't put water, you don't have that thing.
You were having HF.
Yes. So there we don't have that.
Yeah, this is just follow-up question. Yes, question. So you have thiophene unit in between. What is the role of thiophene? Why did you add?
So thiophene unit in this particular case also, like when I use that molecular dynamic simulations with that PXRD result, there is a specific non-covalent interactions through thiophene that I have shown. So that is also required. But at the same time, I don't have the control molecule. We don't have the data where we didn't put the thiophene, but pyridinic nitrogen is there. That study we have not carried out. But definitely to make that one-dimensional nanofiber, there is a weak interactions associated with thiophene. That is there.
I can shout. So, Abhijit,
Did you take this molecule and shine this with UV light for quite some time?
Yeah, I think you are trying to say that
isomerization.
Yeah, isomerization, that one. So we didn't really explore that property, that shining this light, but most of the cases we have also done that 2D NMR and other thing we obtained in the transform.
Okay.
We obtained in the transform.
Exactly. So if you shine UV light for a long time, there is a serious amount of chance that it will go to this form.
Yes.
And
yes.
you'll be able to see a different spectral signature.
Different spectral signature.
Which again would be quite interesting because you take the same molecule, shine that, and then.
And particularly if it happens in the solid state, that would be even more interesting.
But
yeah.
I have a last one. Regarding nice topic, so the small gel, that conversion by adding acid and base. So did you check the repeatability or?
Yes, multiple times. So those studies are not said because those are all pretty standard. There was nothing new. So in this work, perhaps the most exciting part which I have said that during this sol gel process, there is also some excited state phenomena and this micro heterogeneity which we could probe to the fleet. But in the simple, if we do the steady state measurement, all the computer laser scanning microscopy all are identical.
There is no question. That's a partner for a nice talk. His 5-year integrated master's degree in chemistry from IIT Kharagpur in 2000. Subsequently, he moved to reputed labs for his PhD and postdoctoral work abroad. So then he joined the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research Mumbai in 2010 and has been there ever since. The central theme of his research group is to probe dynamical structural.
I think he's loading his.
Okay. So the central theme of his research group is to probe dynamical structural events leading to charge generation in molecular materials in order to fabricate bio-inspired molecule-based devices for photocatalysis and solar electricity generation. He received the 2017 Asian and Oceanic Photochemical Association Prize for Young Scientists, the 2018 Best Emerging Investigator Award, and 2017 Leader Talk, 2 lines are left, and the 2024 CRSI Silver Medal. So where did you get silver medal?
Throw it in the theater.
It was CRSI. It was
It
is different. Right. Yes, silver medal. He has been elected as a fellow in the Royal Society of Chemistry and as leaders in the field, and has been in the editorial board of major physical chemistry journal, JPC Letters, Journal Physical Chemistry, and Journal of Chemical Physics. So with these words, I invite Professor Das Gupta for his talk.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, let me thank everyone here for putting together such a fantastic conference, and thank you, Vandana. That meeting in Nepal helped. I came to Amritsar for the first time, and you are responsible for it. Thank you very much. Okay, so after a wonderful talk by Vijay, so thank you, Vijay, for the wonderful talk, and some fantastic lectures I had just we heard. I would like to bring back to the morning talk by Professor
about solar energy utilization. So this is a topic that I would like to speak on today, which is very close to our heart as a research group, which is on singlet exciton fission. And something, that statement that Professor Amitav Patra made today in the morning, that one of the important elements of thinking about photovoltaic effects or light energy conversion paradigms is the idea of having the best way of harvesting light energy, right? And one of the first steps to actually do a light matter interaction is absorption, typically. Of course, there could be scattering, but for harvesting, the best way is to do absorption. And singlet exciton fission, as I would introduce to you, all of you, involves a methodology of absorption of light that allows for two excited states being generated per photon absorption. So two excited states per photon. And that's important to recognize, because every time when we see the Jablonski diagram, which I think the fluorescence and the triplet generation community is very aware of, we always talk about one photon absorption events, right? What that means is one photon will lead to one excited state. But this is one way of thinking about creating multiple excited states upon absorption of a single photon. So that's how I would like to sort of progress. And then another important aspect of this is Professor Patra also mentioned, and Amitav, not the Abhijit one, also mentioned that it is important to think about expansion of chemical space for singlet fission, because not all chromophores can give you singlet fission. There are some specific chromophores that can give you singlet fission. So let's understand what those details are. So before I go into the topic, I would like to introduce myself and my group to all of you. We are at TIFR Mumbai. We look at solar energy conversion paradigms, and our biggest strength lies in our understanding of excited state dynamics, which we do using femtosecond lasers. We sort of can look at structural changes in a molecule upon excitation using transient absorption and transient Raman spectroscopy. And that allows us to watch molecular structure with femtosecond time resolution, with using migrations as a tool to look at it. Of course, we can watch these for different kinds of applications, but one of the critical ones is, which I will discuss today, about singlet exciton fission, but also we have interest in doing organic chemistry in water. And this is something that my group has been doing for some time now, where we can do pH activation reactions in water using just visible light and nanostructures that activate organic molecules. It's not something that we're talking about today, right? So let's get back to the photophysics of singlet exciton fission. So the idea here is, we all know in the Jablonski diagram, we can end up creating triplets from singlet states through a process called, a regular process called. Can anyone tell me how do you produce triplets from just absorb, after the molecule goes to its singlet state? Excited singlet? Intersystem process. Fantastic. Thank you. So you have an intersystem crossing process which can take you from S0 to G1, right, through an absorption of photon. But here I'm going to make a departure. I'm going to generate triplets not through intersystem crossing, but through an internal conversion process. And that's the question you will ask, how? So let's put this framework together. The Jablonski diagram is valid for one molecule type excitations. But when you have dimers or oligomers of molecules, the Jablonski diagram has to manifest itself for explaining excitations on multiple molecules. So under that condition, you can have a situation when an excited molecule is next to an unexcited monomer, right? And they form a coupled dimer. Under that condition, when it forms a dimer, the excitation energy can be shared if and only if the triplet state of that chromophore is half the singlet energy of the S0 to S1 gap. In such a condition, you can take this energy that has been deposited by the photon on the molecule and share it to form something called as a correlated triplet singlet excited state. Okay? So now, we started by looking at one excited molecule right here, but now we are talking about excitations on a dimer. So suddenly our framework of understanding photophysics has changed. The molecular wave functions have changed. We are not talking of monomer anymore, we are talking of a dimer. Under that condition, this state that has been generated in the dimer is considered to be a multi-excitonic state. That means two excited states interacting with each other. And there could be multiple ways of interaction. One of them is a charge transfer interaction. So there are possibilities of explaining this excitation. Just to think about it, a dimer got excited into this. So it's just visualization of an S0 of a dimer, S0 to a TT of a dimer, which that TT is a singlet excited state. So it's still internal conversion. Okay? At the end of the day, you're going from a singlet ground state on the dimer, but you're also populating a triplet correlated pair, which is a singlet state. So it's a internal conversion for the dimer kind of excitation, right? So once you can create this, now the job of the idea of singlet fission is to split it out. If you can take those triplet correlated bound pairs of excitations or excitons and dissociate it, what you have done now from the monomer basis is creating two triplets which are free. That's what this entire equation stands for. You go from a dimer, which is one of the molecules is excited, you create through internal conversion a TT-like state, and then you suddenly separate them out. Once it is separated, you go back to the monomer basis, S0 got converted to T1, S1 got converted to T1. Okay? So then you have created two triplets with only a cost of one photon. So that's what the entire process is. So you can see that what is important for this process is some sort of an interchromophoric coupling. And also, you should be able to use the energy conversion ideas that the S1 should have 2 times the energy of the triplet. Then only you can share that energy half and half as a triplet. So this is essentially coming because you have half the energy of the triplets as compared to S1. So that is one of the stringent criteria for singlet fission. Only those chromophores which have half the triplet energy can launch itself in an aggregate to a singlet fission process. Okay? If that is clear, let's move and just understand this. So now the question then becomes, is the triplet pair, what is the nature of that state? What is the coupling associated? What coupling do I mean by that? So it's called a bi-excitonic state because you have two excitons talking to each other. And it has an interaction strength. Okay? These are electrostatics that are binding the two molecules, excited molecules. Electron densities interacting with each other. This is the basic requirement I've already mentioned. The singlet state of the chromophore, the monomer chromophore, should be twice the triplet of the monomer chromophore. And there should be a probable coupling of the S1, S0 to that, so that there's an internal, smooth internal conversion to the TT pair state. So there should be a Hamiltonian that dictates that coupling. Okay? So these are some of the requirements that you have. How do you detect them? Well, you can do a transient absorption measurement. Because these internal conversions are in the order of picoseconds. So if you have to watch them in action, you will have to do transient absorption. I've given you just one way of looking at the transient traces, where there is a ground state leech that is formed, and as the initial excited state decays, there is a sudden ground state bleach rise, and then a TT pair formation, which is characterized by an absorption spectrum, and then it moves to a free triplet. So all these distinct signatures you should be able to observe in your transient absorption to claim singlet fission. That you will have a rise because one of these molecules which was not excited suddenly is excited. So there should be a rise in the bleach. And there should be the TT pair state, which is a specific absorption should also be seen in your data, and that should also match with the free triplet data. So all of these have to be observed in your transient absorption spectra to claim singlet fission in your system. And that, if you can claim and you can use it for a solar cell, you actually increase the efficiency exponentially. Okay? The other way to think about this is the triplet pair is actually a multi-spin state. One triplet has 3 spin manifolds, right? Sub-spin manifolds, which will have the characteristic m equal to 0 and plus minus 1. But now if you bring 2 such spin states, which is s equal to 1, s is equal to 1, you can have a total s equal to 0, s is equal to 1, and s equal to 2 particles that you can form by mixing of the spins, right? So then, in the EPR spectrum, you should be able to watch more than just one spin state, a quintet state and a triplet state, apart from a TT singlet state. So all of these are ways to identify again whether you have created a correlated TT pair. If this is clear, let's move forward. That there is a way to understand singlet fission using transient absorption, dynamics, and spin-based EPR measurements. So let's go back again. How this is so useful. If you create in a oligomeric aggregate of monomers these excitations in a system where triplets are half the energy of singlets, you can create these 2 triplet correlated triplet pairs, which can now separate out. And you can transport these triplet spins and do charge separation effects, which would enhance the quantum yields of charge generation. So, now the critical challenges of course becomes, can you separate these triplets or they can recombine? So that is one. And the other thing is, are there evidences for spectroscopic signature of these? So one of the important aspects of singlet fission was shown by Mark Baldo in 2019, was that in a silicon solar cell which is coated with a paste of tetracene, went from a 29% solar cell device to a 35% solar cell device because singlet fission happens in the tetracene there. And that contributes to the charge, the current that the device shows. So this essentially tells you that if you can use singlet fission, you definitely can boost up photovoltaic efficiencies. What chromophores are currently available in the market? Well, all of them have known singlet triplet energy ratios available for diketopyrrolopyrrole, for pyrroline diamides. And recently, what we showed that even when you have chromophores which do not manifest into triplet energies which are half the singlet energies, you can actually still do singlet fission. So this is where when I say expanding the chemical scope of singlet fission, which is important to think about. Okay, so one of the many ways to think about aggregates would be just putting molecules in a linear set of aggregates, or you can make small dimers, whether the dimers are open conformation or the dimers are closed or cyclophane structure, that is your choice. But the cyclophane structures are more rigid and they allow for not functionally modifying the conformational space of the interaction. So these are something which are important that you can think about if you want to design molecules with a singlet fission, or you can think of polymeric aggregates, things where you have these individual chromophores linked up by conjugated pi bridges, which can allow for when you put the polymer in a film, you will have interactions between the two chains. Right? So these are again ways of thinking about the problem. We have been sort of doing it in aggregate forms with molecules like carotenoids. In collaboration with Satish Patil, we've been looking at dimers, which are open structures, also extended polymeric networks, and very recently, in collaboration with Preetham Mukhopadhyay at Jawaharlal Nehru University, we've been able to look at cyclophane structures. And this, for the first time, we were able to show that NDI, which is a common fluorescent molecule that all of you actually handle, many of you handle, they don't have the triplets at the right position. But if you have a cyclophane structure, you can modify the entire triplet states or the singlet states into multi-excitonic states that have triplet character. So this is something that we have been sort of interested in doing, and this has been long-standing idea that when you have the ribene dimides, you will see that the triplets are lower than half for the TDIs and the PDIs. But for the NDIs, they are difficult to get more than half simply because the delocalization and the spin delocalization in these systems are not large. So these have triplet energies up to 1.3 eV for this particular structure as compared to singlet, which is 2.1 eV. So 2 times this will be 2.6. So this is 0.5 eV above what you expect for singlet fission to take place. So Preetham actually is a brilliant supramolecular chemist from JNU. He's been doing a lot of very beautiful supramolecular chemistry work. This deserves a huge amount of attention because it's not very easy to make these two dimers together with these NDI systems. What Preetham and his students did, they used these diamine systems, these very rigidly linked cyclohexyl diamines, which are fantastically chiral as well. You can link them and do some very nice chemistry to put this cyclophane, which allows for a contact distance of around 3.2 angstroms between the two NDI units. Now you can see the NDI units are completely distorted. NDI is flat. It has an aromatic dipole, it's flat. But now when you have a dimer, suddenly you have contorted because you're pushing the molecular orbitals of the NDI too close to each other. That allows for a repulsion and it affects the backbone completely. It twists the backbone out of plane. When that happens, there's a strong coupling between the two chromophores. In fact, so strong that you can see that the monomer of the NDI, which is denoted as PP NDI, has a very distinct vibronic signature, narrow absorption profile, but in the dimer you can clearly see a splitting, both in the blue and in the red. Okay, that tells you strong coupling between the two chromophores. In fact, the emission is highly emissive. Of course, it's a fluorescent molecule, but the emission goes away pretty much in the dimer, clearly and shifting to the red, pretty much telling there is a new state form, which is lower in energy than the original state. Also, what you see is the time-resolved TCSPC measurements, which is a single photon counting measurement. You clearly see that the nanosecond emission dynamics quenches to a few hundreds of picoseconds. If you look at the transient absorption spectra, you can clearly see that fluorescence, right? So in the monomer, you only see fluorescence. There's nothing more than that. But in the dimer, there's a quenching. Now, what is that quenching? So when we looked at this, again, the excited state absorption, there was a rise in the excited state absorption of these features, and there was also a rise in the ground state bleach. I already told you, if you have to understand singlet fission, you have to see these signatures in your transient absorption data. A rise of the absorption, which is the TT state, should correspond to a rise of the bleach because one more molecule just got involved. So then these two, if they are correlated, we should be able to predict that this is singlet fission. Not only that, what we also saw was using sensitizers like ruthenium, the dimer of the NDI could be directly sensitized to its original triplet, and that triplet actually is almost similar in absorption to the TT which we got. However, it's not exactly the same. So the TT state is not exactly the free T on the dimer. So that is something, another important aspect of it. So with Arun and his postdoc, Arun Pal, actually he did most of the work, in which Arun came with the idea that you can use wave function based methods to absolutely compute the energy of the multi-excitonic state. The typical TT-DFT approaches don't look at multi-excitonic states. Only in the wave function method you can get this idea that indeed you have a local excited state which is one NDI excited, but then there is a lower multi-excitonic state where both the NDIs are involved, and that is the projection of that TT state is on the monomer, which looks like a TT pair state. Okay? And this is using CASF with a, you went up to 10 such, sub-states that you could compute to get to an energy of the multi-excitonic state which is lower than the original local excited state. This is what the picture turns out to be, that you can do these singlet fission in these dimers either using direct excitation of that 630 nanometer feature through a lower multi-excitonic state, which we call as TT pair, and it can recombine in 70 to 220 picoseconds. This is depending on which solvent you use, but essentially this is what we see. What we next did was with printer, we actually were able to now hypothetically connect these two NDI dimers with different kinds of spacer groups, so that we can tune the closest approach of the two and modify it with an angle or a twist. Okay? So if you can do this, you can systematically study when does singlet fission go away, or how does one look at singlet fission dynamics. And of course, Preetham with his brilliant students could construct both ortho-ortho on a benzene. Now these are still there, the cyclohexene diamine, but these ortho-ortho connections, then the meta connection was used as a way to increase the distance and twist it. Okay? So the one that is most interesting to us is the ortho-ortho on both benzenes. This is the next closest after the rigid cyclohexyl linkers. And if you, Aishwarika did in our lab was to look at all these dimers now very carefully after Arup. I just wanted to mention that this work was done with Arup. A previous graduate student who just graduated a year back. But Aishwarika currently is looking into how these numbers change with different kind of orientations. And what it turns out is, if you clearly look at it, this was the original dimer with 300 femtosecond rise in the singlet fission and the decay of the TT pair state, while there is a slight increase as you go from a very short distance to larger distances by an angle or twist. You can clearly modify till you go, very interestingly, to the meta-meta, which is 4.5 picoseconds. So here and the ortho-ortho here. Sorry, the double bond is outside, it should be inside anyway. But this is ortho-ortho, and it is actually 110 picosecond long-lived, which tells us that in the rigid cyclohexyl diamine, there are other motions. After the TT pair formation, there are other relaxation motions which allow for a faster quenching as compared to the case where we have the benzene. There is something that we are now computationally looking into with Oyon and Debushree at ISCS, which are both helping us to put together a sort of toolbox of computational approaches to understand this problem. So I just want to end with that. So this is essentially an idea which then tells you that you can choose chromophores which are does not thermodynamically follow the singlet fission criteria, and pack them up such that you can distort or contort their structures and still can get to a singlet fission process. So for the dimers, monomer energy criteria is not a necessary concept, and you just have to look at multi-excitonic state energies in the dimer band. So this is something that's a philosophical statement. The singlet fission community started by looking at monomer energetics to, project it to a T state. But now what we're trying to say is, forget about the monomer, just look at the dimer. Is there a multi-excitonic singlet fission? We have been now looking at using transient Raman to detect these different kinds of multi-excitonic states. It's not something that I would like to talk about right now, it's unpublished stuff. But I just would like to thank the main players in this. Arup, who is sitting right here, he did his PhD on this entire work and graduated in the late part of 2022. Now he is at MIT. Aishwarika, who is continuing, she's right here, continuing this project of looking at these different kinds of dimers and trying to understand the dynamics of the system. And all the other members who have always sort of made me excited to go to laboratory. I thank all of them for generating great ideas and science. All my collaborators, Pritam, Satish, Arun, Devashri, and other people who have really been helping us out in understanding singlet fission. Especially I would like to thank for this meeting. I would like to thank Wanda for There's only one student who is asking questions, Megha, right?
The excited monomer, it excites the molecule in ground state. And then you call it as TT, excited states. It's singlet, right? Excited
yes,
state.
It is still singlet.
So my question is, can we call that state as excimer?
Great question. So the excimer state should be, in principle, excimer means it's a complex between an unexcited molecule and an excited state. So if there is an excimer, it should have looked something as an alternate version of a structurally relaxed version of this LE state. It is not an excimer just because you can see that you have changed the electron densities of the other molecular chromophore as well. So excimers are typically a complex of one excited state with a ground state molecule. So yes, if this LE would have relaxed not to the LE, to the multi-excitonic state, I would have captured an excimer, which would be emissive.
Any other question?
Actually, I just went back to my physical chemistry classes.
That is true.
Seriously,
I was also typing.
So, no, actually, I just have a couple of concerns. When you do this kind of, this all optimization structure, say for pentastate is fine, but when you have other molecules, so when it comes very closer together, so how do you find that, how these molecules are oriented in that particular state? So is that that they take different options and take the best one?
So this one we were lucky to have a crystal structure.
Okay.
So this data is a crystal data that Pritam had reported, and that is why we can talk about this in this glorified manner. We have another crystal for the ortho also. We also have crystal for that. If you don't have crystals, and especially that is something which it suffers from, and you have these large aggregates that are forming and these chains forming that are not really packing very well, but you have a very stable structure. How do you do that? So Abhijit showed you that you will get some structural features from experiments, not from computation. From experiments you can get some numbers of the length, and then you can use intuition between the chromophore, how the hydrogen bonding could be, to ask the question, with that length, how many monomers can I pack? And how close can I pack? And then use optimization techniques to look at the orientation. Yeah. And discover more interactions.
Right.
So otherwise it's a very hard problem.
Yeah. So these cases, all the cases, it's a cis-diamine or trans-diamine?
Yes, you can do both cis and trans.
Because it can, trans also can
yes,
come in the
absolutely,
equatorial.
absolutely.
So both are working.
Both are possible, yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Wonderful lecture, sir.
Thank you.
I want to ask if you followed any literature or you planned it out and taken estimated it. I want to ask.
Okay.
PT where.
It's always a good question. There has been a thermodynamic criteria that you have to follow. So there are only few chromophores that satisfy it. But with Preetham's case, the NDI case, it was something that happened accidentally. Because Preetham said, look Jyotishman, this is a dimer we have prepared, its emission is much. I want to understand what that reason is. So it turned out with us that when we were doing the transient and we looked at one of the ways to look at the quenching, it could have been a symmetry breaking charge separation as well. But we looked at what the radical cation and radical anion spectra were. We ourselves did that. So we could see it's not that. It has to be a triplet maybe, and because we were working on symmetry, it was easier for us to go through the process of understanding.
So if there is no more question, let's thank Raj Gupta for his nice next speaker is Professor Rajmani. Yes? So, Madam, if I couldn't pronounce your name correctly, then please forgive me. Because we are used to the names of Parampreet, So, Professor Rajamani, we welcome you over here. So she is assistant professor at IIC Bangalore. She did her PhD from IIT Madras, postdoctorate from Taiwan, and has been a Marie Curie fellow. Recently, she received IGSTS Weizel Award. So today she will talk on systematic investigation to enable the high efficiency thermally activated delayed fluorescence emitter for OLEDs. So let's welcome Professor Rajamani.
Thank you for the invitation. This also happened in that one meeting. So I'll be talking about how to design TADF emitter for fission. So this one I outlined. That modular design for cycle. Many of you still I saw in my room the students so there so they use like fluorescent tube like that light is larger, that's why the monitor also good. Now so that light is connected. We can take that. So all this is started. Therefore,
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So because of these advantages, so we can have transparent TVs. Like this is demonstrated by Samsung. So we can see transparent TVs. This is LG demonstrated. They can produce rollable TVs. Once after finishing, we can just roll it in small box. And yeah, this is also by Samsung. And if you compare the thickness of the LED TV and OLED TV, in LED we can go down up to 15 millimeter because of large components behind the TV. So it's impossible to reduce less than 1.5 centimeter. However, in the case of OLED, we can go up to 4 millimeter thickness. And OLEDs are not only being utilized in lighting or display applications, we also can use it for photodynamic therapy and also for imaging applications like OLEDs in optogenetic as well as imaging. This is kind of the collaborative project is going between myself and Germany. So this is related to WISER project actually. And OLEDs also can be used in Li-Fi applications. So people can, even they have demonstrated they can transfer 1 GB per second using OLED lights. Compared to LED light, OLED light that excited state light time is shorter, therefore we can have faster data transfer as compared to the LED lights. So already Professor Martin Price gave introduction about the OLED, so I am just repeating here. So this is OLED made up of multi-layer structure where OLED materials are sandwiched between anode and cathode. So hole is injected from anode, electron injected from the cathode, transported to the emissive layer and forms exciton and release the light. According to the statistics, there will be always two types of exciton formation. This ratio is fixed. There will be always 20% and 70%. According to the spin statistics, so we can, so there will be always, so depends upon the emitting material what we use in the emissive layer, we can have only singlet or both singlet and triplet excitons. Other advantages of the adjusting the donor strength. So this, I hope in audience everyone know about this various generation of emitter. So if you use fluorescence material, we can harvest only 25%. If you use phosphorescence material, we can harvest both singlet as well as triplet exciton from the triplet state. If you use TADF material, we can harvest both singlet and triplet exciton from the singlet state using pure organic compound. That's why, so in the last 10 years, this has become more a topic because here there is no heavy metal involved in that. In this case, we have to use iridium or platinum metal-based complex. Not only that, it's not suitable for the blue device. So therefore, people are more interested in this because they can improve the performance and then color tunability is also much easier in this case of TADF emitters. So this is our lab scheme. Actually, we always start with the design and we go for the synthesis. We do pre-DFT calculation to screen the molecules based on the delta AST values. Once we screen from the DFT calculation, we go for the synthesis, then we also go for the vacuum sublimations, like the temperature gradient vacuum sublimation to get ultra pure materials. Because purity is very important to get the better performance and also longer lifetime. And then we again go for the photochemical study to screen again. So without IPLQI, no meaning of going further for the device fabrication. So PLQI is the limiting step. So once we screen it here, then we fabricate the devices and do the related characterization. So first I will talk about how we are tuning the color from sky blue to deep blue emissions. So if you look at the structure, so 3-benzyl pyridine, this red part is acceptor and the carbazole is donor. So what we did here, we just changed the one donor to this pyridine ring and into the para position. And we did the DFT calculation for this para derivative and the delta ST values are less than 0.3. That means we can expect the TADF property. So synthesis is also very straightforward, just one step Ullmann coupling. And this is the crystal structure of this para derivative. Here we can see this, because of this nitrogen, we can see more planar between the planarity between this pyridine ring and this carbazole. So this further rigidify the system, therefore more rigid systems are important to improve the PLTY and reduce the unnecessary non-rigidity decay. And not only that, we also can improve the color purity. And we did the photophysical studies. Here this is the absorbance and this is the fluorescence and phosphorescence spectra. And the green line is phosphorescence spectra, the blue line is the fluorescence spectra. Here we can see almost overlap with each other. That means we can expect a very low delta ST. So here that means the S1 and T1 states are very close. And to confirm the TADF property, we did the excitation light time. Here we can see light time in nanosecond as well as in microsecond. This suggests or it confirms that this emitter is showing the TADF property. Then we have a blue device, we have to use this lapping layer, otherwise the Exciton connected to the next adjacent layer, then we end up with the core performance. For green or red device, we don't need to use this Exciton lapping layer. And this is the emission layer, these materials are doped with the forcing materials, this is called MCPP. These are commercial material uses and these are corrosion resistant materials. And we fabricated with this structure and this is the performance. Almost 24% of external quantum efficiency we observed for both the materials. And this is the excited year lifetime. Here also we can see lifetime in the microsecond range, which confirms further this emitter is TADF emitter. So here, so both emitters are showing almost the same performance around 24%. Now let's look at the impact on the year spectrum. So this green line for this para derivative, if you look at the lambda max, it's almost 30 nanometer bullish shifted, then you can just change the donor position to para from meta and also just some fine tuning in the structures. And not only that, if you look at the CIE values, for this emitter, CIE values is here. It's almost in the sky blue region. And by changing the position, so we can tune the CIE values from sky blue to the deep blue region. And here, not only the bullshit, if you look at the dark maxima, they are also reduced. So this is broader resistance as compared to this one, as I mentioned. So the color purity also very important for the display applications. So here coming Dmax and phenothiazine. We gradually increase the donor strength and this is the calculated delta S values. We can see it's gradually reduced from 0.3 to 0.2 to 0.015. Again, we synthesize this. The synthesis is also very straightforward, one-step synthesis. So we always choose simple molecules because we need in gram scale. Before sublimation, after sublimation we need gram scale. We also lose a lot of yield in the sublimation process. So then this was, and we did the photophysical studies. Here I am showing only the difference is gradually decreasing when we increase the donor strength. Here is 0.22, here 0.002. So here 0.11 means when we increase the donor strength from carbazole to toluene to Dmax and the phenothiazine, is gradually decreasing. To confirm whether these all four emitters are TADF, we did the lifetime. So here all four emitters are showing the delayed components. That means all these four emitters. If we compare the lifetime, here the carbazole and toluene shows long component, longer excited state lifetime as compared to Dmax and phenothiazine. As we expected, so we can tune the color from sky blue to the yellow region by simply changing the donor strength. So we could cover whole visible region. So this is the brightness versus external quantum efficiency, and that's what here we observe like completely contrast result. So according to the delta S values, we should get better performance for these two emitters. But what we got, the performance for these two emitters are higher. It's almost 18 to 22% for these two emitters, but delta S is higher. So here delta S is low, but the performance also very low. But according to the TADF rule, so lower delta S is very important. But here we could not get the same trend. So we analyzed the DFT calculation. So we did the NTO calculation. So here we analyzed. So if we look at these two emitters, so there is an intermediate state between S1 and T1. So there is a T2 state in between in these two molecules. Here it is the T2 is about to S1. And not only that, if you look at the nature of excited state, So here, this is in the hybrid state. Like here, both T1 and S1s are in the LE as well as the CT character. However, in these two cases, this completely CT in character. The take-home message from here is, we have to reduce the delta ST. Of course, the low delta ST is very important, but it's not only the criteria. We need to consider the number of intermediate states and also nature of intermediate state. If suppose if you have like T1 and T2 and the S1, again the performance will be poor. So we need to consider, we need to bring down the LE state also close to S1 state, therefore we can have better up conversion. Therefore we can enhance the reverse intersystem crossing and enhance the performance. So here we did very simple molecular design. Instead of 2 donor, we just use 1 donor. Here we switch to 2 benzyl pyridine instead of 3 benzyl pyridine because we observed there is a hydrogen bonding between this nitrogen and this phenyl ring. Therefore we can have planar acceptor. And we kept simple 1 donor and to minimize the flexibility of the molecules. And we did the DFT calculation. The delta ST calculated delta ST is like less than 0.3 and 0.08 for para and octocase. And the synthesis is also very straightforward. So here we did the lithiation and then we connected the donor. So in this case, we tried the same method, but due to the benzene formation, so here this reaction did not work. So then first we connected the donor, then we did the lithiation to get this final phosphor. And this is the photophysical studies. Again, this black line is for the fluorescent spectrum and the red line for the phosphorescent spectrum. And this is the needle for the para derivative and auto derivative. If you look at it here, there is a complete overlap between the fluorescent and phosphorescent spectra, and here even we observe blue shift. The phosphorescence is relatively blue shifted as compared to the fluorescent spectrum. And this is the doped film. Here also we can see the almost same reverse observed in dope as well as non-doped film. And delta is for para derivative around 0.1 electron, 0.18 electron, and for auto derivative it is 0.01 electron volt. And we checked so here in the para derivative is 147 microsecond, in auto derivative 1 microsecond. Particularly for the lighting application, so shorter excited state lifetime is very important. If excitons are staying very long in the excited state, so there is unnecessary non-radiative pathway, fission or some other pathways. And we also compare the reverse intersystem crossing rate between para and the ortho derivative. Here we can see almost 1 order is higher for the ortho derivative due to short excited state lifetime. And we fabricated devices, and this is non-doped structure and this is doped structure. Only one difference is here we did not use host material and here we used host material. And these structures are the common structure we use. And this is the performance for the para derivative. When we increase the percentage from dopant percentage, this one, 5%. However, in the case of ortho derivative, when we increase the percentage of the dopant from 5 to 100%, the performance is almost same, around 26%. There is no difference in the performance. So this kind of ideal limiter, I would say, particularly for the device fabrication. So normally when we increase when we use the non-doped device, either the performance will drop, even sometimes if we can retain the performance, the color will change. So in this case, we did not observe both changes. Particularly, even if some emitter is showing like a better performance in non-doped device means it is much easier for the fabrication. So during the fabrication, so we have to really evaporate host material and dopant material, and particularly dopant concentration when it is like less than 5% or 10%, we have to really precisely control the dopant percentage, otherwise we will end up with a drop in the performance or color change. So that is not suitable for the industry because they need even 1 nanometer shift also they cannot accept it, that the color will change. So here we retain the performance and we also can see the lambda max. For para derivative shifted from force, look at the CA values, Here also you can see scattered from accumulator is almost same in the green region. So the dopamine message here. So here we could demonstrate by putting the donor and acceptor in the appropriate position. They are able to retain the performance, and we are able to retain the color also. Whatever you do, whatever percentage you use, the performance and the color is same. So we are also switching to fourth generation of OLED. We call it hyperfluorescent OLED. Goal of hyperfluorescence is about any other property, what color it is or something. So if you have some such very narrow emitter, even metal-based complex are also fine. For example, European-based or something. So we are looking for some color purity devices. Yeah, let me summary. Yeah, these are my summary of my presentation. So I would like to and also continue. Who did
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, ma'am, for the exciting lecture. So I have one general query. So for TADF performance, so PL quantum efficiency has a very important role.
For example, if your PL is 50, then we can expect like maybe 10 to 12%.
One of your spectra, many places have shown like fluorescence is having that 2-3 like peaks are there.
No, phosphorescent.
Phosphorescent. Fluorescence gets hard peak is there. In case of phosphorescence, there is a spectral some peak is there.
Yeah. So I think I also mentioned. So then we have this. So here. So this is fluorescent. So broad means that is from the CT state. If structure means that is from the LE state. So I also mentioned the previous work. So when we have this combination, that works better than the when we have like completely both broader spectra, that means the upconversion will be weak because both are CT character. So this is kind of, I would say, this is ideal design. Even here, if you see, this is not very broad and it's not structural also. That means here CT and T1 and T2 are merged together. So that even this is like a more ideal system than this one.
Thank you so much.
So if anybody else has to ask a question, we can discuss during the meeting. So we are running short of time. So sorry. Thank you, madam. Again.
Yeah, very good evening to everyone. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers and committee members for giving me an opportunity to present my work. Thank you very much. The title of my presentation is Di-Ondolo-Carbazole based twisted donor receptor TADF tracks for photocatalysis and organic light emitting diodes. And these are the outline of my presentation: introduction, design and strategy, resultant discussion, and then finally I will conclude my presentation followed by acknowledgements. So firstly, why the donor receptor chromophores? So organic donor receptor molecules are of high importance because of their tunable photophysical properties and energy levels. We can consider by taking the example of aniline, nitrobenzene and nitroaniline. So aniline and nitrobenzene showed absorption spectra at near about 250 nanometer, while nitroaniline showed absorption spectra at 350 nanometer with a bathochromic shift of 100 nanometer. And this bathochromic shift we can further tune by changing the donor and acceptor strength. And this is the Jablonski diagram of an organic fluorophores without having heavy atoms. So upon photoexcitation, population reach to the excited state and emit from S1 state, that is called fluorescence. And due to the large energy gap and slower inter-system crossing rate, there is a very less possibility of between these two states reduced and enhanced the possibility of inter-system crossing, and therefore populated the triplet state, and therefore these donor receptor molecules can be utilized for fluorescence as well as phosphorescence based application. There is another class of chromophore where this energy gap, singlet ST gap is further reduced, and with the inter-system crossing there is also possibility of reverse inter-system crossing, and triplet population reach to the singlet state and emit from that state, that is called delayed fluorescence. And these molecules can be utilized for OLEDs and photocatalysts. So today I am talking about TADF molecules. As Rajamalli ma'am already told that upon electrical excitation, 25% of singlet excitons generated, while the 75% of triplet excitons. And fluorescence based molecule only can utilize these 25% excitons, and hence in OLEDs the efficiency reached up to maximum of 5 to 7.5%. And phosphorescence based molecule can utilize both the excitons, and therefore internal quantum efficiency can reach to up to 100%. And also TADF molecules without having heavy atoms can utilize both the excitons via reverse inter-system crossing, and hence internal quantum efficiency reached up to a maximum 100%. So in 2011 and 12, Adachi and co-workers synthesized few molecules based on indolocarbazole and carbazole as a donor, and triazine and benzonitrile as an acceptor. And with these molecules, they made OLED device and got an efficiency up to maximum of 19.3% due to the TADF nature of these molecules. So for the confirmation of TADF molecule, they have done few experiments such as temperature dependent transient photoluminescence decay, and they observed prompt decay with a few nanosecond lifetime and delayed component with a few microsecond lifetime. And with the increasing temperature, they observed the delayed component enhanced and prompt component reduced. They have also done temperature dependent quantum yield, and they found that the delayed quantum yield enhanced and prompt quantum yield reduced. And this is the key parameters for a TADF emitter to be efficient emitters. There should be small singlet triplet energy gap and high photoluminescence quantum yield. And singlet triplet energy gap depend on the overlap integrals. If you want to decrease the LEST, there should be small overlap integral, and which can be done by increasing the dihedral angle between donor and acceptor. But by decreasing overlap integral, transition moment decrease, which further reduce the radiative decay, and hence photoluminescence quantum yield also reduced. Therefore, they should be balanced between these two terms, and that can be done either by attaching spacer between the donor receptor or by by reducing the dihedral angle. In 2015, Adachi and co-workers reported that utilizing of large homodelocalization can balance these two terms, LEST as well as high photoluminescence quantum yields. So this is the diindolocarbazole, and with the utilization this large homodelocalization, they observed smaller LEST as well as high photoluminescence quantum yield, and therefore they got high EQE. Similarly, in this case, due to the utilization of diindolocarbazole, they got a very high external quantum efficiency in OLED. Photocatalysis is another aspect where TADF molecules are utilizing in photo-induced energy transfer as well as photo-induced electron transfer based on their excited state energy and excited state redox potential. And Zhang and co-workers first time utilized the well-known TADF molecule 4-CZ IPM in cross-coupling reaction and got final products in a good yield. So based on the utilization of TADF molecule in different applications, we have also designed two series, PF and PI series and IQ series, diindolocarbazole as a donor and phenanthrene and phenazine as an acceptor, and here diindolocarbazole as a donor and indolocunapsilin as an acceptor. So before synthesis of this molecule, we have done DFT calculation, and from ground state optimization, we come to know that HOMO is completely localized on the donor part and LUMO is on the acceptor part, indicating a possibility of charge transfer. And also we observe a moderate dihedral angle between the donor and acceptor. And then by the DFT calculation, we got theoretical LEST value which indicates the possibility of reverse inter-system crossing. Then we have synthesized these molecules. Firstly, diindolocarbazole was synthesized starting from oxoindoles, and then final compounds were synthesized by backward hybrid condition between donor and acceptors, and we observed final compounds in moderate to good yield. And then I2 series were synthesized, firstly phenyl carbazole were synthesized, and final compounds. Okay, then acceptor endolocinoxylin and fluorosubstituted endolocinoxylin were synthesized by condensation reaction between Exciton and different amines, and then alkylation of this product. And then final compounds were synthesized by backward hybrid condition between the donor and acceptor. So this is the UV absorption and emission of final compounds. So DIPI and DIPF showed absorption spectral emissions at near about 590 nanometer, and DIPF showed emission at near about 590 nanometer, while the IQ series showed emission at near about 530, means green emission. So to confirm that these emissions occur from CT state, we have done solvatochromism and observed positive solvatochromism for all the molecules. And for the calculation of singlet triplet energy gap, we have recorded fluorescence and phosphorescence at 77 Kelvin. So for the confirmation of TADF behavior, we have firstly done emission in air as well as after nitrogen purging, and we observed that after nitrogen purging the emission intensity enhanced, which also confirmed by their fluorescence quantum yield in after nitrogen purging. And then we have recorded lifetime in thin films, and we observed prompt component with a lifetime of few nanoseconds and delayed component with a lifetime of few microseconds, indicative of TADF behavior of these molecules. And then for the calculation of redox potential of these molecules, we have done cyclic voltammetry study, and these are the ground state redox potential of these molecules, and these are the excited state redox potential of these molecules, indicative of wide redox window of these molecules, and therefore can be utilized for various photocatalysis reactions. So then we have utilized these molecules as a photocatalyst in energy transfer as well as in electron transfer photocatalysis reaction. And to see the effectiveness of these molecules as a energy transfer photocatalyst, we utilize isomerization of Stilbene and observe a maximum isomerization of 90%, which is equivalent to a well-known TADF molecule. And then we have utilized these molecules as electron photocatalyst in CH annihilation of heteroarenes, and with the utilization of different diazonium salts and different heteroarenes, and we observe a maximum of up to 80% yields. So on the basis of some few control experiments and literature supports, this is the plausible mechanism of the reaction. A PC upon photoexcitation goes to the excited state, and after oxidative punching transfer its electron to the diazonium salts and form a species A, which is confirmed by tempo-adduct formation D. And this A species can react with a different heteroarenes and form a species B, which is also confirmed by a tempo-adduct formation D, E. And now this species B can transfer either its electron to the catalyst, complete the cycle, or also propagate the reaction. After transferring its electron, it forms species C, and after deprotonation form the final products. Then further, we have also utilized these few molecules for the OLED device fabrication in collaboration with Professor Zhou in Taiwan. And this is the solution processable OLED device, and we have utilized CPB as a host material, and these are different hole transporting and injecting layer and electron transporting layers. And we observe a green OLED device with these molecules. So in conclusion, we have synthesized few TADF molecules with a smaller DLEST, and we further utilized for OLED as well as in different photocatalysis reactions such as energy transfer with the isomerization of up to 90% yield and electron transfer with up to 80% yield. So I firstly thanks to my PhD supervisor Dr. Sanchita Sengupta for allowing me to work in her lab and for supporting me. Thanks to collaborator Professor Zhou and his student Mr. Prakalp Gautam. And thanks to Isar Mali for Central, Departmental and PhD for Fellowship. And all member, family and friends are highly acknowledged. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thanks, Mr. Sushil, for a nice talk. One quick question.
Nice presentation, but one question is how that TADF molecules are advantageous over phosphorescent, because 100% quantum yield we can get from phosphorescent source.
Yeah.
Only point is that we have to introduce some heavy atom.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we can say that there is no need any rare earth metals and TADF molecules. So simply by simple organic donor receptor molecule can give you both singlet as well as triplet population. So there is no need of heavy.
Iodine and bromine, these atoms are there. So
There is no iodine and bromine also. Yeah, heavy atom can also produce triplet population, but there is no heavy atom also in this structure.
Very nice talks from all the speakers. So we are here on behalf of organizers. We are here to all of
Thank you, Professor Tarunjit Kaur, for chairing this session. Now I am inviting you all for a cup of tea and.
There is one announcement, please. So we are running late. We are 30 minutes late. So tea break is for 10 minutes. Okay. And another thing is, for conference dinner, we have arranged buses. One will start from here, other will start from the guest house at 7. Okay. So please be on time. It will take around 20 to 25 minutes to go down the station. So we will meet after 15 minutes.
Review, again chemical review by Top. He has listed out all the hammer and reactive effect for all the functional groups. And based on that, when we look at what we did was we compared instead of only hammer constant, both field effect and hammer constant. And now we can clearly see that those coming at this range, -0.3 to +0.35, 0 to -0.83 hammer constant, then these are the more reactive functional groups, alkynes, and these functional groups will not react. So we can propose this. Also, what I mean by field effect, in urea you have the dipole mode character here that creates a static current, where then the electron delocalization can be affected or enhanced by this electrostatic current. That's what we call field effect. Field effect is the combination of mesomeric steric electric effect. So, of course, one is we attest the reactivity. Next, obviously, we want to know whether they are fluorescents or not. So we tested the compound fluorescence emission spectra as a comparison with the NN dimethyl as a control. In NN dimethyl, you see there is no emission, whereas those urea compounds showed very good emission behavior. And they showed 3.3 to 4.3% in acetylnitride. Though it is small value, but it's really remarkable because there is no other chromophore as shown before. And it has been acknowledged in the other papers also by other contemporary researchers. And solid-state emission, there is no emission shown. So then we want to understand why in solution we get emission, in solid-state we don't get emission. Like Dr. Abhijit showed, when we screen the solvent, how the morphology affects the property. Similarly, we study systematically by varying the solvents and morphology behavior, and understood that they exist as intermolecular hydromatic stacking. Due to that, the emission gets cooled. And then the question comes, if we disrupt this iron bonding, then I can get the emission in the solid state. So how do I disrupt? Then it comes to the concept of nanotechnology. So there's a concept called electrospinning. By using electrospinning, we have made the solution of this chromophore by mixing with the polystyrene as a non-emissive matrix, 80%, 20% chromophore. So when you have 80% matrix, it can distribute the compound evenly, thus you can break the hydromatic network. So indeed, when we tested after making the nanofiber, this is the composite. In solution, it shows white emission. only chromophore shows CA value of 0.35 to 0.4, here 0.1 to 0.36, and polystyrene doesn't show any emission. Similarly, the nanofiber, only polystyrene doesn't show any emission, whereas the composite nanofiber shows wide emission. Whereas in only chromophore doesn't show any emission. So then we use this nanofiber to prove that, through confocal imaging, because wide emission, you can see blue, red, green image. And we showed that they are non-toxic for FTTC, so we have studied it. Then finally, also, since now for initially told we got solution 3.3 to 4% quantum leap, then we showed we could do it in solid state as well. And third, further we want to improve the quantum leap. Now again I adopted the approach of aggregation induced emission. For that we took this chromophore. For that the quantum was 2.3% weak emission. So in dry-block copolymer, when you put it in water, it forms nanovesicle, and that nanovesicle, this chromophore self-aggregates inside the nanovesicle to form this aggregated nanoparticle. We characterize them, and very interestingly, you can see the compound in astronated shows 2.3%, whereas in nanoparticles it shows now 0.9% quantum in water. This is water, and since it showed not only higher quantum bit, also the redshifted emission, we thought we could use it for bioimaging and photodynamic application. For that purpose, we collaborated with the in-house biologist Dr. Rayakha, and he studied the in vivo study using this molecule. So we characterized. We also studied this behavior. We also studied by aggregation induced emission to prove that we tightened with the water fraction and found that only at 90% above shows highest quantum in the lifetime. And the bioimaging also shows by increasing the 90% can go to better imaging. So we also showed better imaging profile. And most importantly, we demonstrated phototherapy by shining light. We could kill the cancer cell lines. I'm not going to get into the biology applications. And we also confirmed that this molecule is capable to form single oxygen. Because of that reason, only the cells get cancer cell dies. So finally, we showed that we could make luminescent. We could improve the luminescence period from 0 to 7.9% in water. And also another approach we are currently working on is the lastly. We also utilize such molecule for nitric oxide scavenging and showing that nitric oxide can bind with urea to form NO complex, and that was used for NO scavenging in bio studies. So with this I would like to summarize my work. So from this talk I'm sure you are convinced that by addressing this limitation of 2+CR reaction, such as replacing organic solvent through water, also understanding the reactivity, and then through nanotechnology we could enhance the process. So we believe that we substantially contributed in this field, and this can now take up to expand this chemistry in further other areas. Thank you very much. And this is conclusion. Actually, this is of molecular chemistry and nanotechnology will lead us to develop functional and application for energy and development information with that. And this is my group. My student Arun also is here. He is the one done that fluoride deportation. Is that in my work? Thank you very much.
You can take a short question if you have any question.
Yes. No, that should be in place. Lead gain. So lead means only compound. It is solvent. It is in astronatal only compound. The other one is with nanovesicle. It has aggregated nanoparticles. Only compound as a molecular form. In other words, we studied as a molecular form. Molecular form. It's not the phenomenon of aggregated phenomenon. The other one is aggregated phenomenon. Yes.
You showed that compound 1A, and then it is cyclizing to the range to what was the mechanism? Is it like a Hoffman kind of rearrangement and then further cycle? It's right in the beginning.
That is one.
Yes.
So what happens is from CONH2 intermediate. One of the cyanide, water addition happens from this CONH2. And that NH2 attacks here, this hydrogen eliminates. That forms this thing. We have the mechanism, I can show you the mechanism here. So here you can see first C3 forms, water addition happens, CONH2 forms, this NH load per attack, this comes back and then this one forms. So this is a minus side, iron is the leaving group here to form this average.
Thank you. So
that the structure property one slide was there where you have shown that cutting hammer that substituted. Can we just see that one? So there, right hand side one.
No.
Yeah, 3 substituents were there and a hammer position was.
Yeah, these are restricted values.
So, what is this? Is right hand side this one?
Okay, so this x-axis is the hammer constant, y-axis is the field effect. Okay, here is the field effect, this is hammer constant. So for the same functional group, we have 2 values. So we just put 2 values where the spark comes. So if the spark is between here, they are reactive. If anything other spaces, they are not reactive. That's what we.
And this conclusion that electrostatic through space.
That is this is called static current. This
Thank you. Yeah, nice talk. The last slide, you use fluoride for deprotonation. That is going on like that. Proton is abstracted. The last slide.
Which one?
Last slide.
The paper reaction.
Yeah. So is it selected to fluoride?
Selected to fluoride, 100%. Not even fluoride. We studied all the anions.
Yeah.
Fluoride, bromide, iodide, nitrate acetate, only fluoride.
Okay. And if any base is present, like OH minus or something?
We studied all the other anions. Only fluoride.
Only fluoride.
So acetate, OH minus, nitrate, all only fluoride.
So please join the hands to
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Professor Mani from Iclmfa.
Scary.
So he is basically a physical organic chemist working on photochemistry, reactive intermediates, unstable compounds. He did his PhD in 2007 from Germany, followed by Humboldt Fellowship. So before joining Iclmfa in 2013, he worked on the development of a beta-lactam-based antibiotics at Orchid Pharmaceuticals. So he is also a recipient of CRSI Bronze Medal 2024. So today he is going to talk about the properties and application of some azo-heteroarene based photo switches. So please.
The organizers for inviting me to this an opportunity to talk about our research work. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, actually, this is one of the odd talks in this conference because our topic is not kind of luminescent material based, but instead it is something unique. So, in our group, the main research area is about how to convert an equal into unequal. So, normally, if you consider this you can simply cross one of this and get the inequality. But instead of that, what we are doing is, because of organic chemistry, we consider the equal sign as a double bond. So now we can connect two lines across each other, so we can able to generate the trans and cis isomer. So now we can decorate this molecule by introducing two phenyl rings, and we can end up with a stilbene molecule. So now this stilbene molecule is interconvertible by light. But one of the drawbacks in this particular type of photosynthesis, this can undergo electrocyclization, particularly the cis isomer will be undergoing 6-pi electron cyclization. So that will be leading to dihydrophenanthrin, which will be eventually led to the phenanthrin formation. So that means the end of the story for the photosynthesis. So if you want to avoid this kind of fatigueness, one we can replace the CH5 into two nitrogen atoms, which we can access to the other form. So now, instead of this particular organizing, what we are trying to do is to bring one of the phenyl ring, or in some cases both the phenyl ring into the heterocycle. So that way we are making the azo heterode. So azo heterode is why we are interested in because this is some kind of one of the representative azo heterode is what we are interested in. Normally this can isomerize to form the cis isomer. And the other interesting aspect is the cis isomer is unstable because of the electronic design, and it can eventually come back even if you keep it under the auspicious. So that means it has a specific half-life, and we can able to tune the half-life by bringing substitutions and modifications to the structure. And how to understand or follow this particular isomerization is simply following the UV spectroscopy. And typically the trans isomer will have a very strong pi to pi star and weak n to pi star absorption. And when you are isomerizing, the cis isomer will have a blue shifted pi to pi star and enhance the n to pi star. And when you want to understand why it is happening, you can follow the potential energy surface for the ground state and excited state. Normally the trans isomer is more stable and the cis isomer is unstable. And normally, if you are using this pi to pi star inter-absorption, then we can go to the S2 state, which is corresponding to the pi to pi star absorption state. And now it can undergo a relaxation to come to the S1 state, where it can reach this point where it can access a conical intersection, through which it can either come to the cis isomer or partly come back to the trans isomer. So this is the typical mechanism for isomerizing trans to the cis isomer. Similarly, the cis isomer can be observed with the n to pi star band. So we are trying to modulate the properties of many molecules by and particularly the solubility, phase transitions. These are some of the properties which we are exploring. And also we are trying to make the molecule whether we can able to achieve the switching by using visible light. And also we are trying to explore the supramolecular interactions. And further we are also looking at the structure property relationship by making similar kind of systems with different substitutions and all. And the final achievement, what we are looking forward is to bring some new concepts to the systems which can be modulated by light. And sometimes we can also bring some applications where we can bring catalysis or other properties. So based on these kind of intentions, so we have synthesized different types of azotetroarenes in recent times. And among these, I am going to discuss only about these three systems. And the first system is related to the azopyrrhodium based ionic photoswitches. So this particular system is we are interested in because they are soluble in water and we can able to do photoswitching in water. So why water is very important? Already some of the recent talks have some glimpses of need of water into various aspects. And normally for photoswitches, if you are bringing water solubility, and if they can survive in water with the cis isomer, in principle you can make a drug molecule which can be exist in two forms.
and one may be inactive and other may be active, or sometimes you can have unequal activity of the two drug molecules. So the photopharmacology is one of the hot topics in recent times. So in that relevance, we wanted to bring this kind of molecules. But normally, if you want to make water-soluble other systems, what we can do is we can bring polar groups and then make it water-soluble. Based on the polar groups, you may need to bring some variation in the pH so that we can make them soluble and we can induce the isomerization. On the other hand, the hydrogen bonding is one of the drawbacks. What we plan to do is, since we got some kind of experience with azopyrazole, we attempted to quaternize this pyrazole nitrogen so that we can get the ionic compounds at this stage, and then we wanted to get some questions to be answered, so that the photoswitching can still survive, or that the cis isomer can be stabilized, and also the molecule can be having a higher photoswitching. So in that relevance, we targeted this simple phenyl azopyrazole compound in a two-step synthetic strategy after getting this particular molecule. And in this, after getting this optimized condition with the dimethyl sulfate and triacylate conditions, we were able to access to a wide range of compounds where we modified the array system with the different substitutions, particularly orthometal para system, with the electron donating and electron withdrawing group. And also we attempted to change the substitution of this R2 position instead of S2 for hydrogen or S2 or substitution. And apart from that, we also exchanged the counterions with the different kinds of counterions. So beyond that, we also try to change the R2 where this alkyl substitution are being changed. So we got from S2 up to C18 alkyl. So with the wide range of systems, and also we were fortunate to get a couple of crystal structures for the technology to that this compound is being stable. And once we got the compounds, then we implemented the physical properties, particularly photoswitching and the properties. So the blue spectrum is corresponding to the trans isomer, and then we isomerize the water, we got the brown spectrum which is corresponding to the cis isomer. So it is a clear indication that it's almost like a very good switching. And then we change the wavelength, and we can recover back almost like 80%. And this was confirmed by the NMR spectroscopy. And also when we switched alternatively with the forward and reverse isomerization steps, we were able to see the photostatic resistance for this, static resistance for this molecule. So after looking into the water-based properties, we also explored the isomerization behavior in different solvents. And in all those cases, the forward isomerization was nearly quantitative, whereas the reverse isomerization was almost like 70 to 80%. And when we looked into the thermal isomerization, even at 95 degrees Celsius in T2O, we were able to follow, and it showed a half-life of 64 minutes. That means it's extremely stable at room temperature. And since it was very slow in reverse isomerization at room temperature, we were unable to follow it in water. So instead of that, what we did was to
to perform the kinetics experiment at the different temperatures, and then they extrapolated with the RADS plot and got the half-life which got predicted to be 157 days for the dimethyl substituted system. In fact, if the methyl is replaced by hydrogen, it was even getting better and it went up to a year. So that means it is we can able to stabilize the cis isomer under dark conditions without any issues. And after getting this information, then we looked into the effect of substitutions in the thermal stability of the cis isomer. For that purpose, we did the kinetics for different substituted derivatives. And when we looked into the parameters, the R3 position where we are connecting the alkyl chain showed almost like a negligible effect. And only under water conditions, the C18 chain containing system showed a remarkable change. And partly that is due to the aggregation and which induces some destabilization of the isomerization behavior. And when we change the counter ions, there is an almost negligible effect. And possibly this is because of the water and DMSO, which is more polar, and two counter ions are basically solvent separated. So based on that, we understood that this is having no effect on the counter ions at least under these conditions. And when we changed the R2 substitution, which is at the pyrazole ring, it was showing a significant effect, and which we attributed to the electronic effect and also the steric effect. And when we changed the substitutions at the R1 position, which is corresponding to the RL ring, for the meta substitution, it was kind of scattered plot, but the trend was positive, indicating a significant electronic effect, but it is a complex interplay of resonance and also inductive effect. But when we come to the meta substitutions, it was a kind of V-shaped plot, which indicates that there is a change in mechanism. And normally, when you have an electron donating substitution, there is an isomerization which is happening through the inversion of this nitrogen center. But when we are bringing the electron withdrawing substitution, instead of that, it was showing a kind of rotational mechanism. That way, it was getting isomerized. And when we come to the effect of the ortho substitution, we were seeing a negative sign in the plot of the DAF plot, which indicates that the cis isomer is having a higher steric effect compared to the transition state, which is converting to the trans isomer. So using this kind of information, we were able to understand that substitutions at R2 and R1 positions are very critical, which can helpful in tuning the half-life of the cis isomeric state. And after confirming these aspects, we also got interested in the effect of pH in the thermal stability of the cis isomer. And when we tried, again, we performed these experiments at an elevated temperature because of the slowness in the kinetics. And up to 10 or beyond the 12 pH in the second substitution, we were able to see no effect on the pH, on the thermal stability. But beyond certain pH, it was showing a steep impact. So particularly the phenate groups or ethnic group, which are present, they are even extending the stability towards a higher pH. So based on this, we understood that these molecules are extremely stable towards the pH and room temperature. And apart from that, we also studied the effect of glutathione. So this is one of the very important molecules which can help in understanding the redox activity of the system. Under this condition also, we were able to see the effective photosynthesis. So that means at this time the redox condition, the molecule can show a better stability. So overall, this molecular system, we can able to isolate and able to synthesize this having a water solubility and also tunable half-life of cis isomers between minutes and years. And we can able to achieve the cis isomer in a quantitative way that the trans isomer can be forming with the intermediates, depending on the substance. So now I will be moving to the second part of the talk where I'm going to deal with this macrocycle. So particularly the macrocycle with other benzene systems are showing this kind of shape change. And using this shape changing, people have investigated the encapsulation of the molecules and also trying to extract some of the compounds from water. For example, this is one of the macrocycles where they have appended imidazolium-based ionic groups so that it will be water soluble, and so we can extract if any polyaromatic hydrocarbon pollutants present in the water. So that is one of the pioneering work by Huang. And another work by Sessler, they also connected a kind of imidazolium-based compound. And when they have a trans-isomeric molecular macrocycle, the dianion of the biphene was encapsulated and it was characterized. But when it was switched, only the teritonic was encapsulated. So by varying the shape, we can able to make a supramolecular interaction with the different analyte molecules. So after understanding these kind of concepts, we thought of making a macrocycle which with kind of flexible alkyl chains, and how if we are bringing some kind of binding groups which can be effective in holding some of the gas molecules. In that sense, we designed a molecule like this, where we have introduced two different types of to change the alkyl chain length so that we can bring more and more flexibility, and we were trying to achieve the spacer length and all. So based on this, we were able to synthesize 6 different microcycles with reasonable yield, and particularly the yields are good considering these molecules are macrocycles, which are normally not achievable at excellent yields. But particularly the yields were improved when we were isomerizing this during the macrocyclization. And the strategy, of course, is very simple, quick chemistry. And after getting these compounds, these molecules were investigated for the photoswitching studies, and they showed kind of photochromism in the solid state also, and the yellow color solid become a kind of a red. Maybe it is not clear in this particular picture, but it was going to become a bit more intense. And as usual, the isomerization was efficient because of the alkyl chain, and which is preventing the kind of proper interaction between each other. So that way we were able to get almost a good forward isomerization, but the reverse isomerization is once again kind of a little expensive. But also we studied the photoswitching stability for multiple cycles, and which were also quite reasonable. And after that we were investigating some of the basic aspects with respect to NMR. During that, what we encountered was for the native sample, when it is trying to dissolve in CDCl3 or any other solvent, it was not soluble and it became very turbid, particularly in DMSO. And when we heated, it became soluble and we were able to record the spectrum. But in some other cases, when we were able to irradiate 365 nanometer, it became isomerized and became very clear solution. So that means the molecules might have some kind of phenomena which is related to the aggregation. For understanding that, we also did some additional experiments, and one more evidence what we got from the kinetics experiment was during the normal reverse isomerization kinetics, it was showing usual first order kinetics with exponential growth of the trans isomer, but at limiting absorption, it showed a kind of decay, and the decay process was kind of reduced when we are increasing the temperature. So this is also a hint that there is a kind of aggregation happening in these molecules. And for that we also performed the UV spectrum spectroscopic studies, and during the trans-isomer showed proper absorption, but when we are adding more and more water, there was a blue shift in the micropercent absorption, which clearly indicates that there is a fine next to the aggregation spectrum. And we tried the DLS experiments. It was very clear one type of macrocycles were having a high particle size or high, and when we were irradiating, it was increasing down and suddenly it became solid. But on the other hand, the other type of systems are having a smaller particle size, so they can easily dissolve in DMS. So based on these experiments, we identified one particular molecule which showed a better solubility in DMSO, and with that we wanted to go for the encapsulation of the gas molecules. So for the gas molecules, we had chosen pyrene as the simplest gas, because the pyrene usually will show the monomeric emission, and when we are increasing the concentration, it will show the unstructured Exciton band. So now, after having a 10 micromolar solution of the pyrene, it usually show a kind of a brown color spectrum with a reasonable intensity. But once we are adding our macrocycle into the same solution containing the pyrene, what we observed was the quenching of the pyrene fluorescence. And when we are isomerizing this particular macrocycle, what happened was the fluorescence intensity got increased.
So now this was repeated for multiple cycles, and what we observed was it was a kind of quenching and enhancing, and the enhancement was almost like 2 to 3 times. So this was a very clear indication that there is some interaction between the pyrene and the macrocycle. And for understanding this, we also did the DH plot, and based on that we understood the association constants for both the trans and the cis macrocycle with the pyrene, and which were very similar. So that means these two molecules are interacting almost of the same order with the pyrene. But to understand further how the stoichiometry and how the bindings are, what are the binding sites, we tried UV titration experiments, and from that we understood that this is a 1:1 type complex. And also when we tried the NMR spectroscopy, we found that there is a upfield shift of the signal which is corresponding to the orthoprotons of the azure, and this indicates that the pyrene is interacting with the CH, and that means there is a CH by interaction. And for the trans isomer, we were unable to do that because of the solubility issues. To understand further, what we did was we used a wide-angle X-ray scattering experiment. When we used the macrocycle alone, it showed a kind of broad signals, but when we used the pyrene, it was showing the sharp signal which is expected. But when we mixed them together, then we observed some interesting signal, and which we attributed to the pi-pi interaction between the azo benzene part of the molecule and the pyrene. And the computations with the DFT also predicted that the cis isomer showed a slightly higher binding compared to the trans isomer of the macrocycle. So overall, what we understood that the macrocycle itself can be reversibly switched and it can be changed its shape, and both macrocycles can be encapsulating the pyrene, and particularly when the pyrene is encapsulated in the trans form, the pyrene showing the monomeric emission which is kept coexisting, and when it is isomerized, then the pyrene emission is getting enhanced. So that way we were able to convince that this is we can able to modulate the pyrene's monomeric emission, which is not quite usual. So now I am moving to the third part of the talk, which is related to once again related to this azo phenylazo pyrazole based derivative. And for this particular system, why we are investigating is because of the recent literature which are more towards the generation of certain materials called most materials. So these are molecular solar thermal energy saving, energy storage materials. So in all those molecules, what we are seeing is a common feature is the introduction of some alkyl chains, and which can make the molecules undergoing phase transition by light. So particularly when you are shining light, these molecules can may or may not undergo isomerization, but it can undergo solid to liquid phase transition. So the advantage of this kind of phase transition is it can store certain energy associated with them. So now the molecule, if you are able to isomerize in solution phase, then not only the molecule is getting to the cis isomer, which is not stable, but also it portrays the extra energy to the phase transition. So now when you are using a proper wavelength by which reverse isomerization can be used, the excess energy can be reduced. So that way we can charge the energy and also reduce the energy. That is the idea behind this materials. But one of the drawbacks in all these kind of material molecules are they can be isomerized only in solution. After that, it can be used for the most kind of applications. But instead of that, why don't we do the native state of the molecule directly irradiate as soon as we can generate the isomer, along with the storage, and also if we can able to achieve the phase transition, then the energy will be much better. So that's the reason we are designing this particular molecule. And based on this, we our extension synthesize this particular molecule, and the different alkyl chains ranging from C10 to C80. And after that, we studied the photoisomerization as we showed for the excellent photoisomerization. And you see these are some of the skills which shows the forward with 95% and reverse with 80%. And also they are very stable and almost half-life in the order of base. And now we changed the topic related to the light energy. And the second part of the work, the macrocycle part work is done by Anjali Srivastava. And the third part of the work is
the photoresist is done by Iclmfa. So this I would like to thank the funding agency and also the other people and also.
Due to shortage of time, you can have just one or two questions, please. Otherwise, we can discuss in dinner time. We have a lot of time there.
Can I ask a quick question? Yeah. Sorry about that. So, fantastic work and very nicely presented. I wanted to ask what happens if I now continuously tune the lifetime to be slow and slow and slow for the cis form. The cis form lives for long. But what happens to the back reverse photoisomerization quantum systematically?
No, that will be happening. That's not
happening. Can you actually quantify that?
No, actually, we are having little trouble with the quantum range and calculation of the reverse isomerization step. We don't have the light source which is monochromatic, so we are unable to get the.
So that is the ground state. You are stabilizing the ground state,
yes,
right?
Yes.
But I was thinking of what is going on with the entire excited state dynamics going back to the transform.
Yes,
so the excited.
I think that is possible. Still, we were able to see that because most of the compounds are stable in this state. Still, we are able to achieve by photoisomerization. But the main drawback is we don't have the light source which is monochromatic to get the quantum field information. For forward, we are able to do that.
So much next question. Slide number 21, where you mentioned that you have mentioned cis soluble transition of soluble cloud solution. So I was wondering, have you tried to investigate what is happening by missing about why this is insoluble, probably self-assembly structure?
DLS we got the
what kind of
yes, we got the data in
I'm just wondering why very interesting structures.
No, it was not so interesting. It was kind of fabrication. Non-irregular fabrication.
Earned his PhD degree in supramolecular chemistry from the Indian Institute of Science, India in 2017, after which he worked as JSPS postdoctoral fellow till 2021 at Kyoto University, Japan. Subsequently, he joined as an assistant professor at the chemistry department of BRICS Pilani, Hyderabad. Till now, he has published more than 100 papers in international peer-reviewed journals with H index of 27 and made 3 patent applications. So Dr. Day is recipient of many prestigious awards, so not wasting much time, let's invite him.
Thank you, ma'am. So my talk is not related to these AI. So what my today's talk is based on this alpha-imidazole dione kind of molecule. Okay, so my lab in Pilani, we mostly work on developing sensors for biomolecules, ionic analytes, agricultural related analytes, using hydrogen nanocomposites mainly for drug delivery purpose. And to achieve all these things, we do very preliminary level of computational chemistry and molecular logic functional application. But anyway, so this is my 6 students right now and few of our details. Because of this funding, we are able to pursue our research. So this alpha-imidazole dione molecule, basically what is the alpha quinone
Okay, where we have this 1,2 diamino anthraquinone and you have this imidazole unit. Now this advantage of adding this imidazole unit that it increases the photostability of the anthraquinone molecule, also thermal stability. But the problem is that interesting redox property of the anthraquinone somewhere got lost because of this imidazole ring. But because of this imidazole ring, it has a SIPT property, it can also have a TICT property, and one can explore or exploit these properties to develop sensors for different metal ions and anions. Okay, so the first thing what we have done, we have taken this anthraquinone diol molecules with nitro group at orthometa para position and indicated their anion sensing properties. So what we observe that in pure acetonitrile medium, though your anion binding site is basically this imidazole unit, but they have a very different kind of selectivity profile. So these are the basic anions like fluoride, cyanide, acetate, H2PO4, which generally known to bind with the acidic proton in the organic medium, but the selectivity profile are very different from one another. And not only selectivity, if I consider for one anion, let's say cyanide, the amount of redshift, the bathochromic shift is there, or the amount of absorbance increase at these different bands will be very different. So both selectivity and sensitivity perspective, these three isomers are very different. Now then we investigate, we take in one isomer and investigate what happens when you change the organic solvent, and quite expected that in alcoholic solvents like methanol, the interaction was much more less. And if I increase the amount of water content there, let's say 8:2, very expectedly all other basic anions except cyanide will be masked because of the high hydration energy. And then you can have very selective and nice interaction with cyanide. But the purpose of this study was not to get the cyanide interaction, but also to understand why such kind of different anion sensing profile we are observed. So I have just not shown much result here. So we have observed that there are 3-4 phenomena maybe contributing here. One is the aggregation properties of these molecules are very different from one another because of the different position of the nitro group. And also if you see their ESP profile, the electronic distribution is also not exactly similar. Some molecules are little more electron deficient compared to others. So these are the profile in the 8:2 organic water media mixture. The similar idea was extended. Now here we have taken isomers, but instead of nitro derivatives, we have 3 different pyridine analogs. So here what we have seen that with different anions in the acetonitrile medium, they have a different absorbance as well as fluorescence profile, which might be somewhere cyanide is having hydrogen bonding interaction with fluoride is deprotonating because it can form stable HF2 minus polymer. So the chromaticity diagram where you can see different anions having different profiles, and practically from blue to orange you can have a wide range of absorbance color, fluorescence color. Now then what we have done, we have taken various kinds of metal and particularly masking one of the other metal anions. So in presence of calcium, copper, zinc and aluminium, we basically play around with the selectivity of the molecule towards different kinds of anions. The purpose of that, instead of getting different synthetically diverse system, what we have taken a single molecule, we have varied the metal ions and end up with having different anion profiles. And with that at present we are working on this principal component analysis to have a diagram we can selectively identify different kinds of anions there. So one approach to play around the selectivity of the anion is through addition of the complementary metal ions. Another could be again the water addition. So when we added water, instead of weighting all the other anions down, you can have various selectivity profile for various anions. So only when the water content between around 50%, we have a selective interaction with cyanide as we observed earlier. Okay. Here also the effect of positional isomer is there. So we have used in this paper 2 different strategies. One is using metal ion masking method. In another case, changing the microenvironment of the system by adding water to play around the selectivity as well as sensitivity of the anion sensing. Now, among these 3 molecules shown earlier, we have taken one molecule called isomer and we have taken interaction with metal ions. So when we develop a sensor for different metal ions, we have 3 different strategies one can think of. One, the and you develop a sensor which having a multiple binding sites. But in that case, the problem is having the orthogonality of this binding site. One binding site can influence the binding of this gas channelite with the other binding site. Another we can simply consider array-based channelite, which you have a, let's say 10 analyte and 10 sensor. You are trying to develop a distribution profile of this. But both of these are synthetically much more challenging. But one of the methods is also there where because of the difference in the complex solution of the metal ion, we can have different extent of bathychromic sheet or the extent of charge transfer having a simple or single molecule. So that is what we have shown here. So these molecules can also have different kind of isomers and rotational isomers, intermolecular hydrogen bonding. So these are the LUMO part mostly accumulate at this alpha site, and this is the donor part. And this is the potential energy scan where the molecule we are having the stabilized conformer. So with different metal, and you can see different extent of bathychromic sheet. And when one of the metal ions we have taken cobalt and titrated with cyanide, we can actually see different kinds of absorbance switching. First, the cyanide, when you add in the stoichiometric amount, it can only take the cobalt ion, and followed by, since it can also involve in hydrogen bonding interaction, so you can have a switching of interaction, which if you go through the cyanide concentration range. So first amount of the cyanide will be used for the release of cobalt and then followed by the hydrogen bonding interaction. So one, of course, we have done this powder study and other different kind of mechanistic study. If we are also to know about this complexation chemistry, and also the NMR shows that for the same target it is much more broader, which also indicative, and also we have the DLS and other morphological investigation that not only the metal structure is different, but also the aggregation property of the formed metal complex is very different from one another. And in water you could see selective interaction for cobalt, none of these metal are interacting. Now we have already discussed about this compound which have an anion sensing property. Now with this compound, what we have done, we have functionalized this side of the molecule, and we have seen that with cyanide and fluoride, the molecule has a very distinct absorption change. In one case it is becoming yellow to blue, in another it is yellow to orange. Now with this idea, what we have done, and this is a profile of the ICT, band shifting and other things. So what we have taken this fluoride and the cyanide, this mixture, and we have tried it with water to see that how much good water sensitivity this kind of system has. And this is the NMR spectra. You can see that after addition of fluoride, when you added T2O, basically it again go back, but it's giving a more aggregated structure. So with this thing, we have used this system for moisture sensing different items like commercial salt. We dried it, then spiked with water. We kept this sample in different kind of places like inside refrigerator, cupboard, or washroom to see how much time it is taking to see the color change. Different kind of this construction material, food material, basically to develop the sensor for moisture by using this water, which can be the change because of the fluoride will not be there when the moisture is present in the system. And also with the different kind of molecules, when we use instead of 3 carboxylate group which I have shown earlier, 2 carboxylate group, here I have taken another molecule. Sorry, I forgot to put the structure. Additional carboxylate group, the charge transfer interaction was not very prominent. So as expected, the interaction of fluoride was also not very prominent. Then you have taken that instead of using acetonitrile, what will happen is we take other organic solvent and expose with moisture. Similarly, different clay materials. We've also taken that clay material to dry it, sandy clay, soil material. What will happen is because of their different moisture content, can differentiate their interaction or not. Now, with this kind of system, as I mentioned, that this kind of ICT probe, we have also developed another molecule with different metal ion binding site. So this molecule also show aggregation. Because of this aggregation, there was no metal ion interaction with aqueous medium. So what we have done, we have then put this compound in a big surfactant. So we have first investigated the interaction of molecules with big surfactant, and then we have used this composite for the metal and sensing purpose. Okay, so we postulate that because of this different orientation of the molecule at micellar water interface, we also modify this protonation equilibrium of the molecule. It should such kind of interaction. Also, NMR titration was important because there are two potential metal and binding side. One is that side, and one is this aliphatic the side chain. And here we can observe that metal is selectively bind with this aliphatic part. Okay. Now, in the next work, what we have done, we have again synthesized different, taking the same molecule which we have used for the moisture sensing. Now, these molecules having lots of carboxylate binding site. If you see the literature, these molecules are known for calcium ion binding. But for the calcium ion, the main challenge comes from the interference from the magnesium. So, you will develop different kind of sensor molecules for the calcium. One of the molecule is BAFTA. So, having a similar kind of structure, we have taken these two molecules for checking the interaction with metal ions, and you could see that these molecules show better interaction with the calcium ion, but there was some small interference from the magnesium and zinc as well. So, it was a turn-on interaction with calcium ion. Now, and as I mentioned, the other portion is less interaction. Now, in most of these things, about people use easier sort of this compound for the calcium sensing. So we thought that if we could develop another molecule, another compound, which is easier, because this blue one, we are programming my interaction will improve. So what we have done, we have used this easier molecule, but with easier counter, and we could see that there is an enhancement of the interaction with calcium. Now to prove that this is because of this counter, we have done the 80.6 and we the counter ion from the receiver of the molecule, and we can see a better interaction when the we can remove the counter pattern from the system. And we can have done this calculation for DSA and this is another. Okay. Now then the similar kind of molecule what we have done, we have taken lanthanide and produced the lanthanide complex. We have taken this DPS, one of the posters also of the DPS which is in a larger amount present in the cell wall of the transporting bacteria, particularly cancer biomarker, that is called. So we have taken different samples, one is the lanthanide, where it can from primary complex, and we have taken copper, and we have taken displacement approach with the DPSLC. So what we have taken the compound, we have first investigate the lanthanide complexation, how much water molecule attached with the lanthanide complex and other details. And then with that lanthanide complex, we have studied the interaction with diphenolic acid, both in UV as well as phosphorescence, and there is a selective change with GPA. We check the interaction of different molecular structure as well as different lanthanide. What will happen if you change the lanthanide center with on the sensitivity of this GPA, diphenolic acid. And as I mentioned, the diphenolic acid is there in different kinds of gram-positive bacteria. We have a collaboration at Indian Institute of Toxicological Research, and you can see that whether it is an ungerminated or germinated spore, you can have different amount of release of DTA in the mixture, and you can quantify the spore which is releasing the DTA. And Professor Ansari, the faculty who is doing toxicological research, helps us to have a profile of different gram-positive bacteria because of this their DPA content on their cell wall. Okay, and then you are taking the similar binding site. Now, if you can change the signaling moiety between anthraquinone and these indoli, we can see their sense.
You are using, but what is the concept of the reaction?
Okay.
And that was not clear to me.
Yeah. So what we have taken here is we have taken an anthra-imidazole molecules. Okay. So basically anthraquinone system and imidazole molecule. The purpose of making this molecule is anthraquinone molecules. They are redox active. They show good color change, but they are not very photostable. But when you have imidazole ring attached to these molecules are known to have better photostability. Okay. Now, because of this imidazole ring nearby, it has a SIPT unit, and also this ring can be rotated, so these have a TICT property.
This is in your mind.
No.
So where is the evidence for all these? Evidence for the TICT, evidence for this interaction.
all you have is spectroscopic data for absorption. So where is the evidence for binding? Like if I want to do an IR spectrum
all this
so
data,
how do you look at
all this data they are in the paper. So what we have investigated, FTIR, we investigated temperature dependent, fluorescence lifetime, all this data we have investigated, one each NMR, but that's why it is confusing.
So when we talk about sensing, so we are particularly talking about like selectivity of a particular sensor toward an anion or a cation amongst all the pool of ions. Okay? But here I am seeing like one voltage is sensing 2 or 3 cations simultaneously. So what is the importance of that sensor when it is not selective to a particular ion, rather it is being selective to 4?
Okay, so the anion sensing part what you mentioning about that it is interacting with multiple anions, we come to a point, a condition where it did selectively detect one anion. If you see, when we increase the water content around 50%, it was selective for cyanide. But I showed you the other condition where you gradually tune the sensitivity. Ultimately, at given condition, which is 50% water mixture, the compound was selective for cyanide. I got it. Yes, I got it. Yeah, that is what we got all observed in that paper. We observed in that paper that this compound was showing different colors, but there was no good selectivity in acetonated condition. Again, in that same paper only, when you come to water, the compound is selective for water.
I think further discussions will be in the section. So, will you join? The last presentation of this technical session, as well as this day, is by Mr.
So good afternoon everyone. So I am Arnav Mandal. So today I am going to talk about our work on thermally activated jet fluorescent probe for superoxide radical anion generation. So to start with, like organic luminescent material upon photoexcitation, it will go to the excited singlet state, and from there to intersystem crossing, it will come to the singlet state. Now if that singlet energy gap is sufficiently lower in the level of the thermal energy, then the molecule from the triplet state again revert back to the excited singlet state, and from there it can come down to the ground state, which is known as a delayed fluorescence, which typically occur in the time scale of millisecond to microsecond time scale. Now the organic photosynthesizer in its excited triplet state, it can be activated in two pathways. One is type 1 pathway, that is the electron transfer pathway, and then another is type 2 pathway, that is the energy transfer pathway. Whereas the electron transfer pathway, that is independent upon the concentration of oxygen, whereas the type 2, that is the energy transfer pathway, that is dependent upon the concentration of oxygen. But in the tumor cell, that is hypoxic in nature, so there is a huge urge to develop type 1 photosynthesizer. So there are very less reports of type 1 photosynthesizer which can localize on a specific organelle and generate the ROS causing the tumor cell death. So on that regard, we have proposed this probe which is abbreviated as BCBP. So this diphenyllamine as the donor unit and phytocumarin as the acceptor unit. So due to this hydrophobic nature of the molecule, it can localize in the in hydrophobic organelle like lipid droplet, and it can generate the ROS causing the cell death. So first we have measured the spectroscopic investigation of this molecule in universal solution. So this molecule shows a very good absorption band at 300 and 400 nanometer, and it shows a very broad emission band centered around 575 nanometer. Then, like we wanted to check the triplet harvesting properties of that molecule. For that, we have carried out the steady-state emission spectroscopy in aerated and nitrogen parts condition. So from aerated to nitrogen parts condition, there is a 1.4 time enhancement in the emission intensity, which confirms the presence of a air-sensitive triplet state. After that, we measured the carried out the photoluminescent decay profile in microsecond and nanosecond time scale. So it shows a very weak decay profile in the microsecond time scale with an average lifetime of 0.5 microsecond along with a nanosecond time decay. And we carried out the TADF measurement at the nanosecond and microsecond time scale, which shows a very good spectral overlap, which confirms the direct fluorescent property of the material in Luminescent solution. After that, we measured the homonomo energy through DFT calculation, and also from CPDFT calculation, we tried to calculate the similar triplet energy gap, which around 0.18 electron volt. And from the 77 Kelvin measurement in the nanosecond and millisecond time scale, we got the from the onset of that emission spectra, we found that the similar triplet energy gap is coming around 0.13 electron volt, which is in good agreement with the theoretical calculation. Now we wanted to enhance the direct fluorescent property of that DC molecule, and also to enhance the most important to enhance the cellular biocompatibility. We synthesized the DC nanoaggregates to aqueous dispersion to nanoprecipitation method, and we found that there is a 49 enhancement in the emission intensity in 100% aqueous dispersion, and